The divine medicine gate occupied the medicine capital's most sacred place. This sect belonged to the medicine god, and so did this small mountain. The ancient well on the small mountain possessed endless vitality. It was a place where immortal energy surged. This was one of the gates of life that were extremely rare in this world. The gray-clothed female sat cross-legged on the ground in an extremely calm manner. She hadn't moved since coming here. Her black hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Her entire body was ringing with a beautiful sound. She appeared wonderful and indistinct, as if she was a flawless work of art carved from ivory. "Bring him here." Her voice was heavenly and extremely nice to listen to. However, if one listened carefully, they could detect a bit of loneliness and fatigue. Divine medicine gates respected Elder Lin Kuan naturally wouldn't pay attention to these things. He only wanted this woman to take action. He revealed an awkward expression and said, "Senior, that person is too strong. If I bring him here, I'll definitely be killed." "Come here," the gray-clothed woman said. The respected elder of the divine medicine gate did not dare to disobey. When he heard this, he immediately walked up. He understood clearly how terrifying this woman was. Her cultivation was absolutely extraordinary. You have to understand that this ancestral well was extremely powerful. This was one of this world's gates of life, where countless formations rested. They were arranged by deities, and those that entered would undoubtedly die. However, not only could this girl enter, she also began to refine a mysterious cauldron. The gray-clothed woman raised her hand and brushed it about, scattering down specks from midair. A single Defend character flowing with resplendent golden light appeared and engraved itself into Lin Kuan's chest. "This is..." Lin Kuan was moved. How powerful of a method was this? He felt that a wave of mysterious energy had been added to his body. Within the courtyard, Ade and the middle-aged male were in a daze. Even the great figure they invited from the medicine capital was scared away. Exactly what kind of youth did they end up provoking this time? Xianxia swept his eyes over them and didn't say much. Since their cultivations were already ruined, he didn't bother bickering with these two anymore either. Inside the glistening yellow cauldron, medicinal fragrance wafted through the air. Large amounts of ashes rested below the two golden pills. After the large amount of spiritual medicines and materials was refined, only this small amount was left over. The golden pills were extremely dazzling within the ashes and released a medicinal fragrance. The big red bird stared at them. Xianxia retrieved a jade container and placed the two pills inside. The brilliance and the fragrance immediately disappeared. When he saw the big red bird's expression, he laughed and handed them over. The big red bird was at a loss. Should he accept it or not? This was definitely good stuff. However, when he thought about how Xianxia sat naked within the cauldron and refined himself with the golden pills, he still found it rather hard to swallow. "Forget it. I'll become heaven-defying on my own and not through some outside object. I will laugh and look down on the rest of the world." He used these words to refuse it. Xianxia offered the jade container to the others. Yet in the end, they all refused, especially Hualinger and Yun Shi, whose charming faces became thoroughly red. They hatefully gave him a glare. If I revealed these pills to the rest of the world, they would definitely be fighting head over heels for them. Yet you guys reject them like a pair of worn-out shoes. Xianxia shook his head. His deadpan expression made everyone in the courtyard roll their eyes. "When we enter the formation arrangement realm and have collected the spiritual medicines, please refine a furnace of precious pills. It will be good enough if you don't refuse at that time," said the flame crow. Xianxia nodded. This wasn't a problem. At that time, he definitely wouldn't enter the pot as well, and it would be pure medicine refinement. After inspecting what he had remaining, he sighed. Virtually all of the magical artifacts he had collected previously had been traded off, and all of the spiritual items obtained several years ago within the northern seas were used up. In one day, I became completely impoverished. There's nothing left, Xianxia said to himself. Spiritual medicines were too expensive. After purchasing the 48 stocks, all of his savings gathered during these past few years have been used up. Return the divine artifact to me. I'll send you a batch of spiritual medicine after returning to the heavenly divine mountain, Xianxia said. She hadn't stopped thinking about this the entire time and wanted to use precious materials to exchange for her clan's magical artifact. How could something like that be exchanged for just some spiritual medicines? Unless you are talking about your clan's divine medicine, Xianxia asked. You? Anger appeared on Xianxia's beautiful face. The wasteland region did not have many divine medicines in total. The divine medicine was the fundamental existence that allowed a clan to thrive. So how could it be exchanged? Then there's nothing to discuss. Xianxia shook his head. Youngster, why don't you go on a walk with me? The divine medicine gate's respected elder Lin Kuan had returned. He had retreated out of fear, but now he seemed calm and unperturbed. Everyone within the courtyard revealed strange expressions. Even though this individual's cultivation was high, he had clearly been scared off just now, so why did he come back? Did you get some confidence just now? Feel like you can deal with me? Xiao's tone carried a hint of ridicule. Lin Kuan spoke with a piercing tone. The medicine capital is a sacred land where the medicine god was born. It isn't a place where you can blaspheme and act unbridled. Follow me and accept your punishment. Xiao pointed forward, and a purple streak of radiance flew out like a flood dragon. This streak of lightning was as thick as a water bucket and possessed astonishing might. An ordinary individual at the formation arrangement realm wouldn't be able to block it at all. However, contrary to what everyone expected, Lin Kuan's chest shone and a golden defend character appeared. It was just a single character, but it blossomed with resplendent golden light and blocked the streak of lightning. What powerful defense! The nine-headed lion, Flame Crow, and the others all revealed looks of shock. Hong! Xiao's fingers spread out, and an expanse of lightning flew out. This was the Swan Knee's precious technique, and now that it was displayed at the formation arrangement realm, its power was on a completely different level than before. Even if it was a mountain peak facing this attack, it would still be swept flat. However, that defend symbol lit up and destroyed all of the lightning. The attack was completely dissolved. Xiao was startled. He looked at it carefully. He found that even though this character had just been written by someone, it possessed such shocking power. It was simply astonishing. The medicine capital still had this kind of expert. It was just too terrifying. Youngster, don't think that you are unmatched under the heavens. The number of those that could deal with you is not few. Lin Kuan now thoroughly relaxed. All of you leave first. Xiao had a feeling that things were starting to become bad. There was an expert here with strength he couldn't even gauge, so he wanted Hualinger and the others to leave first. How can we leave here? Theirs is an obstacle in the way, said the Flame Crow. Xiao brought out the black broken sword. Without a single word, he hacked forward. The ancient magical artifact erupted with incomparable dark light that submerged everything in front of him. Even though Lin Kuan knew the defense symbol was astonishing, when he saw this power, he still felt a sense of dread. If he only had his own strength to rely on, he definitely would have been killed. This kind of power was too powerful, completely unlike something that a king-level figure could produce. The damaged magical artifact crushed over like a black hole. Even the medicine capital skies were trembling. Suddenly, at the heart of the medicine capital, the gray-haired woman revealed a look of shock. This was the first time she showed this kind of expression. Immediately after, the space around Xiao trembled. He realized that the attack he had released had been neutralized. The boundless black light and the space around them were locked in place, and the attack no longer displayed its power. From the end of the horizon, a spotlessly white palm reached over, calming down this commotion and nullifying the danger. Who is this? The nine-headed lion, Xianxia, and the others came from unordinary backgrounds and knew many people, but they were all shocked. This was the power of an ancient great might with astonishing abilities. In just a split second, the dark light and the spotlessly white palm both disappeared. Peace returned to this world. Suddenly, the space trembled. A golden passageway shot over, and a gray-clothed woman arrived from far away. When she saw the broken sword in Xiao's hand, she sank into a state of silence. Come here. She only said this sentence before disappearing from this place. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. This woman was too powerful. What kind of cultivation was this? This time, Hao did not refuse. He leapt into the air and stepped into the golden passageway and quickly left this place. They arrived in the short mountain. Huolinger, the big red bird, and the others followed behind, but they weren't allowed to enter the mountain. They could only stay at the base of the mountain. Hao stood on top of the short mountain. He saw the ancient well as the gray-clothed woman. His heart jumped inwardly, because he had heard the news that a great figure had brought Shuri out from the demonic spirit lake. It's her. He was inwardly shocked. An ordinary person wearing gray clothes would look rather downcast and gloomy. However, this woman's appearance was outstanding. There was a beautiful charm and otherworldly style to her. When her fine black hair scattered, an exceptional appearance was revealed. Her complexion was snow-white like jade, extremely beautiful and almost dreamlike. Only Fairy Yuchan or the witch would be able to compare to her beauty. She raised her head and looked over. Her pupils were extremely deep, and within them, there was surprisingly fatigue as well as wisdom. It was as if those eyes witnessed the rise and fall of this world, giving him a rather strange feeling. It was because she was extremely outstanding and beautiful, yet those eyes seemed to have experienced the endless visages of time. It was as if they could see through everything. This sword has experienced many attempts of repair. It has long lost the Tao within. I wonder if there will ever be a day when it will release its brilliance again. The gray-clothed woman looked at the black broken sword in Hao's hand and spoke these words. I have met this sword's owner in the previous generation and used his place for rest. As such, I won't cause you trouble. This was the gray-clothed woman's second sentence. The voice was extremely pleasant to listen to, as if it was an immortal voice. It made those that heard it feel as if their souls were being cleansed, leaving them with a relaxed feeling. However, Hao was shocked. This woman's background was simply too shocking. The wasteland region is about to become chaotic, and even the medicine capital will become a place of struggle. You should hurry and leave. This was the gray-clothed woman's third sentence. This was her way of giving him advice. You are quite excellent. When I look at you, it almost feels as if I am looking at my past self, back when I sought traces to continue along my own Tao path. I would like to see how magnificent you become in the future. The gray-clothed woman revealed a gentle expression in her eyes. This bit of gentleness was truly breathtaking. Her beauty was exceptional and seemed to make the sun and moon lose color. Hao didn't know what was right to say in this situation. He felt as if thunder was striking down within his heart. He felt like this woman came from the ancient era, an unimaginably great figure. The battle of the Void God realm cannot decide whether the Supreme Being Bone or the dual pupils are greater, for the dual pupils' most profound mystery hadn't been revealed. That was merely a superficial battle. This was the gray-clothed woman's fifth sentence. When speaking those words, her deep pupils shone with incomparable brilliance. At this moment, it was as if the entire universe had been recreated, and the great void was once again being remodeled. Hao was shaken so badly that he found it hard to open his mouth. He saw the woman's pupils split and change into dual pupils. That kind of energy was too terrifying, could be said to be world-changing. She is also a dual-pupiled expert? Hao became dumbstruck. How could her dual pupils merge and become no different from an ordinary person's pupils? When needed, they could reappear. This was just too incomprehensible. Chaotic energy filled those dual pupils as if the heaven and earth were splitting apart. Celestial bodies were falling within them. Hao's heart was experiencing one climax after another. He opened his mouth, but he couldn't speak a single sentence. The dual-pupiled individual was unrivaled during the ancient era, whether it be in the heavens or underneath the earth. It has never been defeated. This legend has been in existence for far too long, one that had never been forgotten by the residents of this world. Yet today, he encountered someone like this. Those pupils were just too special. They could unexpectedly separate and bring about an image of heaven and earth splitting apart. Heavenly bodies fell one after another, and chaotic energy filled those eyes. How profound of a realm was this? The dual pupils were merged, forming one pupil. Only when needed would they reappear to reveal their heaven-defying might. Sherhao's face was full of shock. He had already forgotten himself. Never in the past had he been frozen like a statue like this before, without the ability to utter a single sentence. He could only stare in a daze. Ancient dual-pupiled individual? This was someone who had never been defeated throughout the heaven and earth. This individual had lived from the ancient era until the present day. Even though the gray-clothed woman was weary, her body was still full of vitality. The endless passage of time could not affect her outstanding appearance. She was truly an extraordinary beauty. The ancient battle was too exhausting, the gray-clothed woman said. It was just as he had predicted. It was as if raging waves were bashing about within his mind. This woman really did come from the ancient era. Her status was astonishing. If this information was passed on to the rest of the world, it would definitely trigger a tremendous amount of shock. After learning the truth, when Sherhao faced her, he felt an indescribable type of emotion. When he looked at her again, even a motion as simple as raising an arm made him nervous. The gray-clothed woman was extremely beautiful. If not for her weary expression, she would truly seem like a young woman. She wouldn't seem like the forever existing and illustrious senior. It was to the point where Sherhao had even felt like this woman was only 1 or 2 years older than himself. Time must have stopped for her when she was at her peak. What was somewhat strange was that he didn't feel any fear at this moment. He was simply lost in thought, thinking about a few matters that were completely unrelated to what was in front of him. His gaze was fleeting, or to be more precise, he was becoming absent-minded. The dual pupils were known to be unmatched. During the ancient era, its power earned it an outstanding reputation. Sherhao's mind was swirling with thoughts. Had this beautiful woman looked down on the world in the past and killed great figures of that era? Had she ever met anyone with strength close to her own? It was to a point where Sherhao's absent-mindedness became extremely severe. There was no reverence in his mind, and his thoughts were completely scattered. A stunning woman like this had earned herself brilliant glory during the ancient era. He wondered if she had anyone she considered an intimate friend, or whether she had ever gotten married. He felt that this type of breathtaking woman definitely had a young, talented companion at her side to look down on the ancient era together with. He didn't know how powerful that heavenly talent had to be in order to match her. It shouldn't be any weaker than the dual pupils, right? However, the ancient era had already passed. Why was she the only one that appeared? Where was that young individual who could walk by her side? Was he buried under the passage of time? Soon after, Sherhao shivered and broke out into chills. His mind had wandered just too far, to a point where even he thought it was ridiculous. Under these kind of circumstances, how could he think of these things? Could it be that he had a heart of gossip? When he thought about how he was standing in front of a dual-pupiled individual, yet his mind drifted off to such an extent, even he himself was left speechless. Perhaps it could be said that only when faced with an individual like this who could truly look down on heaven and earth would he become so curious. Only then would his heart give birth to such endless thoughts. When Sherhao came to himself, he noticed that the gray-clothed woman was looking at him with a look that was a smile yet not a smile. She didn't say anything, yet it was enough to make his face completely red. He suddenly had a feeling as if his thoughts had been read. This was the first time he had felt this embarrassed. What kind of nonsense was he thinking about in this kind of situation? He had nothing to say about his actions just now. It was just too unreasonable. "Youngster, you think too much," the gray-clothed woman chuckled. Her smile seemed to be able to penetrate straight through his thoughts. Something's wrong." Sherhao was woken with a start. How could it be like this? In this kind of situation, he thought about all of those things, and his thoughts had dispersed everywhere. "You were thinking about who had walked alongside me and where that heavenly talent is now? How could your thoughts be so over the place?" The gray-clothed woman spoke with a smile that was also not a smile. A layer of cold sweat appeared on the surface of Sherhao's body. He was now thoroughly convinced that he was affected by a mysterious force. It threw his mind into disorder, and his secrets had been pried into. Mind connection. He immediately thought of this, leading to him feeling a great sense of fear. He hurriedly sealed off his divine senses to protect himself and prevent his secrets from being exposed. Hao took steps backwards. This woman was too powerful. When the dual pupils appeared, it affected his mind and left his mind defenseless. "You've cultivated mind connection?" His voice trembled slightly. How terrifying was this? Could peep into another's thoughts. Even an ancient great figure would have a hard time cultivating this. Hao's heart was jumping about frantically. He did not want the other party to see into his inner thoughts. That kind of ability was too terrifying. How was he supposed to defend against this? "Don't worry. I'm not that senseless. I inadvertently noticed that you were worrying about random things and felt rather amused." The gray-clothed woman laughed, bringing forth a different type of beauty. This was a goddess from the ancient era. She could force back all enemies during that era. He had secretly tried to guess her Tao companion, yet in the end he had been exposed. This was truly a bit of an unusual situation. "What? I was just a bit curious," Hao said awkwardly. The woman looked towards the horizon, and those dual pupils disappeared, merging back into one. The great energy of the world that had been stirred up slowly receded, and this area calmed down. Hao was startled. Sure enough, it was because of those eyes that his mind was affected. It truly was terrifying. When the dual pupils disappeared, the gray-clothed woman's eyes became dark black and incomparably deep. This truly was unique. She could actually merge the dual pupils together. Her methods were truly extraordinary. "You should go. I wish to see the day when you truly fight a great battle against the dual-pupiled individual. The weaker and stronger should be determined in the ultimate battle," said the gray-clothed woman. It definitely wouldn't be she herself that fought against Hao. That would simply be bullying. Hao was shaken as he looked at her complexion. During the ancient era, this was definitely an arrogant woman who wouldn't put other great talents and accomplished individuals in her eyes. "What? You are still worrying about random things?" The gray-clothed woman laughed in a rather peculiar way. She waved her hand for him to leave. She had sat by the ancient well the entire time without moving. Only, she seemed a bit disappointed and frustrated when she looked towards the horizon. Hao went down the mountain and walked for a long time. He couldn't help but look backwards and blurt out for some unknown reason. "Back then, was there a young heavenly talent that accompanied you?" The gray-clothed woman was astonished, but then she smiled. Her eyes gazed into space, as if she could see back into the past. She waved her wide sleeves and swept Hao down the mountain. Hao was left in a rather sorry state as he tumbled down the mountain. He was extremely discontent as he muttered, "Was there one or not?" Then, he couldn't help but chuckle. What was going on? He was actually so gossipy and asked this kind of question. He should be asking for an ancient great secret instead. Hao shook his head. He found the mountain path and walked towards it. "Over here!" the big red bird shouted. They had chased after him up to this point, but they still couldn't climb up the short mountain in the end. When they saw Hao come down the mountain, they all became happy. The mysterious region, a vast region where great heroes had emerged from. If one looked down from the heavens, they would find that this place was completely different from the wasteland region. The mountains and rivers were magnificent, and there was no sign of savage wilderness. In the areas where creatures congregated in particular, there were enormous and flourishing buildings arranged one after another. Even if one stood in the heavens, they could still feel the bustling activity of mortals. Of course, this was all accompanied by strand after strand of spiritual essence. There were experts overseeing each large city. Powerful individuals came in large numbers, and experts were as common as trees in the forest. In this large region, the standard of cultivation was extremely high. From certain perspectives, they truly could overlook the wasteland region, because the mysterious region would hold dominance over the wasteland region during each generation the deity level stage appeared. At this moment, the location of the Immortal Mountain couldn't be found. Immortal mist pervaded the air and covered this area in a faint haze. Within a grand and imposing hall forged from bronze, there were people quietly discussing among themselves. This place gave off a rather unusual feeling, as if it was extremely distant and came from the ancient era. That child has half of my Immortal Mountain's lineage. Woo, but there can only be a single supreme being. We have one, so should we still bring him back? Of course we have to bring him back. Even if it causes discord inside my Immortal Mountain, he still needs to be brought back. I just fear that he might fall victim to the rebirth plan. Opportunities are equal. I hope that there are no misunderstandings during this search and that the child can be peacefully brought back. I don't have much time left. I need to rest. The bronze hall quickly became quiet. No noises could be heard. However, an authoritative palace hall lit up. Lights shone resplendently, and a decree brightly illuminated this place. An individual had placed a divine imprint. In just a split second, an ancient energy filled the air. Then, a terrifying fluctuation began to fluctuate throughout the entire Immortal Mountain. What is going on? Why is there so much shaking? The divine imprint had been sealed, and this type of decree has been issued. This is all so shocking. Why has it been sent out? The Immortal Mountain occupied a vast area. Terrifying experts walked out from a few mountain peaks and numerous palace halls. They all released a heaven-overflowing aura as they looked towards the authoritative palace hall. Mother, what is that? Within a fairyland-like valley, a 12 or 13-year-old youth asked while looking into the distance. That is a decree with the most precious divine imprint sealed on its surface. Can break through a region. Many years have passed since it has appeared. A beautiful woman stroked his head in a pampered manner. There was another male, and they clearly belonged to a family. They were entranced as they looked towards the distant decree. Woo! It's the precious divine imprint that had been passed on from the ancestors. There will be a day when a decree sealed with my precious imprint can rule over the world. I am the first supreme being. The youth's heroic passion was extremely deep. All of the old ancestors favor you. With your natural talents, you will be able to accomplish it, said the pretty woman with a smile. Then, when she saw that the boy was in a daze, she couldn't help but sigh and look into the horizon with him. I want to sweep through the land under the heavens and advance my Immortal Mountain's divine method. The youth was incomparably conceited. The expression on his face seemed to look down on the world. The husband and wife couldn't help but frown slightly, but they didn't say anything. The decree brought with it sky overflowing multicolored light. It could actually pass through the long-sealed region barrier and depart from the mysterious region. Wasteland region, medicine capital. Hao turned around and looked towards the short mountain. That gray-clothed woman was too special. She left him with an extremely deep impression. Let's go, the big red bird said. Brother should be careful. The Immortal Mountain, heaven-mending sect, and the others are all terrifying inheritances. You've provoked them, and the grudge is now difficult to dissolve, said the flame crow. Along the way, their party began to discuss the ancient powers and couldn't help but bring up these ancient inheritances. They immediately thought of the powers Hao had offended. I'm not scared. My path needs to be this dazzling. I don't need the protection of those old ancestors, and I don't need their inheritances either. I will struggle for everything myself. The nine-headed lion, Huolinger, and Yun Shi all sighed. This fellow was originally an abandoned child. He originally had ties with a few great powers, yet he was ultimately cast aside. When they arrived at the foot of the mountain, they just happened to run into Divine Medicine Gate's respected elder Lin Kuan. He looked like he had seen a ghost because Hao was perfectly fine and not dead. You are still alive? His tone was a bit rigid and he had a bad feeling. He immediately turned around to run. However, could he outrun the Kuan Peng precious technique? A golden rainbow flew through the skies, cutting him off. Then, a golden fist slammed down. With a honglong sound, this area erupted with symbols, and it was as if lightning was hacking down on this place. Lin Kuan flew outwards. His chest shone brilliantly, and a defend character emerged and acted like a shield. It formed a barrier of light that blocked the power of this attack. Despite this being the case, Lin Kuan was still shaken. That kind of offensive power left him frightened. If he didn't have the symbol, he definitely would have died from that fist. This was still just a youth. How could a peak-level king figure like himself endure this? This was simply humiliating. Youngster, please calm your anger. Lin Kuan was ranting and raving. Originally, he had waited here to see Xiao's demise. But he never thought that this little monster would leave the mountain in such an easygoing manner. What he received in reply was vicious lightning. Purple Swan and I pounced over. Lightning danced about, completely submerging Lin Kuan within, making him tremble. Stop! This old one knows that he is at fault and is willing to pay the cost. He was extremely straightforward and admitted defeat, because he knew that even though he had a defend symbol on him, it would disappear sooner or later. Since this youth didn't die, with this devilish brat's angering gods and humans alike nature, he definitely wouldn't let him go. As long as Lin Kuan wasn't dealt with, the attacks wouldn't end. Xiao stopped and said, "Speak. How will you pay the price?" He did not put Lin Kuan in his eyes, and did not he treat him like a threat. Only he was currently unbearably angry. He had left Lin Kuan go in the past, yet he actually went to the gray-clothed woman to get revenge. This old one has several stocks of spiritual medicines. It can be used as compensation. Lin Kuan was hurriedly speaking, but he was cut off. I purchased 48 stocks of spiritual medicines at once. Would I lack your few stocks? Xiao was going to take advantage of this situation, because he truly lacked those few stocks. He still had a few good things on him, like the liquid from the Immortal Spring and the cup of archaic wine from the Kuanpeng Nest. But these couldn't be given out, as they were truly rare items. The other magical artifacts, refinement materials, and other items were all used up. He was practically penniless. Divine Medicine Gates respected Elder Lin Kuan grimaced. The other party was too strange. Who could purchase 48 stocks of spiritual medicines in one go? This situation was truly difficult to deal with. This old one's stocks of spiritual medicine are quite special and hard to find in the markets. They can even barely be called wondrous medicines, Lin Kuan said. He felt like his heart was bleeding, but he knew that he had to pay a great price this time. He had the urge to deploy the Divine Medicine Gate's power, but after thinking about Xiao's nature, he immediately forgot about this idea. The other party had even killed supreme experts before. What kind of sect wouldn't be scared of someone like this? If it was a normal noble king, he would have long called the medicine capital's experts to exterminate Xiao. Towards this youth that was willing to retaliate even against the Immortal Mountain and Heaven-Mending sect, he was rather scared and upset. He didn't want to get too deeply involved with this individual. Otherwise, once he rose to power, who would be able to fight against him? Many people were aware that as long as Xiao could continue living, there would eventually be a day when he would overlook the wasteland region. At that time, it would be difficult to defy his power. Wondrous medicine? How rare could it be? Explain. Xiao emotionlessly asked. Behind him, the big red bird laughed with high-hay sounds, while the nine-headed lion and the others became speechless. Huolinger and Yunxi's mouths twitched. They knew that even though this fellow seemed like he didn't care on the outside, he was inwardly bursting with joy. He was only loosening the reins a bit to grasp them better, moreover get a lot in one go. There is a stalk of golden herb. Lin Kuan clenched his teeth and almost spat out blood as he spoke. This was not an ordinary spiritual object. Not even one stalk could be found in all of the surrounding famous mountains and great rivers. This type of herb was extremely difficult to grow. Even if it bore seeds under normal situations, it would still be difficult to actually grow. It needed special spiritual earth in order for it to germinate. As a result, it was extremely rare and precious. Just a golden herb. Yet you want to settle this? Xiao laughed coldly. There is also a fallen moonflower. Lin Kuan's heart truly felt like it was leaking blood as he spoke. Behind them, the nine-headed lion and the others were shocked. They had heard about this type of spiritual medicine before, and it truly could be considered a wondrous medicine. It was rarely seen in this world. The so-called wondrous medicines stood apart from the masses and were extremely uncommon. Even if thousands of mountains or tens of thousands of waters were searched, it would be difficult to find even a few stalks of them. Fallen moonflower was an entirely snow-white plant. What was special about it was that its flower was like a silver disk that resembled a divine moon. Deep into the night, it would even release sparkling light and moonlight-like waves of light. The fragrance it produced could clear one's mind and allow one to easily comprehend the Tao. This time, Hao remained silent for a bit. Then he said, "These two aren't enough. Let's pay your residents a visit and take a look." Lin Kuan knew that he couldn't hold on to the treasures he had protected for all these years anymore. Those were all priceless, wondrous medicines. However, they were going to change owners today. The Divine Medicine Gate occupied the center of the medicine capital, because this city was risen up by their ancestral master. This place was constructed around that short mountain, and Lin Kuan had a courtyard on the backside of the mountain. As a respected elder, he held a revered position, so his residence was rather large and full of spiritual essence. There was a medicinal field that was protected by formations, and waves of dense mist curled about. After the formation was undone, as soon as they entered this small medicinal field, Hao's group immediately widened their eyes. A stalk of a completely golden herb had 6 leaves on it. It looked like it was carved out of gold, and dazzling radiance was being released. It was only a foot in height. A golden mist was rippling outwards, carrying a dense fragrance. Good stuff. Next to it was an entirely snow-white plant with flower petals that looked like moon discs. They flowed with holy splendor, and a fragrance that calmed one's heart and cleared one's mind wafted out. Is it really the wondrous medicine? The fallen moon flower? Hao was beaming and began to wipe away his saliva. The big red bird was making a similar motion. They really wanted to immediately devour that flower. Is that a purple star orchid? She was astonished. There weren't many stalks of these even within her heavenly divine mountain's medicinal field. This kind of plant was extremely rare. The orchid's fragrance assailed the nostrils. The plant was sparkling purple all over and only a palm size in height. Its leaves were extremely small, but every single one formed a 6-pointed star. It was extremely unique. It was like a palm-sized small tree that was full of small purple stars. Purple mist flowed about it. The fragrance it released was extremely special and far surpassed that of other spiritual orchids. A single leaf of this stalk of medicine could be exchanged in the markets for several stalks of normal spiritual medicine. This alone proved the astonishing value of the purple star orchid. This was all because he was a respected elder from the Divine Medicine Gate. Otherwise, who else would be able to hide these types of wondrous medicines for themselves? It would be hard to even find a single stalk like this. Within the medicinal field, there was another stalk of medicine, and this was the final stalk. It immediately caused Xianxia to cry out in alarm. This is actually eternal flowing gold. It was because even in the heavenly divine mountains, there were only 2 stalks. When it was needed, they would only pick off a few flower petals and definitely wouldn't damage the roots. Eternal flowing gold could grow up to a foot in height, making it seem like a small tree. The leaves on it were dim, but when the wind blew through it, all of the leaves would turn around, and the other side would release a brilliant splendor. This unique trait made it seem as if golden fragments were flowing about, as if endless years were passing by. It gave off a feeling that was rather difficult to describe. I've heard that the eternal flowing gold is ranked among the best even within wondrous medicines. Huolinger sighed as she spoke. The 9-headed lion and the others all nodded their heads. It was because when one refined medicines, as long as a little bit of the eternal flowing gold was added, the pill would become much more fragrant. This was a terrifying transformation that greatly increased the medicinal characteristics of the pills. There are only these 4 stalks? Hao seemed unsatisfied. Lin Kuan's cheeks were streaming with tears. These 4 wondrous medicines were still not enough. If it was anyone else, forget about bringing them out, he wouldn't even let them see it. An ordinary medicine refinement master might not even possess a single one. I am the Divine Medicine Gate's respected elder, Yet I've only managed to exchange for these 4 stalks of wondrous medicine with everything I had. He spoke while spitting out blood. In order to obtain these 4 stalks of medicine, he had depleted his savings. In reality, Xianxia was rather satisfied. He wanted to quickly become a supreme expert, and in order to do so, he absolutely had to obtain these wondrous medicines. These were primary ingredients that couldn't be substituted. Yet today they immediately found 4 stalks. This could be considered an extraordinary gain. You wanted to take my life before. If you want to get away with just 4 stalks, then it definitely wouldn't be enough. Xianxia tried to scare him. I really don't have any more. This is all I have. Lin Kuan became dejected. If he knew that this was how it would turn out, he definitely wouldn't have looked for trouble. This was the same as picking up a rock and smashing his own feet. In the end, Lin Kuan became anxious from the pressure and had no other choice. It was as if he thought of something as he said, I know where the golden medicine butterfly passed away. What's the point of telling me that? Xianxia seemed as if he wasn't particularly interested. Everyone other than him were so startled they almost spat out blood. Because that was the divine bug of the medicinal world. It was holy and divine. Far more precious than any treasure on this world. Golden medicine butterfly can find spiritual roots in all kinds of different places. As long as it is a spiritual medicine, it would be hard for it to escape detection. All of them would be found. Just from this fact alone, it became comparable to the sky-splitting demonic butterfly. There had always been a rumor circulating about that if a true pure-blooded golden medicine butterfly could still be found, it would definitely be hibernating within the medicinal capital and waiting for the day when it would appear again. You really know where it passed away? Xianxia asked. She came from the archaic divine mountains, so she understood how precious these bugs were. Lin Kuan's body felt sore. He nodded while clenching his teeth. Isn't it just some medicine butterfly? Something delicate like that might just die under my care. Xianxia said. The true golden medicine butterfly possesses powerful fighting strength and can be considered an archaic divine bug. Lin Kuan corrected. He pointed out, the one that I am talking about is even more unique. Xianxia became interested. Forget about everything else, just the divine bug title alone explained its value. At the very least, it could still be used as medicine, and it would be much more precious than the golden spider from the demonic spider lake. How is it different? The big red bird asked curiously. This was a larva that was brought back by the ancient medicine god. Rumor has it that it might be a golden ancestral butterfly. It could be considered superior to a golden butterfly, so some called it an emperor butterfly, Lin Kuan replied. The emperor butterfly is known as the only golden divine butterfly. All other golden medicine butterflies are servants that accompany its growth for protection, Lin Kuan said. What? The flame crow was astonished and didn't dare to believe what it was hearing. Just now, this respected elder was still talking about how rare this golden medicine butterfly was and how it was practically extinct, yet now he called them butterfly servants. Another type of value had just been added. The emperor butterfly is so rare that only a single one was seen during the archaic years. Apart from being able to find all spiritual roots, its fighting prowess was world-changing as well, said Lin Kuan. Xianxia said, I've heard that when the golden emperor butterfly made an appearance during the archaic years, a gentle flap of its wings crushed 3 deity realm demonic crack butterflies into pieces. How could that be? Everyone was astonished. How vicious of a creature was the demonic crack butterfly? It was practically invincible, let alone those at the deity realm. They had the power to look down on the world. This really is true. My divine medicine gate has recordings of that event, said Lin Kuan. Moreover, he explained that when the ancient medicine god went to look for a golden medicine butterfly, in the end, he obtained an emperor butterfly larva. In the end, the medicine god fell, and the larva was sealed within a divine ice jar. It had never made an appearance since. Do you really know where it is? Xianxia's eyes finally began to burn with passion. I know a bit. Lin Kuan nodded. He was inwardly unwilling, but he was rather scared of the killing disaster in front of him. Even though the medicine capital was relatively far from the source, he had still heard of the name devilish brat. Several years ago, this was still a small brat, yet he had already stirred up a storm in the void god realm and bullied everyone. A year ago, he killed his way to fame, defeating the dual-pupiled individual and killing a supreme expert to become the wasteland region's sole supreme youth. Towards this 10-or-so-year-old individual that angered gods and humans alike, as well as leaving great ancient sects helpless, Lin Kuan became more scared the more he thought about it. He deeply regretted provoking him. Everything he was doing now was simply to remedy the situation. At this moment, the group was all excited and extremely interested. Even Xianxia was incomparably moved. That was an emperor butterfly. Forget about its ability to find spiritual roots. Just its strength alone was known as world-changing. Not even the renowned archaic demonic sky-splitting butterfly, known for its terrifying fighting prowess, was its match. It was to the point where some people in the cultivation world speculated that if not for its single appearance during the archaic era, making it hard to evaluate potential, it might have been added into the archaic vicious 10. This wasn't some random nonsense and truly had been considered before. It was above the golden butterfly and granted the title divine butterfly. This divine bug was too powerful. If it had made an appearance a few more times, allowing for a more accurate assessment, the conclusion might have been heaven-defying. However, there were people who wondered why it only appeared once. After all these endless years, there couldn't have only been one instance, right? There was only one, and only after countless generations was a single one born. Xianxia said softly. This was a story that she had seen inside a dust-covered bone book in the heavenly divine mountain. How did it come into being? No one knew. A few heavenly ranked archaic creatures surmised that it might not have originated from this realm. After struggling intensely inside, Lin Kuan calmed down. He saw that Xianxia was interested and knew that he had avoided this disaster. The other party probably wouldn't want to take revenge on him anymore. After thinking carefully, he felt that the secret regarding a divine bug like this wasn't something that a formation arrangement realm elder like him could protect anyway. He might as well just use this as a chance to exchange for some karma. There was absolutely no need to think about Xianxia's potential. Right now, everyone knew that as long as he was given enough time, he could surpass the powerful individuals of any sect in the present age. After making this choice, he calmed down inwardly and no longer struggled inside. He didn't hesitate and began to walk towards a corner of the medicine field. He squatted down. After feeling about in the earth, a kacha sounded. Symbols lit up beneath the soil, and then it began to split apart with jia sounds. Lin Kuan extracted a stone case from the formation hole that was a square foot in size and handed it to Xianxia. Is it really the Emperor Butterfly? Everyone widened their eyes. They were all extremely nervous, and even their breathing became hoarse. Even Hualinger's full chest was rising and falling, and her beautiful eyes flickered with luster as she gazed at the seemingly ordinary stone case. Be careful. If it really is the Emperor Butterfly, even the larva alone would have unimaginable spirituality and powerful might. Xianxia excitedly warned. Towards these types of legendary creatures, she had always felt curiosity, as well as a sense of reverence for the later generation descendants of the archaic era. She truly wished to see the single Emperor Butterfly in existence. Lin Kuan was a bit embarrassed and said in a soft voice, "It is only some important clues. It isn't the hibernating larva." Everyone was a bit disappointed, but they also released a pent-up breath. After all, this was only natural. If a world-shocking divine bug had been brought out by a king-level figure, then that would be strange and inconceivable. When the stone case was opened, a bronze piece could be seen. There were hundreds of mysterious symbols on top, and despite being rather faint and full of mottled rust and scars, there was still a type of gentle and ancient feeling to it. This is half of the bronze piece. It has been recorded within our divine medicine gate that if the complete bronze magical artifact could be found, then the legendary Emperor Butterfly can be obtained, Lin Kuan explained. As for the piece in his hand, it was unintentionally discovered after entering this courtyard. An older generation figure obtained this bronze piece many years ago and sealed it here. Everyone felt somewhat discouraged. Countless years had passed since the ancient times, yet no one had obtained the other bronze piece. How were they supposed to search for the other piece? There are already some clues. That year when the medicine god fell, his possessions were passed on to his child, and this bronze piece was naturally in his hands as well. Lin Kuan explained. What? There are news regarding the medicine god's descendant, the nine-headed lion asked. Correct. His skeletal remains have been found. Lin Kuan nodded and then began to explain this matter in detail. That place was precisely the divine valley that was protected by 100 formations. Ever since the historical remains appeared, there would be many people searching about it each day, and as such a few clues were discovered. The big red bird immediately became unhappy. What kind of place was that? They couldn't enter at all. According to what the purple-clothed Yunshi said, the formations were most likely laid by a deity. It would be hard for anyone in the present age to break them. Something unexpected happened just yesterday. There was someone who found a secluded underground cave that leads straight into the Divine Valley yesterday, Lin Kuan said. How could that be? There was someone who could break through the formations arranged by a deity. Everyone became shocked. It was opened by an ancient individual. 3 formations were broken in succession, but he ultimately died inside. When someone entered inside, they saw many fragmented magical artifacts. There was also a jade tile that recorded the dead individual's identity, Lin Kuan said. After hearing this, everyone understood what happened. This matter is still a secret, so only a few people know about this. Right now, many great figures have moved out from the medicine capital and entered the Divine Valley where the formations have been broken to see if they could reap any benefits. When they heard these words, the group immediately couldn't sit still. After carefully understanding the situation, they were led by Lin Kuan quickly towards the ancient Divine Valley. Immortal energy continuously curled up around this area and auspicious light could vaguely be seen. The valley was extremely mysterious looking. This time, Hao did not head towards the place where the divine spiritual root could be seen, and instead, he directly arrived at a region surrounded by all types of formation banners. It was clear that this place had been controlled by someone. The banners fluttered, locking down this area. Mists surged viciously, making it so that practically nothing could be seen. Lin Kuan was also a great figure in the medicine capital, so he was allowed to bring his own people in as well. This place had been occupied by a few powerful experts, and normally no one could enter. The number of people Elder Lin has brought in is a bit high. Upon entering, the group was greeted by a few cultivators who were guarding the underground cavern. Otherwise, people would casually come and go. Lin Kuan smiled and exchanged conventional greetings with them. He then ultimately led Hao and the others inside without any obstruction. The underground cave was deep and isolated. Only after heading down 100 zhang were they able to travel on horizontal ground that lead to the valley. They could see how difficult it was to break through the formation back then, and how great of a price was paid to open up this route. There were still symbol remnants inside this ancient caverns, and the terrifying aura continued to diffuse through this area. If they hadn't been broken, a normal person would immediately die without leaving any remains upon coming into contact with those symbols. By traveling along the ancient cave, they soon arrived in a bright area. They had entered the inside of the mountain valley where the first formation previously lied. This place is like a world of its own? The flame crow gasped. Everyone became frightened. This region was too large, and they couldn't see the end from where they stood. They weren't sure just how many times larger this place was than the mountain valley they saw in the outside world. You have to understand that this was merely the first formation. Once hundreds were added together, how vast would that be? They all felt like they had a headache. Could a great wilderness have been condensed here? Everyone began to try and size up this first formation, but they found that it was truly endless. From this, it meant that the true size of the Divine Valley was even more limitless. I reckon that the 100 formations added together should cover several tens of thousands of li, maybe even more, Huolinger speculated. A territory as large as this made everyone's teeth sore. Just how ridiculous was this? This great formation covered tens of thousands of li. So just how great was the one who created such a thing? This was absolutely astonishing. What is the purpose of this? Who is so senseless as to bring about such an enormous formation? The nine-headed lion spoke in a rather troubled tone. There aren't any opportunities for life here. Sure Hao revealed an astonished expression. There wasn't much vegetation within this first formation, and the little that was here was scattered about. It seemed like all of the spiritual essence here had been sucked dry. Apart from protection formations, there are also spiritual congregation formations. They are all concentrated towards the center of the vast valley. The purple-clothed Yun, she spoke. The spiritual essence from tens of thousands of li shouldn't all be for the purpose of nurturing that single stalk of spiritual root, right? Huolinger revealed a look of shock. What kind of plant was that? If this was true, then the requirements for its growth was just too terrifying. Even Sure Hao was greatly shaken. This mountain valley was definitely laid out by an unmatched great figure, one that likely did not belong to this world. All of this was purposely left behind by someone to one day be picked up. Sure Hao said softly, if this was the case, then an unmatched individual would once again appear. Under Lin Kuan's lead, they once again entered the ancient cavern. This route led to the second formation, and there were definitely spatial symbols here. There was an incomparably vast distance, yet they quickly crossed it and arrived on the ground. As expected, the second formation was seemingly boundless as well. It covered just as much space as the first formation, and it was similarly devoid of life. There wasn't anything valuable here. Lin Kuan reminded, if we continue to advance, it will be dangerous. The medicine god's child died in the third formation, and he was only able to break through a portion of the restrictions. Let's go. Sure Hao only wanted to take a look, so he obviously wouldn't take risks. Upon entering the third formation, there was a safe region. There were already 100 or more people here that were currently studying the formation or trying to find something. These people consisted of great figures of the medicine capital along with their disciples and descendants. They were here to see if they could stumble upon any heavenly opportunities. Even though this chance had been given to them, the amount of things that could be gained here was limited. This safe area was not particularly large. Hazy mist blurred the surroundings, making it hard to see beyond them distinctly. Many people were searching in that area in hopes of obtaining something. There are quite a few magical artifact fragments. Sure enough, there were many ruined artifacts here like broken formation flags, shattered primordial symbol bones, and fractured medicinal cauldrons. Those are the remains of the senior. Lin Kuan spoke and pointed forward. The flesh on that body had long disappeared, and the bones were dark gray in color. It was extremely abnormal, as if it would crack apart from a light touch. It had suffered from the power of a terrifying formation. In addition, there was a spiritual gathering formation here that had completely extracted all of the body's essence. Staying here for too long will cause a severe drainage of one's essence. They hadn't stayed here for that long, but Sure Hao and the others already had this kind of feeling. The third formation hadn't been completely broken through, and as such, they couldn't even remain in this safe region for too long, or else there was a chance of dying. Elder Lin, you came? Someone greeted. The medicine god's heir is precisely our ancestral master and an extremely formidable figure. From our research, it seems like he managed to break into the deity level in the later stages of his life and followed a diagram here. The information they disclosed was extremely shocking, immediately startling Sure Hao. He couldn't help but observe with that dual pupil. Was it really a divine-level expert? Sure Hao trembled inwardly, because he noticed that a certain bone hadn't completely turned dark gray. There was a type of divine light flickering about it with the aura of a deity curling about. Even a divine individual only managed to break through 2.5 formations while possessing a portion of the formation diagram. Exactly how terrifying was this place? Sure Hao no longer had much hope, because this place was too dangerous. Moreover, after walking around this place, he didn't find the bronze piece. There really was one. Right when he felt like he wasted his time and was about to give up, the dual pupil inadvertently caught a strange aura that was the same as the bronze piece on him. When he carefully observed it, he immediately exulted. It was surprisingly the other half. This truly was an unexpected surprise. The bronze piece wasn't large, and green rust filled its surface. It rested just like that in the mist. This piece was definitely the other half of the bronze piece in Schurhau's possession, and the two pieces could be combined together to be made whole. If not for the dual pupil, he wouldn't have been able to notice it at all. The mist was rather strange and made it so that the naked eye couldn't see clearly though it. This once again proved how terrifying dual-pupiled individuals were. When can I cultivate a heavenly eye? I need to at least be able to see through these types of fabrications. Schurhau said to himself. Of course, now wasn't the time to be distracted. He felt a bit of a headache. The bronze piece wasn't in the safe region, so in order to obtain it, he needed to break through the formation and walk in. You really found it? The big red bird was shocked. They came here just to try their luck, and none of them thought that they would immediately find their target. This was something that had been lost since the ancient years. For it to appear again now was truly outside of their expectations. Even Lin Kuan was stupefied. He had already come here yesterday and carefully looked around. After almost overturning this place, he didn't find a single thing. He never thought that the savage youth actually had such great luck and was able to directly see it. This was just too unreasonable, making his originally resigned heart once again curse fiercely. Could it be that the legendary divine butterfly really was going to make a reappearance? Lin Kuan was momentarily dumbstruck. Even though he was already well on in his years, his blood began to stir again like a young man. There is a chance of seeing the legendary existence. He trembled as he spoke to himself. Schurhau and the others were all stirred up inwardly. They silently thought hard about a way to bring out that bronze piece, but none of them dared to indiscriminately take action. You have to understand that even a deity-level figure died here after only breaking through 2.5 formations. The distance isn't that far. We might be able to use precious techniques to shift it over, said the Rainbow Luan. It was eager to give it a try. Be careful. We'll use our protective techniques on you. The big red bird's eyes flickered with light. Let's see. Ever since arriving in the medicine capital, the Rainbow Luan had always maintained his human form. Otherwise, their group would immediately be recognized by others. It sat near the edge of the formation. 5 brightly colored feathers rose from its back, each a different color. Then, with a schwa sound, they swept out 5 streaks of divine light and entered the formation. Hong! At this moment, a terrifying scene erupted within the 3rd formation. It was as if sky-high ocean waves were engulfing all directions. Forget about the area that hadn't been broken through yet. Just the safe region was trembling violently from the violent fluctuations. Felt like it was going to crush everyone to pieces. With a pu sound, the Rainbow Luan coughed out a mouthful of blood and his face paled. The 5-colored divine light had been devoured and its own body suffered a great recoil. How terrifying! It was just a small test without entering the formation, yet it produced a counterattack of this level. Schurhau frowned. He knew that he had encountered a huge problem. Who is it that is randomly taking action? Do you want to kill everyone here? In the distance, several important figures of the medicine capital berated angrily. Lin Kuan hurriedly went up and talked with them for a while before their anger was quelled. Afterwards, he was able to learn about what had happened in the past day. These people had also taken action before, and as a result, quite a few people became wounded. It was to the point where there was even one particularly brave expert who, for the sake of scattering the mist, entered the formation. He directly exploded, and both his body and spirit were extinguished. The formation of a deity is definitely not something mortals can touch. A great calamity inevitably awaits those that tread inside, said the purple-clothed Yunshi. Then what can we do? The big red bird was extremely unwilling. If he hadn't seen it, then it couldn't be helped. Now that it was so close, it was hard not to take action. Schurhau wandered about this area. He naturally wouldn't back off here. He looked at the magical artifact fragments scattered about. These were all left behind by the heir of the medicine god. There is a formation diagram, but it is already in tatters. Only a damaged portion remains. Lin Kuan knew about this information, but it was simply useless. The formation couldn't even be broken through with the complete formation diagram. Or else how could the medicine god's heir have died here? Don't act randomly. Heavenly deities are too high above us, and their methods are not things we can comprehend. The formations they left behind can kill deities. Xianxia warned. In fact, after learning about the circumstances, Hao and the others' heads all felt sore. Forget about using precious techniques. Just the divine awareness they sent out was devoured by the formation. The big red bird was the most unfortunate. A part of his spiritual force was cut off and dissolved within. Using force was definitely not an option. The dangers associated were too great. The bronze piece fell inside the formation, yet it didn't break. How sturdy is it? Hao was startled by this fact, because he found that all other magical artifacts were broken to pieces once they entered the formation. It truly is a good item. It hasn't been destroyed by the great formation. The nine-headed lion nodded. Hold on, let me take a careful look. What exactly is it? Hualinger spoke. She wanted to take a look at the bronze piece in Hao's possession. Did you discover anything? The flame crow asked. It seems rather familiar. I've seen it before in an old book. It seems to be a type of precious case, Hualinger said. You're right, it really is as such. The purple-clothed Xianxia was astonished. These two individuals' origins were all unordinary, and they understood quite a few things about the ancient era. The latter in particular came from the archaic divine mountains, so she naturally knew even more. The archaic precious case was a term called by the people of the later generations. It was what great figures in the archaic years used to store their precious things. Typically, what was stored inside were all treasures. The true name was interspatial case. This type of case was extremely special. Apart from the owner, others typically could not destroy or open it. The big red bird's face immediately fell. Even the precious case was broken in half, so what stuff was there to speak of inside? This is just too upsetting. Wrong, the items inside the precious case might not necessarily be destroyed. It should still be inside. This kind of item is rather extraordinary, or else why would the experts of the archaic era store their greatest treasures inside? Xianxia said. Hualinger also mentioned something she had heard. There was someone in the past who found an interspatial case, and after unexpectedly opening it, a large divine treasury was revealed. These stories immediately made these people's eyes burn with passion. Since we know it is an archaic precious case, we might be able to do something. Xianxia smiled as she spoke. It was as if she thought of something. Hao looked like he thought of something. While holding the bronze piece, he quietly tested it with divine force. It immediately released brilliant light, and over 100 symbols rose. It actually lit up. It's so bright. Several people cried out in alarm. Not only did the bronze piece in Hao's hand light up, the other half in the formation was like this as well. The rust came off, and over 100 symbols lit up. It seemed like the other piece was summoned and there was some kind of interaction between the two. This situation startled everyone else, and they looked over. It moved. The bronze piece in the formation was actually moving slowly along the ground in this direction. Hong! Suddenly, a thick bolt of lightning hacked down on that bronze piece. Normal magical artifacts would definitely have been crushed to pieces, but this bronze piece was not. Outside the formation, Hao's body trembled. The bronze piece in his palm jerked about, as if it was trying to escape his grip. The bronze piece in his hand wasn't the only one like this, as the piece in the formation was similarly being called over, as if it couldn't be held in place. This stuff really is strange and mysterious. Not even the killing light of a divine formation could destroy it, and even Hao is struggling to hold it in place. The big red bird was shocked. Other people became envious and crowded around this place. Come out! Hao shouted in a low voice. With a wung sound, brilliant light erupted within his hands, as if there was a small sun there. Over 100 symbols surrounded the bronze piece and shone with incomparably dazzling light. Similarly, the bronze piece in the formation was also like this. This time, it finally flew towards this direction. Hong long long. It was as if the sky and earth were turning upside down. The fluctuations within this formation were extremely terrifying, and the space seemed like it was going to explode. All types of divine light rushed outwards, wreaking havoc within the formation. They hacked down on the bronze piece, but they still weren't able to destroy it. Dang! Finally, the final ringing sound was released, and the two pieces collided. The thread-like seam between the two emitted dazzling light, and then it quickly dimmed, forming a fist-sized rectangular bronze piece. It doesn't look like some case and instead seems to be completely solid. The nine-headed lion spoke. Wrong. After it is activated, it will form a small world, and stored within are the treasures. The purple-clothed Xianxia spoke. What? The big red bird began to drool. A precious case like this could contain a small world. This was obviously a rare divine object. No wonder the archaic experts used these items to keep their treasures. Dao friends, what kind of treasure did you obtain? Would you allow us to take a look? The people behind them saw the precious case shine as bright as a sun with their own eyes. Now that this place became calm again, there were some individuals with fervent expressions revealing their greed. Let's leave this place first, Xianxia said. He did not mind fighting against these people and completely suppressing them, but he wasn't in the mood right now. He wanted to immediately open the precious case. An expanse of golden light surged and surrounded all of them as he used the Kuan Peng technique. He turned into a streak of golden lightning and quickly left this place. They left the great formation and arrived outside the mountain valley. Their group immediately began to study this interspatial case. Apart from the owner, it is hard for anyone else to open it unless there is some coincidence or unexpected event. Quillinger sighed and said, they didn't encounter any unexpected events. The interspatial case repeatedly exchanged hands, but none of them were able to open it. Even Lin Kuan was envious and gave it a try, but in the end he helplessly gave up. The Emperor Butterfly is inside this precious case. Could it be that there might be even other divine treasures inside? It was useless no matter how much the big red bird salivated. In the end, Xianxia clenched his teeth. While holding the precious case, he transmitted sound secretly to the little pagoda and said, use up one transaction. The little pagoda replied, Wu, same rules. The sunstone from last time will use up one chance to help you. It will be used up now. Xianxia felt like he was bleeding inwardly. This good for nothing. How precious was the sunstone. It was known as remarkable treasure. The price to ask for its help even once was just too extravagant. That won't do. This time, I want you to help me break into this mountain valley and fetch the stock of precious medicine. This precious case is just opened along the way, Xianxia said. Even though he knew that the little pagoda would most likely declare a high price since there were over 100 formations here, he never expected it to be so terrifyingly ridiculous. Unless you exchange with over 100 heavenly treasures, it's impossible. The little pagoda was extremely straightforward. You are too much of a swindler. Xianxia was furious. Of course, this all was transmitted inwardly, so no one outside was aware of what was going on. Do you even know what kind of formation this is? Even if deities came, most of them would die. That spiritual root inside the valley in particular is something you should just forget about. That is something that a person temporarily planted in this world. Misery will befall anyone that tries to move it, and it will definitely provoke that individual into descending. The little pagoda warned in an extremely grave tone. Xianxia was frightened. This place was formidable after all. One must know how to be content with what one has. If you truly can obtain the Emperor Butterfly, then that is also a heaven-defying opportunity, said the little pagoda. It actually had such a high evaluation towards this type of golden butterfly. Xianxia gave this ancient case a final look and felt his heart pound. No wonder the gray-clothed woman warned him to leave the medicine capital. It seemed like this place was going to become a war ground. Fine. Help me open this interspatial case first, Xianxia said. I hope your luck is good enough to obtain it. The Emperor Butterfly might not be weaker than the Vicious 10. As for how great its worth is, it is something you can well imagine, the little pagoda said. It was only around the size of a thumb and sparkling snow-white in color, flowing about with sparkling luster as it rested in Xiao's hair. What? Hao was shocked. Was the golden divine butterfly really as powerful as the rumors claimed, being able to contend against the world's most powerful existences? It is merely speculation at this point. The little pagoda spoke calmly. After all, the emperor butterfly was too mysterious and only made a single appearance in the archaic era. It had never appeared again. As for the current situation, the little pagoda couldn't guarantee anything, to the point where it didn't even think there was an emperor butterfly here. It was more normal for this realm to not have an existence like that. In this realm, there was only a single instance of its appearance during the ancient times. Moreover, it was a hurried one, and no trail was left behind afterwards. So mysterious, Hao said quietly. He began to feel more and more that the emperor butterfly's background was heaven-defying. Forget about its innate precious techniques and other great abilities. Just its appearance alone was a great mystery. Hao became the devilish child again. At this moment, his eyes turned into crescents and shone brilliantly. His delicate and pretty face was all smiles, and in the end, he couldn't help but wipe away a bit of drool. "This fellow is smiling in such a lowly manner," the big red bird said. On the other side stood Hualinger and Yunxi, and when they saw Hao's current appearance, they thought that he was thinking bad thoughts, making them furious and humiliated. "Brother, you should stop while you can with those amorous glances. The sky hasn't even darkened yet." The flame crow couldn't keep watching and chuckled while speaking. This truly was a situation that was easy to misunderstand. Hao was wiping his saliva and smiling in a peculiar way, while there were two outstanding young beauties in front of him. So how could others not misunderstand? "Let me warn you, even though I want that magical artifact back, I still won't compromise like that. You better not be thinking any random thoughts," Yunxi said in an ashamed and resentful manner. "Dong." As for Hualinger, she was more direct, immediately hitting Hao on the head. The sound that was produced wasn't soft, indicating that she had used quite a bit of force. "What are you all doing?" Hao asked after completing sobering up. Then he wiped away his saliva again. His mood was extremely great, and when he looked at each person, his gaze was extremely gentle. "Your lowly smile," the big red bird muttered. "Dong." Hao flicked him with his finger, making the big red bird cry out. With the strength of the devilish brat that could tear apart metal and stone, the big red bird immediately flew outwards and cried out in owl sounds. Those that didn't know where it came from would think that it came from a wolf and not a bird. "Let's go." Hao turned around, being the first to leave. He was full of expectation and wanted to find a place to break into the interspatial case. This place wasn't suitable, because those from the formation followed his every move. Could it be that I guessed wrong? The flame crow became doubtful. An expanse of golden light appeared. Hao once again used the Kuan-Peng technique to surround everyone. They turned into an expanse of indistinct multicolored light and quickly shot through the air away from the Divine Valley. They didn't return to the medicine capital and instead entered a mountain range. Hao wanted to ask the little pagoda to take action here to avoid startling people with possible large disturbances. After thinking for a bit, Hao informed everyone that he was going to enter isolation training to open this precious case. Everyone was amazed. After understanding what it was, they all lost hope. It was simply impossible to break. It was because these precious objects that contained a huge world were just too rare and impossible to open. Unless one understood the intricate symbol arrangement inside, there was no chance. "Can you really open the precious case?" The purple-clothed Yunxi revealed a look of astonishment. "There's no need to be skeptical. As long as I'm given time, even a path to the heavens can be opened." Hao smiled and said. This kind of giddy smile was no different from the one several years ago within the 100 Shattering Mountains. This immediately made Yunxi grind her teeth inwardly. She thought that after becoming a king-level figure, he would become more dignified and didn't think that he would remain the same. From the ancient times until today, there has been others who have witnessed this archaic precious case, but only a single instance where they actually opened it. Yunxi's tone carried a type of arrogance, because she absolutely couldn't stand this devilish brat's cockiness. Every time she saw that expression, she would immediately think of that extremely embarrassing scene. "Whoever doesn't believe me can make a wager with me," Xianxia said. Everyone became a bit shocked because they noticed that Xianxia seemed to have quite a bit of confidence. They didn't know why he suddenly had this much confidence. Could it be that he really could open it? This was a mountain range that was full of dense spiritual essence. There wasn't any savage feeling in the mountains and rivers around the medicine capital. And on the contrary, it was full of spirituality. Clear springs flowed and mists curled about. After hearing him speak like this, everyone became extremely hopeful and incredibly curious. They urgently wanted to know what the interspatial case contained and whether or not there really was a hibernating emperor butterfly. "If you lose, then you have to return the magical artifact to me." Only the purple-clothed Xianxia from the heavenly divine mountains wanted to wager. "Sure, no problem. But if you lose, you'll dig out your mountain stock of divine medicine for me." Xianxia was all smiles. "No way." Xianxia directly shook her head. The divine medicine was tied to their race's prosperity and decline. Not even the heavenly ranked archaic celestial race could be that generous. "Then you have to go protect my village," Xianxia said. "You?" Xianxia stared at him with her beautiful eyes, her expression constantly fluctuating. In the end, she clenched her teeth and said, "I am not betting anymore. Sigh, what a disappointment. When can I bring one back? It has to be good-looking and they have to be strong too. It's so hard to find," Xianxia said in a sighing voice. The others all began to chuckle, and only Hualinger shot him a look. "Why don't you just eat a few more pig ears? Once you become a bit more powerful, you'll be able to do it." Xiaxia's eyes shone with light as she looked at Hualinger. The latter didn't shrink back and similarly stared at her. "Killing intent." The big red bird spoke in an extremely alert manner as if he was deadly earnest. On the mountain peak, the ancient trees weaved about and strange stones laid about in disarray. It was extremely tranquil. Xianxia warned repeatedly, "Little pagoda, you have to be careful. From what that girl said, this thing is extremely dangerous. Even though your power is great and can forcefully open it, it might destroy the small world inside, causing its space to collapse. That's the most terrifying result." "I was never going to use brute force," said the little pagoda. A thread of chaotic energy flew out and entered this fist-sized bronze piece. Moments later, several hundred mysterious symbols lit up and densely covered the bronze piece's surface, making it appear extremely brilliant. Eventually, it didn't even seem like a bronze piece anymore and instead, a piece of extraordinary and beautiful divine jade. It unexpectedly began to turn sparkling and translucent. The interior really is solid without any space inside. Xianxia was astonished. Then he became a bit nervous, fearing that he had been happy for no reason. The little pagoda didn't use its unmatched power to destroy it and instead silently studied it. Then, it controlled a strand of chaotic energy to disturb the sequence of those symbols and move them about. This bronze precious case continuously shone, becoming more and more brilliant. An expanse of metallic symbols imprinted themselves in the air, continuously rearranging and quickly interweaving about. "The space is becoming unstable." In the distance, a few people became shocked. They clearly felt that the world was distorting and trembling. On top of that mountain peak, Xianxia was extremely astonished because after those symbols linked up and interweaved, they actually formed a gate. A gate was opened in the void, leading to a small world. Too mysterious, Xianxia exulted. He knew that it had succeeded. "You should go and accept it," the little pagoda informed him, telling him that he could enter. Xianxia walked through the gate and entered a world of nothingness. This place was dark and not very large. At the center was a stone table. "Powerful," the big red bird shouted. The group all ran forward to enter that small world together. "Wow, this is just too stingy. There's only a stone table and not any divine treasuries." The flame crow was disappointed. "Success," Xianxia smiled. In his hands was a piece of beast skin, and quite a few things were recorded here by the medicine god. The medicine god's so-called Emperor Butterfly originated from this interspatial case. The reason he was able to open it was because he obtained the secret incantation to open the precious case from an archaic cave. There is no Emperor Butterfly? The nine-headed lion asked. It's within the medicine capital. It is recorded quite clearly on here, Xianxia said. After the medicine god opened the case, he brought out the creature. He was going to draw power from the underground ancestral root to nourish it. Everyone went up and looked over the piece of beast skin. The group of people was shocked to find that the Emperor Butterfly's incubation required a nearly endless amount of worldly essence. Otherwise, how could it display such extraordinary power and capabilities? There was an ancestral root beneath the medicine capital, also known as the World Life Gate. It was the best place to raise the egg of a bug and allow it to hatch. It was sealed under that short mountain in the ancestral root? Lin Kuan was astonished. It actually resided within their sect's most important place. However, that was a place no one could enter. Could it be that it appeared earlier and ran away? The big red bird asked. It won't. It was recorded clearly here. Xianxia pointed towards the beast's skin. Back then, when the interspatial case was first opened, the medicine god found the butterfly egg sealed within a divine ice container. Upon extracting it, he sent it to the medicine capital's underground ancestral root and laid down a special formation. Once the divine egg was incubated and nourished for a while, it would be sent back into the divine ice container and be sealed. The medicine god wanted to personally open the divine ice container and use all of his time and energy to subdue and raise the Emperor Butterfly. Unfortunately, he passed away, not given the opportunity to wait for the divine bug to reemerge. The medicine god was extremely cautious. He was scared of not being able to subdue this creature that isn't any bit weaker than the archaic Vicious 10. Huolinger said. Everyone nodded. Even one as powerful as the medicine god acted so carefully. He was waiting for the optimal time when he could completely devote himself to raising this divine butterfly. All of these preparations, yet he can't benefit from any of it. The big red bird wasn't sincere at all as he spoke. I've truly found it. At this moment, the divine medicine gate's respected elder Lin Kuan felt as if part of his soul had been lost. He didn't dare to believe everything that had happened. You have to understand that these were all things from legends. The more one understood, the more terrifying it was. The bronze piece from the ancient past was made whole, and the whereabouts of the Emperor Butterfly was made known. Elder Lin Kuan, I won't forget about you in the future. Xianxia spoke up and patted his shoulder. Lin Kuan snapped back to reality. He had already given it out, so why regret at this point? Moreover, he knew that even if the Emperor Butterfly was in his hands, he wouldn't be able to raise it. It required too much, so he couldn't even maintain it. Moreover, this might not be a completely terrible investment. If Xianxia could calmly rise to greatness, how many people would be able to keep him in check in the future? After returning to the medicine capital, these people quickly began to move. They searched about the medicine capital to open the ancient restrictions and fetch the divine ice container. 2 days later, based on what was recorded on the beast's skin, they found 8 small altars underground around the medicine capital. They successfully activated them. They didn't rush into the divine medicine gate and instead waited outside the short mountain, waiting for the formation to deliver the divine ice container out. Why did the spiritual essence become so much denser? At this moment, quite a few people became astonished, revealing looks of confusion and puzzlement. Within the divine medicine gate, there were even more people that were incredibly bewildered. The short mountain immediately became hazy and released endless spiritual essence. As the mist drifted about, this place seemed like an immortal mountain. In the depths of the underground ancestral root was a pond. It flowed with misty divine, multicolored light. This was liquid formed from the underground spiritual root. It released an exuberant life force and possessed a type of immortal energy. A snow-white container was submerged at the very bottom. At this time, symbols appeared one after another, creating a formation. They surrounded the container, and with a chi sound, it was sent out. Spiritual essence surged within the pond. Endless divine light was transmitted from the bottom. The divine ice container had already disappeared from this place and appeared in the outside world. Outside the mountains, in a relatively far place, was an abandoned courtyard. Broken walls and tall grass that reached half a person's height filled this area. These were ruins. People said that the medicine god had taken residence here in the past. Later on, it became an area of historical remains, a place where his descendants came to pay respects and homage. Sure how, the nine-headed lion and the others had waited here for a long time already. The debris was moved out of the way, the ruins were cleaned out, and the earth was dug out, revealing a small altar. With a wong sound, white light flickered. A container appeared on top of the altar that wasn't that large, only being the size of a fist. It was snow-white and sparkling. Its abrupt appearance suddenly attracted everyone's attention. Shurehao's eyes shone with brilliant light. His large eyes immediately narrowed, revealing his incomparable excitement and happiness. The others were excited as well. They felt as if this was a bit unreal, never expecting that this would actually succeed. From the ancient times until now, so many years had passed. The divine ice container from the past was actually still there. This is too great. We succeeded. The legendary creature is going to make another appearance in this world. The big red bird cheered, not able to hold himself back. We really did find it. This belonged to the ancient medicine god, and rumor has it that he has visited thousands of mountains and tens of thousands of waters. He has searched endless archaic remains, and only after searching through myths and legends did he find it. Yet right now, it is actually in front of our eyes. Lin Kuan's face was full of astonishment. Hualinger's pretty face was completely red, and her beautiful appearance was full of smiles. Coming to the medicine capital actually resulted in such a great harvest. It really was a bit inconceivable. They've even found something straight out of a legend. She was also at a loss for words. Her sparkling white face carried shock. This was definitely an extraordinary opportunity. Obtaining this divine bug signified that one equal to the archaic Vicious 10 was about to re-emerge into this world. Regardless of whether it was the Emperor Butterfly or its divine ability, they were both incredibly profound. If news of this was announced to the world, it would raise a tremendous disturbance. Unfortunately, no one in the outside world knew right now. Shurehaо had obtained something extraordinarily great. Currently, the medicine capital's spiritual essence was becoming richer and richer. In particular, at the heart where the short mountain was, thread after thread of multicolored light was released, forming a mist that rose to form rosy clouds. It was extremely beautiful. What happened? More and more people were shocked. They expressed their puzzlement. The divine medicine gate appeared particularly special. A few elders and their disciples looked towards this divine mountain and revealed looks of shock. They recalled a few legends. In the ancient years, this mountain was precisely like this, only it was sealed up later on by the medicine god. As a result, the spiritual essence began to surge only underneath the ground and rarely seeped out. Now that this scene has appeared, could it be that the underground formation was broken? It was to the point where some people had heard that the short mountain was suppressing something. As a result, they speculated that it was likely to make an appearance now. The divine medicine gate immediately began to clamor with noise. Many people hurried towards the short mountain in hopes of finding out what was going on. On top of the short mountain, an ancient well was gushing with auspicious multicolored light. Spiritual essence surged, making this seem more and more like the precious home of an immortal. It was clear that the gray-clothed woman noticed what was going on. As she stood with her legs crossed, she gazed into the distance, as if she could see through space and nothing could hide from her. In the ruins, Shurehao sealed the ice container inside the interspatial case. Then, he placed it inside the small pagoda to hide its aura. Soon after, 2 streaks of light broke through the spiritual mist and shot over as if they came from the eyes of a deity. Hualinger and the others were immediately left with a wave of shock. Shurehao's heart and mind jumped wildly. The distance should already be far enough, and the ancient deity's formation delivered it out, yet it still startled that person? She truly was too powerful. Even the location of something sent out by the formation of a deity could be located by her? This was just too horrifying. Xianxia was inwardly nervous and summoned the courage to look in that direction. He felt as if this was a bit too unreasonable. They weren't even close to the short mountain and were instead far away in the surroundings, so how could he still have been discovered? You haven't left yet. The gray-clothed woman sat on top of the short mountain and looked at the distant Xianxia. She was surrounded by white immortal mist, making her appear extremely mysterious and giving her an immortal feeling. The distance was truly far, but this region could still be considered a downtown area. Its position was still accurately determined. This was a bit too frightening. Older sister, I left behind some stuff. I'm about to leave. On top of the debris, an extremely pure smile hung from Xianxia's face. However, he was feeling extremely unsteady inside. There was such a huge distance between the two, yet the other party's eyes swept over like two divine rainbows. It was just too shocking. Was this the legendary undefeated ancient power, dual pupils? Did she find out? That should be impossible, right? How could the location of something sent out by the formation of a deity be accurately pinpointed? The nine-headed lion transmitted in secret. His thoughts were in complete chaos. You are looking down on me. Even though there was so much distance between them, those words were still clearly transmitted over. The gray-clothed woman's mood wasn't bad, and her tone carried a bit of amusement. She was just too intelligent and otherworldly. What? No mouths were opened, and only a message was sent through divine awareness. So how could she hear it? The nine-headed lion was scared and upset. Stop thinking nonsense and don't use your divine awareness. This older sister grasps the mind connection type of world-shocking precious technique. Xianxia said. Yun Shi, Huolinger, Rainbow Luan, and the others became momentarily stupefied. It was this terrifying? Even somebody's thoughts could be heard? The most ridiculous part was that this could all happen under such a great distance. This individual was too mysterious and terrifying. I am aware that there is something incredible sealed within this short mountain, but I decided not to seize it. I deduced that I wouldn't be able to raise it. On top of the short mountain, the gray-clothed woman seemed more and more otherworldly. Her beautiful hair scattered downwards, her large eyes were extremely quick-witted, and her forehead was sparkling white. There was a unique type of intelligence to her. This was a beauty so great that it couldn't be matched. Xianxia was shocked. The other party knew what there was. As if she knew what he was thinking, the corners of the gray-clothed woman's lips curled up. Even though she was an ancient deity, there was still a lively charm to her voice. I have mind connection, so finding out this isn't much. Xianxia's face immediately fell. He felt a wave of nervousness. Did they waste all of their efforts? The other party knew about everything. I've sensed that you have something on you that can allow it to continue living. Moreover, since this creature was obtained by you, I naturally wouldn't fight with you over it. The gray-clothed woman said. Xianxia released a breath of air. Worthy of being called a heavenly talent of the ancient era. This type of heart and bearing was too extraordinary, leaving others with nothing to say. If it was another person, how could they let such a thing go? Big sister, you're truly a wonderful woman. This was sincere admiration. Yun Shi, Huolinger, and the others were all rolling their eyes. This fellow's skin was truly thick. They already realized that this was an ancient, unrivaled, legendary figure, yet he truly had the nerve to call her big sister. When it becomes a butterfly, I will bring it 3 gifts, said the gray-clothed woman with a smile. She was rather happy, and her sparkling pretty face carried a type of lively and intelligent aura. It did not match her identity at all. Xianxia was speechless, but he ultimately nodded. The spiritual essence in the medicine capital was dense, and the short mountain became more and more indistinct. The gray-clothed woman was covered by the immortal mist. Her gaze had already been collected. The people here looked at each other in dismay. In the end, they didn't waste all of that effort. Xianxia was glad. However, inwardly he still remained vigilant. That undefeated legend was far more powerful than he had imagined. When things calmed down, The others looked towards Xianxia, anxiously waiting to see that legendary creature. He brought out the bronze piece from the little pagoda. Because he obtained the beast's skin, he already knew how to open the interspatial case. Multicolored light flickered, and hundreds of symbols interweaved before ultimately revealing a void gate shining with holy radiance. He quickly entered the small world. So cold! Xianxia immediately released his grip, and the container landed on the altar. This was just too cold. It was cold enough to freeze one's soul. When he first obtained it, he made use of precious techniques and didn't touch it with his body. Only now did he experience firsthand how ice-cold it really was. The big red bird thought that Xianxia was trying to scare them and didn't believe it. As soon as he touched it, a layer of frost appeared on its body, as if it was going to freeze him rigid. He immediately released a cry and quickly backed up. Without touching it, one couldn't feel it. However, once they reached out their hands, the ice-cold sensation would be unbearable. The nine-headed lion and the others were all curious. Hualinger and Xianxia also gave it a try, but as a result, their faces all became pale and they staggered in reverse. This truly was a strange object. The fist-height divine ice container was enough to freeze a powerful cultivator to death. This type of divine ice will never melt, and it is a holy treasure that can freeze flesh and eternally preserve it. It can nourish the body and soul. During the archaic years, not even deities could obtain it. After Xianxia carefully thought for a bit, she recalled a short anecdote recorded in the ancient texts. It was rumored that the divine ice did not originate from this world. Everyone was amazed. Forget about the emperor butterfly, even the container was a rare and priceless treasure. Everyone, don't act recklessly. I am going to undo the seal based on what was recorded on the beast skin. Xianxia stopped talking and activated the symbols. He sent his divine force into the divine ice container. Its entire body was snow-white, and there were quite a few symbols on top of it. In the next moment, it immediately released light and then soundlessly opened. They did not encounter any difficulties. Forget about the big red bird, the flame crow, and the others. Even Xianxia and Hualinger no longer cared about their images as they shoved their way towards the container to carefully see what was inside. A golden pill! The big red bird released a strange cry. The others were astonished as well. There was no divine butterfly, only a golden pill the size of a dragon-eye fruit. Its round and shining body was releasing a golden splendor. It really isn't a bug or a butterfly. There is even some medicinal fragrance. We've been fooled, the flame crow cried out. The medicinal fragrance wafted through the air and refreshed everyone's minds, making them feel as if their pores were relaxing. It was an extremely comfortable feeling, as if they were going to ascend into the sky. This shouldn't be the legendary 9 Reincarnations divine pill, right? The big red bird cried out in astonishment. The rumored 9 Reincarnations divine pill could immediately allow one to become a deity upon consuming it. Only there hadn't been many who could refine it since the ancient times. It was known as the heaven-defying divine pill. Xianxia was also speechless. He removed the golden pill and held it in his palm to carefully observe it. A fragrance was wafting from this perfectly round, flawless pill. If he were to tell others that this was not a divine pill and instead a creature, no one would believe him. Cut it and divide it. If we eat it, we might immediately soar to greatness. The big red bird wiped his drooling saliva again and again. Go and wait on the side. Xianxia gave it a kick. He probed it with his divine senses to see if he could find any fluctuations of life. However, he was left with disappointment. The golden pill was isolated from everything and could not be investigated. It seemed extremely mysterious. It moved. The rainbow Luan was pleasantly surprised and became extremely excited. After Xianxia probed it with his divine senses, the golden pill actually began to move. Then it suddenly stretched out, no longer being a sphere, turned into a golden silkworm. It can change. It was clearly just a divine Dan just now. More precisely, it wasn't a silkworm, but rather a divine bug. This creature was rather chubby, and its body was sparking and translucent. It seemed a bit bashful, and it didn't like being surrounded and watched. His eyes widened. They were large and extremely beautiful, and there was a type of astonishing spirituality inside of them. It seemed rather bashful, and with a chi-lu sound, it turned into a golden streak of light and jumped toward Shi-Hao's neck. It hid under his collar to hide from everyone's gazes. Everyone became astonished. It was too fast, like a streak of golden lightning. It sniffed, and as if it noticed something, it became extremely happy. It began to move around Shi-Hao's body, as if it was demanding something. Could it be that I actually have something on me that is extremely important for you that could raise you? Shi-Hao was astonished. At the same time, he was full of joy inside. It was extremely small, and its entire body was golden and rather chubby. There was a unique medicinal scent that was emanating from its body. As it roamed around Shi-Hao's collar, it seemed rather bashful, but also expressed its intimacy. What do you want? Shi-Hao's collar was rather itchy after this sparkling and translucent divine bug attached itself to him. He was excited, but at the same time he was a bit worried. More than one person had said that this little thing wasn't easy to raise. Under normal circumstances, it simply couldn't survive. Who knew what kind of stuff it ate and how to tend to it? It was an emperor butterfly, and once it matured, it would become comparable to the archaic vicious 10. However, if it died due to improper care, not only would that be an offense, it would become a joke. You aren't allowed to be picky with your food. You have to be good and continue living, Shi-Hao said quietly. He grabbed it and stroked it, giving him a refreshing feeling. Moreover, his fingers immediately became permeated with a type of fragrance. Why did it look like a divine pill that developed intelligence? Everyone was suspicious. This fragrance was incredibly intoxicating, refreshing their minds and gladdening their hearts. They felt as if their bodies were completely relaxed and floating about. It is rumored that the most divine and sacred creatures would carry their race's most primitive innate aura at birth, Xianxia said. She was trembling inwardly. She remembered seeing a short paragraph on a bone fragment that matched the divine bug in front of her eyes. The divine butterfly could find all types of spiritual medicines in this world, so the egg that it bore would naturally carry medicinal fragrance. This creature had just emerged, and so the condensed scent hadn't scattered yet. This was its innate divine essence. Come, let Uncle take a look. The big red bird drooled. It was a bird species, so when it saw a young bug, it couldn't help but want to eat it, let alone a divine bug that released such an enticing medicinal fragrance. Shi-Hao slapped him to the side with a single palm. After thinking for a bit, he decided that he shouldn't stay here for too long. Staying in these ruins would draw too much attention. Soon after, they entered an extremely large tavern that included a courtyard. After setting up a formation on all four sides, they began to carefully observe this young bug. The medicinal fragrance isn't that strong anymore. Everyone became astonished. The divine bug's body became a bit more faint as well. Is this the result of the innate aura disappearing after it devoured the poor quality air of the mortal world? However, this is also better. Otherwise, it would draw too much attention, Huolinger said. She was extremely fond of this golden little bug. Smack, smack. Unfortunately, this sparkling and translucent divine bug didn't acknowledge anyone else. It continued to suck on Shi-Hao's body in an extremely depending way. Suddenly, Xianxia's expression changed. Hold on, the golden color is becoming dim. It truly needs worldly divine objects for replenishment. Otherwise, there will be a huge problem. To put it briefly, this type of creature was too powerful, making even the heavens jealous. It was truly hard to provide for. Unless there was some heaven-defying object to feed it, it wouldn't survive past its childhood phase and would instead die prematurely. When everyone heard this, their minds immediately trembled. They revealed frantic expressions and became extremely worried. After making another appearance in this world after being sealed since the ancient times, if they were to let this emperor butterfly die, that would be an enormous regret. It would have been better off if they didn't find it. It should be fine. Shi-Hao looked everywhere for the thing on him that was most suitable for it, because the gray-clothed woman had said before that he could raise the divine bug. Shi-Hao put everything into the heaven and earth pouch, and then he caught the divine bug and threw it inside as well, letting it find the object itself. Soon after, he felt a wave of regret. The golden small creature rushed towards 2 crystal balls. Inside of each was sealed a drop of divine liquid. These were from the immortal spring. They were brilliant and dazzling like small suns. Until now, apart from using it for the villagers and himself, he only had 2 drops remaining. They were sealed separately. The value of these 2 drops was incomparable. Even if the entire Great Wastelands were searched, it would be practically impossible to find any. It might only exist within the 100 Shattered Mountains, but unfortunately, he was only able to obtain a total of 5 drops. Xianxia saw it stop before the 2 crystal balls and reveal an infatuated expression. His heart was leaking blood. This fellow immediately set its eyes on the 2 drops of the immortal spring. This was just too extravagant. I'm not even willing to use it on myself, he sighed. This was a life-saving divine liquid. If he were to ever face a life and death crisis, a single drop could definitely bring him back from the dead. What left him amazed was that even though the divine bug stopped a few times in front of the crystal balls, it ultimately left. It temporarily didn't touch that divine liquid. Yunxi, the 9-headed lion, and the others moved over to look inside the heaven and earth pouch. When they saw his collection, they were all mind-blown. Even though there wasn't much, the items inside were all just too rare and precious. Why is it going straight for my good stuff? Xianxia grinded his teeth. There was a jade cauldron, and sealed within was the true supreme water, and it was obtained from the 100 Shattering Mountains as well. However, there was a few gene of this precious liquid, so he didn't have to worry too much. The silkworm-like golden young bug was charmingly naive as it released a gentle golden light. It stopped here for a few moments, but it left again and didn't make a move. Do you guys see? It's leaving a sign. Regardless of whether it's the immortal spring or the true supreme water, it likes it. Only it won't eat it today, said the big red bird. Xianxia's teeth were sour. In the future, wasn't he going to be ruined? This was definitely not okay. He wouldn't let this divine bug in to randomly eat. This little wine-loving thing. The divine bug rushed towards a wine pot and was about to crawl inside from the pot opening to enjoy itself here. It wasn't willing to move from this place for a long time. This was something obtained from the Kuanpeng nest. Inside was a drop of archaic wine that could be rated as unique divine wine. Its efficacy should be more powerful than all type of wondrous medicines. Everyone clicked their tongues in wonder. This fellow didn't pass up any good stuff after all. None of the objects it wanted were ordinary. Soon after, it shifted targets and rushed towards a praying mat. It was weaved from branches of elder wood and was in fact the praying mat the Kuanpeng used before. You have to understand that elder tree was linked to the divine realm. It was the bridge between worlds and regarded as an immortal divine tree. Unfortunately, it was ultimately cut down. Xianxia this time everyone was stupefied. The golden divine bug bit down with gusto, chewing off a small piece of elder wood. It seemed extremely happy as it ate. It actually needs elder wood? Everyone was stunned. This was just too ridiculous. How precious and rare was elder wood. Back then, the tree could connect to the heavens, and one could enter the realm of deities through it. It was naturally a priceless treasure. In particular, after it died, its leaves and branches were cleanly divided up. Even a single piece would become invaluable if it emerged. The divine bug was gluttonous. After eating a small piece, it immediately held its tongue. It shone all over, and its faint body immediately recovered and began to radiate with life. Suddenly, it turned into a streak of golden light and flew towards the sealed stone case. It was incomparably joyous, and with a kacha sound, it quickly opened up the case with incomparable infatuation. Wait, you can't have that. Xianxia was startled and quickly shouted to stop it. The others' eyes were completely open, and they all sighed inwardly. Xianxia possessed just too many rare precious treasures. Even a random stone case held a unique treasure. They truly didn't know what kind of treasure he had inside. When the stone case was opened, a green and sparkling gentle light was released. Inside was a branch with sparkling green buds hanging from it. It was full of divine aura. This was something the willow deity gave sure how. He was told to hold this branch and chant an incantation should he face any danger, and doing so would help him avoid the disaster. This was his life-saving item, something bestowed onto him by the willow deity. However, right now, the golden divine silkworm hugged that willow branch and wouldn't let go no matter what. Its eyes were full of little stars, and it was completely infatuated. Kacha unknowingly, he had chewed off a willow tree bud. It was quickly chewed and swallowed. At that moment, its body surged with golden multicolored light, becoming incredibly resplendent. The divine bug no longer selected anything else. It hugged the willow branch without letting go. Gold and green interweaved, producing a magnificent and holy radiance. There wasn't any need to say anything else. Sure how knew what it liked the most. Wastrel, this branch isn't used for eating. There's other uses. Sure how criticized. He was getting an enormous headache. This thing was going to eat the willow deity's branch. Was it tired of living? If it needed to constantly eat willow leaves in the future to live, that would definitely not work. Kacha the divine bug ate 2 more buds, making the golden multicolored light shine even more gorgeously. It had completely stabilized its innate divine essence after obtaining the nourishment of a great treasure. After eating 3 buds, it no longer moved. It began to sway back and forth as if it was drunk. However, it didn't let go of the willow branch. In the end, a layer of beautiful golden radiance surrounded it. It sank into a state of sleep and no longer moved. What kind of branch is that? Could it be a divine medicine? Otherwise, how could the divine bug like it so much? The flame crow was astonished and asked. Sure how shook his head. He had no way of explaining to them about the willow deity. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. This little thing was too picky and extremely difficult to raise. This gave Sure how a great headache. If it only ate the willow deity's buds, then that would be a huge problem. I speculate that it doesn't only eat the green branch, and instead only needs to feed every once in a while. It was mainly using this divine branch's buds to stabilize its innate essence, Xianxia said. Everyone began to discuss among each other. They were extremely excited to see the emperor butterfly larva, and right now they were stirred up. However, when they thought of the things it ate, they felt their teeth become sore. This thing was just too hard to tend to. Even if it didn't need to eat the willow tree buds every day, it was still extremely selective about the other things it ate. 3 days later, Sure how was startled by a bizarre fluctuation. He knew that the divine bug was awake. When he looked towards the heaven and earth pouch, he felt a huge headache and hot blood surged inside of him. He almost reached out and strangled it to death. It turned into a streak of golden lightning, and with extraordinary speed, it surrounded the 4 stalks of wondrous medicines Lin Kuan gave him. Chewing frantically, most of them were immediately eaten. Only half of the golden herb remained, and its golden leaves were in tatters. A portion of the fallen moonflower was eaten, and much of the leaves were gone. Fortunately, the moon disc-like flower was still there. The purple star orchid was in a miserable state as well, with only a third remaining. As for the eternally flowing gold that was suffused with the aura of the Tao and specks of fragmented gold, the damage it suffered wasn't too great. Only a small bit was eaten. This dragon-eye fruit-sized divine bug that was chubby and shining with light seemed helpless, yet it was like a little thief just now and ate too quickly. It wasn't even that large, yet its appetite was so great. Sure how was furious and directly took it out. This was too much of a waste. These wondrous medicines were rarely seen in the world, and not many of them could be found even if the entire wastelands were searched. Fortunately, it didn't eat all of them, and their roots were still intact. If they were placed within a spiritual medicine pot and nourished with the earth from the immortal spring, they could prosper again. What a powerful fluctuation! It is undergoing a transformation. This is just too quick. It had just finished eating, yet its aura became much more rich and powerful. The 9-headed lion was shocked. The young golden bug's physique didn't change, but the golden light became more brilliant. Moreover, when Sure how brought it out and threw it into a magical artifact container, it directly made its way out. What? It's this powerful? Everyone became astonished. This was still a child, yet it was already so remarkable. It could directly make a hole through normal magical artifacts. If it attacked a person, then the result might be the same. It seemed extremely innocent. It blinked its two large eyes as it looked at Xianxia as if it didn't know what was happening. It didn't understand why it was locked up. Whoosh, however, it was extremely clever and ultimately flew towards Xianxia's hair like a streak of golden light. It curled up its body and hugged a lock of hair before turning into a golden pearl. I can't tell that it's a divine bug at all and can't sense its aura. This fellow is too powerful. Everyone became astonished. I've decided. I'm going to completely sweep through an archaic divine mountain. At the foot of the mountain, I'm going to release it into the mountain and let it feed as much as it wants in the spiritual medicine fields. Xianxia's eyes shone when he spoke like this. Then, he looked towards Xianxia and said, "Could you introduce to me 1 or 2 archaic divine mountains with large amounts of spiritual medicines?" A decree flew across the boundless wasteland regions. It was as if it was a deity descending into a world of mortals, bringing with it tens of thousands of streaks of golden light. Characters were imprinted upon it one after another, all of which contained the complex and profound meanings of the Great Tao. In the end, it descended in Fire Nation imperial capital and began to burn like golden flames. Symbols flickered one after another as if they were going to seal up this world. The Immortal Mountain's decree traveled through the wall separating domains and entered the wasteland region. This happened many days ago. News of this extended gradually to every area, creating quite a commotion. The Immortal Mountain really was powerful. It was just a decree, yet it could pass through the wall separating great regions and travel through the skies. It truly left many people shaken. Even though they knew quite a bit, they still couldn't understand how it could do such a thing. Have you heard? The Immortal Mountain has sent a decree. It seems like it wants to summon Xianxia. Right? Things will become extremely difficult for him. This is an undying inheritance we are talking about. After daring to kill this ancient sex people, it will be hard for him to preserve his life. As cultivators moved about, information spread to many cities, sparking quite a few discussions. Quite a few people heard the rumor that the Immortal Mountain sent a decree into the wasteland region for him to have an audience. This was most likely done to get rid of him. All types of rumors and suspicions quickly passed around. The medicine capital was hundreds of thousands li away, making it quite far from the Fire Nation capital. There were endless mountain ranges separating them, but they still heard a few vague rumors. Xianxia was half worried and half happy. He was happy that this divine bug was extraordinary, displaying such power even though it had just emerged, so it could help him fight soon. What was worrisome was that this fellow ate too much. He tried to convince Xianxia for a long time to help him find an archaic divine mountain that was suitable in raising an emperor butterfly larva. In the end, the purple-clothed girl didn't even take a moment to think before refusing. She was scared of what could happen. This divine bug was too greedy. If it unknowingly wiped out all of a party's spiritual medicines, then their heavenly divine mountain would suffer as well. What are you implying? Can't you even show the way? If you don't tell me, I'll directly go to your heavenly divine mountain, Xianxia said. If you dare, then you can give it a try. Xianxia looked forward to him trying. At that time, she'll directly capture and detain him. Then I should just forcefully carry you back first, Xianxia threatened. Xiaxia's face became thoroughly red. Right now, she truly couldn't defeat the devilish child. Back then, the other party could only roll around the ground while wrestling her. But now, he could directly capture her. Stop fighting amongst each other. Something major happened. The big red bird shouted. It had just went out to wander about and heard a few rumors. The Immortal Mountain had issued a decree to call in the little stone. There was another saying that they were going to capture and kill the little stone. Xianxia was shocked. This colossus of a power was truly wary of him. They've taken action so quickly. I won't pay attention to it for now. He shook his head. Right now, there were rumors flying everywhere, so who knew if this was real or fake? Several days later, news that were relatively reliable came. The Immortal Mountain really did issue a decree for Xianxia to have an audience. Nothing else was said, so no one knew whether it was good or bad. Xianxia was put in a bad mood. So what if it was the immortal mountain? Did they think that they could dominate the world, summoning whoever they wanted? He wasn't going to go. Several days later, another rumor appeared. A middle-aged individual held the Golden Decree, and he was in charge of overseeing the Fire Nation capital. He sent the order to tell the little stone to quickly have the audience. Xiao's temper rose. He now really wanted to go and give the other party a beating. As long as a supreme expert didn't appear, he had nothing to be scared of. Big Red, I brought you out to help you learn. Now that there's nothing left, you should go to the Fire Nation's ancestral ground, Xiao said. The big red bird was moved, but he was a bit hesitant. Why do I feel like the outside is pretty good right now? Won't it be okay if I go study after a bit of time? Just go sooner. Xiao fetched a stone case. Inside was a scarlet red feather, the one that Little Red left behind. He asked Hualinger for her help in sending the big red bird into the ancestral ground. He said that this was what he agreed on with the Fire Nation's guardian spirit, and that he was sending it a disciple. Why don't I know about this? Hualinger was confused. Xiao said, It's like this. Little Red is interested in a mountain treasure, but right now, I can't find it. I'm scared that it might become frantic and turn around to find trouble for me. So I'll send Big Red first to give an explanation. Hualinger was unconvinced. Then, she suddenly understood and revealed a smile that was yet not a smile. She looked at him and said, Big Red definitely doesn't know about this. You are just throwing it there randomly as a hostage? What kind of words are those? The guardian spirit will definitely search its sea of consciousness and find out that I truly don't have the mountain treasure. In addition, Big Red truly wants it to become its master. Isn't this the best of both worlds? Xiao said. Big Red is truly unlucky. In the future, it is definitely going to be turned into a sandbag. Hualinger giggled. From their relationship, she decided she was still going to help him out here. It was because she knew that guardian spirit's temperament. Recently, it wanted to avoid the incoming disaster, but it had always been thinking about the mountain treasure. It might just decide to carry Xiao away before disappearing. If things weren't explained, that little red bird might really come out and seek trouble. Fortunately, Hualinger had a piece of void beast skin and could use it to quickly move through the void. She could immediately travel across the endless mountains and rivers with great speed. The unfortunate big red bird was longing for the future and carried wonderful hopes as it was sent into the Fire Nation's ancestral grounds. It was going to meet the great guardian spirit that was about to go into hiding. Yet, in the end, before Hualinger left, she heard it scream miserably. It was given a good beating. You dare to call yourself Big Red? The guardian spirit turned into a furious little bird. The devilish child had called it Little Red before, yet afterwards the one that came over actually called itself Big Red. Was he trying to take advantage of it? Don't hit me anymore, master. In the future, I'll be known as Little Red. Is that enough? The big red bird wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Who is your master? Where's the mountain treasure? The furious little bird asked. What mountain treasure? The big red bird was confused. As a result, thunder struck down, almost turning it into charcoal. It immediately understood and cried out miserably, Damn that devilish brat. He used me to take the blame. Too insincere. You don't know how miserable Big Red was. He was almost cooked alive. Hualinger complained after returning. Xiao released a hollow laugh and said, You don't know how thick his skin is. I believe that it can definitely grasp an opportunity to become the guardian spirit's disciple. Then, Xiao turned around and looked at the nine-headed lion, Flame Crow and the others and said, Little brother, Flame Crow, all of you should return as well. The wasteland region is going to become chaotic. Roaming about outside will be dangerous. Brother Stone, you are regarding us as outsiders here. The Flame Crow seemed to have realized something and said, You definitely have something to do. After sending off Big Red first, you then let us go on our way. You are doing this out of fear that something bad might happen to us, right? Hualinger, the nine-headed lion, and the others immediately widened their eyes. They felt like he was most likely going to knock on death's door and accept the Immortal Mountain's invitation. He didn't want them to get caught up in his troubles. Sure, how, hurry and have the audience. Otherwise, you will take responsibility for the consequences. It was ignored for many days. The little stone didn't appear, making the individual who held the Immortal Mountain's golden decree furious. His words were extremely intense, as if he was condemning Sure how. This raised a huge uproar. Was this a clear declaration of their position? They were now focusing on the little stone and were going to thoroughly dispose of him. Before that, there was some secret information being passed around that the Immortal Mountain wasn't doing this to make things difficult for the little stone and were instead calmly bringing him to their sect. The little stone won't lower his head and loathes being called by others like this, so he hasn't replied this whole time. This angered the expert holding the decree, and as a result, killing intent emerged. Someone made the speculation. Sure how's mood really was rather terrible. Even though there was a blood connection and they might be relatives, making him have an audience? Do you guys really think of yourself as the king of the world? He was extremely disgusted. I am inside the medicine capital. You all can have an audience with me. In the end, Sure how released this message, opposing the other party with equal harshness. The outside world was once again thrown into an uproar. The little stone finally reappeared. This was a provocation, to have the Immortal Mountains people meet him instead. He was truly bold. The Immortal Mountains people were furious. After being ignored for several days, the other party didn't show himself and instead acted in such an arrogant manner. The individual holding the decree knew vaguely that the little stone might have some blood connection with them. But this still wasn't good. The Immortal Mountains people didn't come to the medicine capital. The great figures of this ancient city moved first instead. They visited homes one after another, raising a huge commotion. The outstanding and brilliant little stone was actually in the medicine capital. This was shocking information. Many people came to this place to see if they could take a look at the little stone. Regardless of what was said, the little stone's name was well known throughout the wasteland region. Once he grew up, he might become an unmatched supreme expert. Who would dare to look down on him then? The powerful individuals that had gathered were naturally here to create some good karma between them. When a few great figures saw Sure how, they all became a bit scared and upset, because conflict almost sparked between them in the Divine Valley's third formation when they coveted his bronze piece. Many people directly wiped away their cold sweat. Fortunately, nothing happened back then, otherwise they would have most likely died. Sure how was all smiles. After his identity was revealed, many great figures sent people to deliver gifts. They were the spiritual medicines he needed, and as a result, his unhappiness from before was made up. There are enough rations to feed the divine bug. It can last it for a while. Fortunately, this young bug only needed to be fed after several days, and each day, it would eat spiritual medicines. In that case, Sure how decided that he might as well let the divine bug eat all of it for now. After several days passed, the Immortal Mountains people still hadn't come. On the contrary, Sure how obtained some news that a letter was sent to Stone Country's Martial Imperial Manor. It was then passed on to his Wasteland Heavenly Lord Manor, which could now also be called Wasteland Heavenly King Manor, because the Stone Emperor had long given the order to change the name. Sure how rose to his feet and said, "Let's go pay the Stone Country capital a visit." Huolinger, the nine-headed lion, Flame Crow, and the others didn't leave yet. After hearing what he said, they were all shocked. They advised him not to act rashly. Sure how shook his head. He was not acting impulsively. Regardless of whether that letter was real or fake, he still had to take a look. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to remain calm, because his parents and grandfather were still outside this region. It's not a big deal even if the Immortal Mountains people left for Stone Country capital. I am not scared of them. Sure how laughed coldly. He passed on a message inwardly towards the little pagoda and said, "The decree of the rain deity is still rather tasty, right? This time, I'll invite you to eat the Immortal Mountains decree. Last time, the decree was already broken. This time, I hope it is a complete and powerful deity's decree," the little pagoda said. It wanted to eat the imprints left on the deity's decree. Sure how laughed and said, "All right, this time, Let's go directly to the stone country capital. Let's see what they can do. So what if you all are from the Immortal Mountain? He did not feel any fear. If the Immortal Mountain has some blood relations with him and are truly sincere, then he wouldn't act rudely. If they are arrogant and threaten him, then he didn't mind fighting a great battle. The walls of the medicine capital weren't tall. Some could even be called collapsed, the effects of time evident on its surfaces. However, the city had been crowded since the ancient times, so this place did not need the protection of walls. During this period of time, Xianxia received many things. All different sects' leading figures came to visit, moreover not empty-handedly. There were some who brought spiritual medicines. This is the flower produced by the spiritual medicine tree at the front of the city? Xianxia was extremely moved. Inside of the jade case in his hand, fragrances wafted through the air and sparkling light shone brilliantly. The petals were crystal clear, as if stars were flickering. This was an amazing flower with priceless value. Every year there would only be a few flowers and quite a few people had their eyes on them. Those that wanted to purchase them feared that they wouldn't be able to get in line to do so. This was a transformed spiritual herb. After absorbing a small reservoir of lightning tribulation fluid, it became a spiritual medicine tree. It has lived for several thousand years and was on the verge of becoming a divine medicine. It was incomparably rare and precious. Xianxia's eyes burned with desire. He took a deep breath, allowing his nose to become suffused with the medicinal fragrance. He immediately felt like he was in great spirits, and essence energy began to flow abundantly within his body. Many thanks to Tao brother. He expressed his gratitude. The value of this flower was simply too high, far surpassing that of normal spiritual medicines. He could feel that the divine bug in his hair was already becoming restless. This was an old man with a seemingly common appearance that didn't carry any unique traits. However, this was actually the sect master of the Pill Cauldron sect. After talking a bit more, Xianxia was shocked to discover that this was an extremely ancient sect that went back even further than the Divine Medicine Gate. It used to be extremely splendid, and in the ancient past, whenever the two words Pill Cauldron were mentioned, everyone would know what it was associated with. Under the endless stream of time, anything could happen. They gradually declined, and today, they were simply a ruined sect within the medicine capital, on the verge of becoming forgotten. I have a child who possesses great natural talents. Ever since childhood, the child has wanted to bring back the Pill Cauldron Gate's ancient glory, and as such has left home for many years in search of the lost inheritance. I hope that little Tao friend can take care of that child should the two of you meet one day, said the old man. Xianxia naturally wouldn't refuse. After he understood the details, he nodded in agreement. Rumor has it that since the ancient times, there were only 4 people who have successfully refined the 9 reincarnations pill. The Pill Cauldron sect's first ancestor was one of them. Upon ingesting the divine pill, one could immediately become a deity and ascend to the heavens. One could well imagine how great this sect's inheritance was. If it could be found, there might even be a day when it'll rapidly soar to greatness, restoring its ancient glory. Let's go. Now that he even obtained a flower from the spiritual medicine tree, there were no regrets left in coming to the medicine capital. Xianxia decided to leave and proceed towards the Stone Country imperial capital to take a look at that letter. Of course, he didn't forget the reason why he came to the medicine capital. From here on out, what he had to do was continue gathering spiritual medicines and do as much as he could to collect everything he needed to refine the little nirvana pill. This was for the sake of breaking through his shackles, a great golden path that lead towards the goal of becoming a supreme expert. Troubling times were coming, and even supreme experts were fleeing. How terrifying was it going to be? It was difficult to even imagine. The more strength he had, the greater of a footing he could have in survival. Spiritual medicines were rare, and in theory, every spiritual mountain could only grow a single stalk. If they weren't in the medicine capital, how could Xianxia have gained that kind of harvest? However, despite this being the case, before leaving, Xianxia only had 10 stalks on him. In this trip to the medicine capital, he had used up everything he had and turned completely impoverished. Of course, Stone Country capital also had spiritual medicines, because there were many great clans there that gathered there once the country was founded. Moreover, he believed that the imperial family's medicine fields definitely had some rare things. Sure Hao carved out his reputation through battles, and had the qualifications to compete for the position of Stone Country Emperor. It could even be said that he had an absolute advantage, so if he continued to head there like this, if nothing unexpected happened, he would obtain great benefits. Soon after, they left the medicine capital and gradually distanced themselves from that place. They were going to use the beast's skin in a place where no one else was to travel through the void. Your trip this time will most likely be extremely dangerous, Huolinger reminded him. I know, Sure Hao nodded. However, he had already made all types of preparations. Let's go there together. We've always wanted to give Stone Capital a look as well. The nine-headed lion, Flame Crow, Sable, and the others still wanted to go together. Hey, Celestial Race Girl, why do you keep following me? Sure Hao agreed to the other's request, but he was extremely unsatisfied when he looked at the purple-clothed young lady. Yun, she was extremely beautiful, and her temperament was otherworldly and refined. However, right now, she grinded her teeth inwardly. This fellow's gaze was fiery as it swept over her body, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. Sure Hao continued. You won't even recommend a divine mountain. Borrowing a stock of divine medicine from you isn't okay either. Yet you still continue to follow after my but demanding the divine precious artifact all day. Tell me, don't you think I should just forcefully carry you back? Yun, she's beautiful face carried a serious expression, and her eyes contained a hint of disdain, as if she wanted to give him a beating. She vowed inwardly that she would give this little brat a good beating sooner or later. It's not like I'm following you. I've just developed an intimate friendship with the others. I'm just following them. So why do you care where I go? Are you trying to provoke me? Sure Hao laughed as he looked at her. Aya, what are you doing? Yun, she cried out in alarm. Her body was slender, and elegant curves outlined her body. She was suddenly picked up, immediately causing her pretty face to become thoroughly red. She began to struggle intensely. I've decided. I'm forcefully carrying you back to the village, Sure Hao said. There's no need for so much trouble. Just marry her off already. I have a brother who is rather handsome and talented. I think it's a perfect match. Huolinger opened her mouth. The remaining people looked at each other in dismay. They all suggested that they shouldn't have any internal strife here, but no matter how they looked at it, it didn't seem like they were going to stop. Moreover, there seemed to be some conspiracy going on. Cough? The nine-headed lion made a coughing sound and said, Can you let it go? The heavenly divine mountains people aren't bad. They've helped out my race before in the past. He tried to smooth things over. The heavenly divine mountains supreme expert had sought out his grandfather, the Nine-Spirit King, and gifted him with an ancient pill. It contributed to the nine-headed lion's transformation into a pure-blooded creature. The Flame Crow also opened his mouth, stating that the celestial race wasn't arrogant and has some friendly relationship with his race. His grandfather, the old Flame Crow, had even visited the heavenly divine mountain before as a guest. I've finally found a suitable candidate, one that is also a fatty that holds hostility towards me. So how could I easily let her go? Sure Hao carried the tall and slender Yun Shi without letting go and said, Give me a satisfactory answer. Why else would you chase me every time asking me for the arm guard? I think it's better if we just sell her off. Huolinger instigated the situation. She was laughing in an entirely worry-free manner. Fairy Yun Shi, why do you always ask for that arm guard every time? From what I know, the heavenly divine mountain shouldn't be lacking this single divine artifact, right? There are many, many treasures in your clan. The Flame Crow asked her. Exactly. Fairy Yun Shi, why bother doing such a thing? The nine-headed lion asked. You aren't replying? Then this time, I'm definitely carrying you back to the village. You should just peacefully protect my home. Sure Hao deliberately gave her full bottom a slap. Ah! This immediately caused Yun Shi to scream. Her eyes erupted with flames, and her beautiful face was full of red, multicolored light. She truly wanted to bite this hateful little bastard. It was clear that Sure Hao was trying to purposely draw out the arm guards used together with Huolinger, the nine-headed lion, and the others. What kind of great secret did the heavenly divine mountain have? This was why he played the role of the villain, and why the Flame Crow and the others played the role of the hero. Let's go back to my home. Aren't you all curious where it is? Today, I'm bringing her back to protect the village, and meanwhile, I'll invite you all as guests, Xianxia said. Then he winked and said, the village chief has always wanted me to bring back a few beautiful fatties. They stood on top of the void beast's skin and quickly moved through the air. Finally, the group of people appeared at Stone Country's western border. Xianxia struggled this entire time while screaming. She was truly terrified beyond belief, truly scared of becoming this devilish brat's prisoner and being brought away in an uncivilized manner. Let me go! Xianxia struggled. She was the goddess of the archaic divine mountain's younger generation. When had she ever been put in such a sorry situation? Let's go. A bit further and we'll reach my home, Xianxia said while carrying her. I'll speak. Xianxia finally couldn't take it anymore. She was so beautiful, yet she was being carried on his shoulder like spoils of war. This was just too unbearable. Immediately, the group of people became silent and looked at her. They all wanted to hear her answer. The pair of arm guards serve as a key that could open an ancient formation and allow one to leave the entrapment of this great region. The purple-clothed girl spoke quickly. She truly couldn't take it anymore. What? Everyone became shocked. The words "great region entrapment" left everyone emotionally stirred. They immediately thought of many things. Where exactly does it lead to? Hualinger asked. Her jade-like complexion was full of shock. Everyone found it hard to calm down, because this now made it seem like leaving the wasteland region wasn't that difficult. One could typically cross the region wall between great regions only by using extreme methods. It is written on the formation. Once we leave this great region, even we don't exactly know where it will lead to, the purple-clothed girl said with a sigh. It was a tremendous secret after all, Xianxia said to himself softly. Second Baldy had once talked to him about this matter. In the past, Second Baldy was also the expert of a generation. However, the bird's character wasn't that great, and after obtaining rumors of a secret, it muddled its way into the heavenly divine mountain to search for this great secret. In the end, it managed to touch the border of this great secret, but was ultimately discovered by the heavenly divine mountain's experts and hunted down. As a result, it hid within the 100 Shattering Mountains. The celestial race was guarding a treasured land, but they weren't aware of that secret. Only after cleaning up all types of bone books left behind by archaic celestials in recent years did they notice this shocking record. This mystery was extremely terrifying. If the heaven-mending sect, Immortal Mountain, or Western sect knew about it, they would most likely hunt down and occupy the heavenly divine mountain. After leaving the great region's entrapment, where will you ultimately go? Xianxia frowned. His mind was heavy, because there were just too many secrets in this world. The influence of this one was undoubtedly profound and far-reaching. Release me first. The purple-clothed young lady's beautiful face was completely red and humiliated. Pa! Xianxia gave her a slap that sounded sharp and clear. This made Xianxia completely flip out from rage. She no longer cared about her image of a goddess and directly opened her mouth and bit down. Aya! A single moment of carelessness resulted in his ear being bitten. He felt a wave of pain and hurriedly threw her off to carry out self-protection. You truly are formidable. You've finally revealed your true character, Xianxia shouted. Xianxia continuously spat on the ground. Her face was completely red and she stared at him with her large round eyes. She was both humiliated and furious. She was the goddess of a heavenly ranked archaic race, yet she suffered every time she encountered this devilish brat. If those from the archaic divine mountains found out that she bit another person's ear, they would probably fall straight to the ground. Many youngsters would be in disbelief, feeling both grief and indignation. Your resolution is too vicious. You actually bit me. Xianxia massaged his ear in extreme anger. He grumbled noisily that he was going to get his revenge. Seeing him act like this, Xianxia was so ashamed and resentful she almost fainted from anger. Fairy Xianxia, why are you in such a hurry to leave the wasteland region? Huolinger modestly asked for advice in a sincere and gentle manner, because this matter was of great importance. Now that they reached this point, the purple-clothed girl didn't want to hide anything either. It was because she had already prepared a contingency plan for the worst. Should things come to it, she would tell Sure Hao the truth and bring him together with her out of this great region's entrapment. It is because the truth is too terrifying. She slowly spoke. Was it really that terrifying? When everyone heard this, they were all shaken. What exactly was the reason for this? The human race were all scared and wanted to immediately escape. You all should have guessed already. It is precisely connected to the great calamity, and everything is going to be swept away. It is far more terrifying than what we can imagine, she said. The redness gradually faded from her face. Can't we just escape outside this region? Haven't all the sects and archaic divine mountains supreme experts broken through this great region's wall and left? Huolinger said. She knew what was really going on. In the recent year and a half, the clans all took action, with even the higher levels of the Fire Nation moving in secret for a long time. Sure Hao was astonished. He only found out about this just now. He thought that the supreme experts had sealed up their mountains and went into hiding. He never thought that most of them directly crossed the region wall. It was obvious just how serious this situation was. Correct? 80% of the supreme experts have all left the wasteland region. This was the first time this great land has become so empty. I believe that those remaining also want to immediately flee. She sighed. Her beautiful appearance was full of worry. What exactly was recorded within the heavenly divine mountain's bone book? The nine-headed lion asked. He really wanted to know. It's pointless to try and escape this region. The more powerful you are, the more dangerous it will be. They will disappear in the end, never to reappear again, she said. What? Everyone began to rant and rave in fear. Exactly what kind of force was this, to have such a terrifying impact? The supreme experts and the others all had to face this great calamity. In reality, the people outside this region are optimistic now, but when the end comes, they will be the same as us. The great calamity will still sweep through all corners of this world like a heavenly tribulation. The only difference is whether it comes sooner or later. Xi's expression became serious. Are you sure all of that is true? Huolinger's expression became grave. Her jade-like face became full of worry. If it really was like this, then her father might not be able to escape this disaster either. It really is as such. It's inescapable. After discovering that ancient formation, my clansmen became extremely worried and wanted to quickly leave. Huolinger looked at Sure Hao with an incomparably urgent expression. Why do I feel like you are just using these frightening words to scare me? Sure Hao was doubtful. It is a complete reincarnation, she said softly, as if she was talking in her sleep. It was as if she had sunken into an inescapable nightmare. What reincarnation? The people here all felt a chill creep through their bones. They all became apprehensive. This isn't the first time something like this happened. During the archaic and ancient era, there were great tribulations as well. In the end, deities became like patches of withered grass. They died one after another, disappeared one after another. Fairy she continued. What? Everyone became shaken, and their hearts began to pound incessantly. They felt a huge pressure. The great disorder that was about to begin was actually many times more terrifying than they had thought. The most frightening part is that once the great tribulation ends, all knowledge of it will be erased. The great clans won't know anything about it, and their people will be left in a muddled daze. There weren't many things more frightening than this. If a great tribulation was going to happen, then so be it, but if the truth regarding the origin was also going to be wiped out, then it would be impossible to pass down any information. This truly is a terrifying event. After hearing what she said, the first thought that appeared in their heads was impossible. How could something so absurd happen? Once the great tribulation passed, all information regarding the truth would vanish? This was simply impossible. However, Xi's face was still serious, and she stated that everything was true. She told them that everything would turn into nothing. I can promise you that after a great tribulation passes, 90% of supreme experts will disappear, never to be seen again. They wouldn't die, and instead directly disappear off the face of the earth. Xianxia said. Exactly what kind of power was this? From the past until now, the truth had been obliterated. This was what was the most terrifying about it. A few ancient inheritances were aware that a great tribulation was coming and could predict its arrival. However, they didn't know how to avoid it, let alone its true origin. Someone has once said that the wasteland region is like a cage. There is something here that can allow one to become a true deity, and when the time comes, the various sects outside this region would all be involved. Only half of this statement is true, Xianxia said. In reality, those were all ideas. The truth was that those outside of this region would be affected, regardless of whether they were supreme experts or creatures of even higher rank. It was beyond difficult for any of them to escape this tribulation. The only difference was whether their tribulation came earlier or later. On the contrary, those below supreme experts wouldn't suffer any type of tribulation. If they faced any difficulties, it would merely be due to the world's disorder and not the intervention of that formless energy. What is the justification behind this? There has to be a reason for such speculations. Xianxia frowned. No matter how he bitterly thought about it, he couldn't make any sense of it. Could there really be a type of force that could conceal everything, making it so that the truth couldn't be passed on from the ancient times until now? Huolinger asked. They believed that the heavenly divine mountain only knew a part of the whole truth. At the very least, they didn't know the root cause and didn't understand what kind of power was at work. There might be others that know about this because there is a short segment recorded within the heavenly divine mountain that was written by a great figure from outside this world. In the past, there were those who have spoken about the medicine field theory. Deities fell, while lower-level cultivators weren't affected by the disaster. It was just like spiritual medicines in medicinal fields. The mature ones were plucked, while the young ones were preserved. Everyone gasped when they heard this. What kind of comparison was this? What kind of theory was this? These words made their bodies go cold, and a chill ran from their heads all the way down to their feet. This is just one of the theories, and it might be far from the truth. Xianxia said. The things they learned today left a heavy burden on their minds. After hearing all of this, everyone became extremely worried. Several great calamities have occurred, allowing for continuous reincarnations. Can the truth really be completely hidden like this, with all inheritances prevented from being passed down? Xianxia still found it hard to believe. There might be a few inheritances that are not a part of this. They are undying and have existed forever. Perhaps they might have some relationship with this formless energy, or even be a supporter of it, Xianxia said. These were all the heavenly divine mountain's guesses. Everyone became silent. For a long time, none of them said anything. They weren't fearful that the supreme experts were going to fall, but what they feared was the continuously replaying reincarnations. This wasn't the first time the great calamity happened, and after each time, the truth would be completely covered. What crazy level of power was this? At this moment, Xianxia thought of many things, and the willow deity resurfaced within his heart as well. The old village chief had said many years ago that an enormous willow tree possessing endless amounts of divine light, tens of thousands of branches, and boundless divine chains descended from the sky. It resisted the strike of lightning and bathed within the electricity. Each streak of electric radiance was at least as thick as that of a mountain. Will the willow deity be able to survive this calamity? Xianxia asked himself inwardly. It definitely could, because it already said that it was going to bring Stone Village away from disaster. What kind of background did it have exactly? Soon, he thought of someone else, the woman who folded black paper boats at the edge of the Kuanpeng nests by the Gate of Light. How lonely and desolate was the message she left behind on the small boat. I am the only one left. When using her bright red blood to record this message on the black paper boat, what exactly was she feeling? Then, Xianxia thought of the wall of gods and devils underneath the Fire Nation ancestral ground. Only by passing 108 divine trials and defeating all of the powerful creatures inside could one forge a mysterious path. What was there at the other end of the road? He then thought of the valley outside the medicine capital. It was guarded by over 100 formations, with the total size covering tens of thousands of li. Even deities would die upon entering, and at the center was a stalk of medicine from an unknown region. Who was the one that planted that? The gray-clothed woman was known as an undefeated legend during the ancient years. While staying within the medicine capital, what was she waiting for? Why didn't she leave? Was she not scared of this world's great calamity? Xianxia was thinking about the ancient dual-pupiled individual, the gray-clothed female. If she didn't leave, would she be able to survive? Also, did she participate in the ancient war? At that moment, he thought of too many things, with a multitude of things clouding his mind. He looked into the horizon and found it difficult to open his mouth. It was as if he had been petrified. Now that you understand, can you return my arm guard? At that time, we will allow your clansmen to escape together with us. She said as she looked at Xianxia. Her beautiful face contained a bit of worry, because this involved too much. She had laid out everything on the table and spoke about everything. In addition, she had already stated flatly that the celestial race's supreme experts haven't left yet and were waiting for the formation to open. Right now, they didn't dare come out, because the more they understood about the truth, the greater their fear became. They suspected that the supreme experts and the divine had been targeted even though the great calamity hadn't started yet. If they took action now, the formation might even be exposed. The best method was to hide themselves for now and patiently wait. Then, when they got the key back, they would suddenly activate the archaic formation and forever depart from the entrapment of this great region. If you think about it, it is rather lamentable. Ha! Great region's entrapment. This name really fits too well. The nine-headed lion couldn't help but speak out like this. I agree. What is pitiful is not the supreme experts, but rather all the creatures of this great region. This is just a cage. In the end, who knows what will happen? The flame crow also shook his head heavily. Soon after, everyone sank into a state of silence. This was a type of pressure that was difficult to describe. After a long time had passed, Xianxia asked, since we suspect that there are a few inheritances that know the truth, moreover being unharmed by the effects of the great calamity, does your heavenly divine mountain know which inheritances they are exactly? I am not sure. However, the immortal mountain might be one of them, she said. What? But aren't they from outside this region? The nine-headed lion argued. Xianxia was also endlessly shocked. No wonder they were able to become so great and reach such heights, as well as strike down whoever provoked them with no fear of the rest of the world. Too many things were going to his head. Then, he laughed coldly for an unknown reason. Even though he had a blood connection with the other party, he always felt some hostility. Could it be that they were going to oppose each other in the future? What have you decided? She asked as she looked at Xianxia. Under these circumstances, she believed that he would choose the smart choice. If what you said is true, then how can I refuse? I truly want to see where that mysterious formation will take those that step on it, Xianxia said. He was deeply curious about the formation, and he wanted to find out what lied on the other end. Moreover, he believed that as long as he left the entrapment of this great region, the truth will become apparent. Then what are we waiting for? Return with me to the heavenly divine mountain. She seemed to be in a hurry and excitedly grabbed Xianxia's arm. Her body was outstanding with well-pronounced curves. She wasn't even aware that her full chest was sticking to his arm, because her thoughts were all over the place and she couldn't calm down. We should still have time, right? Xianxia asked. There is, but there really isn't much left, she replied. Her sparkling white beautiful face was extremely excited. She wanted him to go back with her as soon as possible. I can't run away from the problem like this. There are still many things to take care of. Xianxia shook his head. He thought of Stone Village, his parents outside this region, and his grandfather, the great demonic god. But there isn't time to sit around anymore, she said. If there really was no way, the heavenly divine mountain will definitely result to more intense methods. Their clan definitely wouldn't sit around and wait for death. Since the matters are so great, I won't go to Stone Country Capital for now. I am going to visit the willow deity. Why don't you follow me and tell it everything? I want to hear its opinion. Sure, how made this decision? Go to your village? She was shocked, and even Hualinger's eyes flashed with multicolored light. The nine-headed lion, Flame Crow, and the others were also looking forward to it. Generally speaking, they still had time. They believed that, in the end, Sure Hao and the heavenly divine mountain wouldn't abandon their clanspeople. After all, they also knew the truth. I truly want to take a look at the place where you grew up. When Sure Hao heard this, he began to laugh. He looked at them. This was the first time he decided to bring outsiders back with him. Right, Grandpa Chief and Uncle Linhu are always talking about me bringing back a few beautiful fatties. This time, I brought back 2 at once and a few attendants, so it should satisfy them, right? Sure Hao said to himself. Die! The group of people all shot him looks of disdain, and the girls rolled their eyes. After the serious topic was over, everyone began to relax a bit. It shouldn't be some secret, extraordinary clan, right? Hualinger blinked her eyes when she asked. She was full of curiosity. The outside world already knew that Sure Hao's bloodline originated from Stone Country. However, when he was young, he suffered from a horrible experience, having his supreme being bone gouged out. He was left stranded in the outside world, becoming an abandoned child. His body was originally crippled to the point where it was hard for him to even continue living, but not only did he survive, he even grew little by little. Now, his name resounded through the entire wasteland region. This could be considered a miracle. Where exactly did he grow up? For the outside world, this was a mystery that many wanted to know. What kind of place could produce such a little evildoer? You'll know once we get there. They like beautiful female fatties the most and really want me to bring back one. At that time, they will enthusiastically welcome you. Sure Hao laughed as he spoke. His skin was extremely thick. The 2 girls both glared at him. Both Yunxi and Hualinger's skin were sparkling and translucent, and as they stood there, they were as beautiful as fairies that walked out from picture scrolls. Every action they made was extremely graceful. The group of people continued on their way. They quickly moved westward through the mountain range, experiencing the savage wilderness along the way. After they had traveled several hundred li and departed from Stone Country's western border, no signs of human habitation could be seen anymore. Sure Hao had Hualinger bring out her void beast skin so that they could cross the great wasteland. Let's go. No one is following us, so we can set out, Sure Hao said. He was extremely careful and had used the dual pupil to inspect all directions along the way. With a wung sound, a silver symbol appeared. The ancient divine beast skin magical artifact tore open a rift into the void and quickly entered. They began to travel through the void. Along the way, wisps of mist flowed about. This was the chaotic energy hidden within the void. There were also faint specks of light, which were rumored to be the projections of deities. They looked extremely strange in the emptiness of the tunnel. Even though it wasn't the first time they traveled like this, everyone was still a bit nervous, because if something unexpected happened that caused the void's force to attack them, their bodies would definitely be crushed to pieces. Luckily, this was a void beast skin with natural void symbols. It was a rare and precious item. Even the little pagoda was interested in it, telling Sure Hao that it was willing to help him once if it could eat this beast's skin. Sure Hao firmly refused. If he wasn't forced to do so, he definitely wouldn't make a deal with that good-for-nothing because he suffered losses every time. What is going on? The void is distorting. The flame crow cried out. The path became indistinct and extremely dim, and cracks appeared all over the place in this area. The most terrifying thing had happened. The group was horrified as they watched. The void was collapsing, about to be smashed apart. This meant that they were going to be crushed by the power of the void. Their bodies became ice cold, and the fine hairs on their bodies all stood up. They actually encountered a disaster like this that only happens once every 100 years. The most frightening, unexpected event was happening. That shouldn't be. This is a mature void beast's divine skin. There are no flaws on it, and it has been refined in every way possible. It has been passed on from the ancient times until now, and nothing like this has ever happened. Unless one was a powerful ancient figure, Once one entered the void rift, it would almost always result in death, with their body chopped up into pieces. Hurry up and think of something. More and more cracks are appearing, and they are surrounding us. The nine-headed lion was terrified. All of the golden hair on its body was standing straight. She came from the archaic divine mountains, and so she knew a bit more. I think we accidentally approached a supreme existence. Its energy is too powerful and affected the stability of the space. When the void beast skin passed, it was affected by that existence's domain of power. When everyone heard this, they were all overwhelmed with shock. How powerful of a creature did this have to be? It could naturally produce a domain that could disturb the void. When Shurhao heard this, he seemed to have thought of something and quickly brought out the sparkling willow branch. He muttered to himself and said, "Willow deity, I've returned." The next moment, the void became blurry and the cracks disappeared. The beast skin shone and blossomed with mysterious symbols. It quickly headed in a certain direction. Soon they exited the void and returned to the real world. The mountain range stretched continuously here, and rich vegetation could be seen. A wave of fresh and clean air assaulted their faces. Everyone released a breath of air. Their bodies were covered in cold sweat from the shocking incident just now. So dangerous! We almost suffered a disaster. The Rainbow Luan's heart was pounding violently. Everyone's faces were pale. The mysterious existence just now is an old cultivator from your village? She asked. She was extremely shaken up. Was there still an existence as powerful as this in the present world? Shurhao nodded. A smile emerged on his face. The willow deity was actually this powerful. This time he was able to see it for himself. He became more and more reassured. When the others heard this and found out that this was an expert of Stone Village, they all calmed down and no longer became nervous. The atmosphere gradually became peaceful again. We're almost here. We were disturbed just now, causing our route to be displaced a bit. We are still several hundred li away from my village, Shurhao said. This kind of distance obviously wasn't a big issue for them. With their precious artifacts, they turned into streaks of light and followed behind Shurhao in a certain direction. Soon after, Shurhao descended on the ground. His expression was gentle, giving off a feeling of returning home. He was full of joy inside. "Haha! I've returned again!" he shouted loudly. There was still a li or so to the village, but the land of joy was clearly visible. The nine-headed lion, Flame Crow, and the others were all shocked as they watched with widened eyes. This place was too auspicious and peaceful. The green grass was soft like a cushion, and the lake was dark blue. The auspicious birds, unicorns, and other creatures were not scared of humans. A small village rested in front of their eyes. Strands of spiritual essence rose, and a medicinal fragrance wafted through the air. It was clear that the village had quite a few spiritual medicines planted there. It was swirling with auspicious multicolored light, and strands of white mist curled up and about. The small village seemed just like a fairyland. An otherworldly village like this made one's heart become tranquil as well. This place was far removed from the clamoring world of mortals and incredibly peaceful. It was like receiving a baptism of the mind. The most shocking thing was the willow tree at the head of the village. It was green and lush with over 100 willow branches falling downwards, gently rippling with auspicious green multicolored light and rings of radiance. Its existence made this area completely different. It gave it a holy feeling, one that seemed to transcend this world. This willow tree is... She was greatly shaken. She came from the ancient divine mountains and had seen all types of experts. Yet right now, her face had already turned pale. "This is my village's guardian spirit," Shurhao smiled and said. He noticed that the number of willow branches had increased again, totaling 108 now. It was clearly steadily recovering. The group of people were shocked. This was the guardian spirit of a village? Why did they feel that it was even more mysterious than the guardian spirit of a country? This kind of holy aura and extraordinary feeling was too hard to describe. Regardless of whether it was Hualinger, Yunxi, or the nine-headed lion and others, they were all petrified at this moment. What kind of village was this? It was too mysterious. Within the village, chickens cried and dogs barked. There was no lack of mortal vitality, with children running about happily. Little uncle has returned. Little How brought back people. This is the first time. Not only the children noticed them, even Shirlene Hu and a few adults who happened to be at the front of the village saw them as well. How turned around and noticed that the individuals he journeyed together with were stupefied as they watched the willow deity. The corners of his lips curled up, and he mischievously picked up two individuals before running towards the village. Let me go. What are you doing? Huolinger and Yun Shi's impressive bodies were lifted into the air and carried by How quickly towards the village. They struggled fiercely. Ha! Youngster, you really are amazing. We've been rushing you for so long already, yet never expected that you would bring back two beautiful girls at once. Linghu laughed heartily. Wow! Little Uncle How brought back two especially beautiful girl fatties. They are like fairies. The group of little children clamored noisily. This startled all of Stone Village. They came out and surrounded them like a swarm of bees, and men, women, young and old began to talk excitedly. Where did you bring these girls from? Why are they so incredibly fair and delicate? Little How, did you go out this time just to look for wives? A big ant laughed as she spoke. The villagers were extremely straightforward and wouldn't act secretively. As soon as they saw How bring back these two young ladies, they all smiled kindly. They were extremely happy and excited. The two girls were too fair and delicate, and their clothes couldn't cover their impressive beauty. As for their appearances that were so beautiful it was blinding, the village definitely didn't have any like them. Little How, you really are quite something. After wandering about, you immediately brought back two wives. They really are pretty. Dezhuang appeared while pulling along his family's children. Haha, do you all see? My family's children can run already. You are already falling behind. You should hurry and catch up. Pihu was laughing happily. Release me. Huolinger and Yun Shi struggled. Being surrounded by so many people and having these types of words spoken so enthusiastically made both of their faces thoroughly red. This truly was a bit intolerable. The village's people were all watching. Even though they were friendly, this was just too enthusiastic. No matter how unordinary they were still two young girls, and they were both completely embarrassed. Hao's ears were attacked. The two young ladies on his shoulders retaliated, with each biting one. He couldn't help but grimace in pain and hurriedly lowered them, causing the village to roar with laughter. Grandpa Chief, Uncle Lin, Ants, do you guys see now? This time, I brought back two fatties, so you don't have to hurry me anymore. Right? Hao laughed. His skin was unbelievably thick, leaving the two young ladies that got off his shoulder grinding their teeth in anger. All right, they really are rarely seen fairies. This ant has also visited other tribes when she was younger, but I have never seen girls this beautiful. Regardless of whether it was Yun Shi or Huolinger, they were both tall and slim. When they moved, their curvy figures were extremely elegant and beautiful. Their white skin, intelligent large eyes, long eyelashes, curved eyebrows, altogether left the villagers sighing in admiration. Little ants, you're so beautiful. Several little brats ran over and looked upwards. There were even two little girls who threw a tantrum and grabbed onto Huolinger and Yun Shi without letting go. The two girls were humiliated, but they didn't know what to say to these villagers either. They both pinched Hao's side, one from the left and one from the right, and gave it a twist. Look how affectionate they are. They are even pinching my family's little Hao. Their feelings are truly deep. An ant thought that she was relatively experienced and made this judgment. You can tell that they were raised properly. Look, these two are so beautiful that they are like goddesses. Their waists are so small, and their bottoms are so big and round. They can certainly bear children, an ant said in an intrepid manner. When these words were spoken, Yun Shi and Huolinger immediately jumped and ran. They truly couldn't take it anymore. Hee. The nine-headed lion, Flame Crow, and the others that hurried over after all giggled endlessly. Little Hao, you can't wrong others. This time, you finally brought them back for us to take a look, so I'll help you plan everything. How about you get married today? Asked the old village chief Shi Yunfeng. He couldn't conceal his own happiness as he laughed. He was extremely satisfied with these two girls. Right? These two girls are like flowers, with beauty that is difficult to find in this world. You can't make them feel wronged, so you definitely have to hold a great marriage, Shi Linhu said in an incredibly decisive manner. No problem. We'll help as well. The nine-headed lion, Flame Crow, and the others weren't scared of making the situation worse. They all resisted their laughter with difficulty and joined in the rowdy jeering. Shi Feijiao nodded and said, "These little brothers are clearly extraordinary and will become great in the future. This time, you all can take the place of the two girls' families and help us properly arrange things." The village entrance was clamoring with noise. Regardless of whether it was Dezhuang, Ermeng, Qingfeng, or the uncles and aunts, they were all excited. They chattered endlessly and were preparing to make wedding arrangements. The small group of children shouted noisily, adding to the noise. They ran back and forth while blinking their eyes, blindingly joining in on the commotion. Tonight will be a night of wedding festivities. After that stinky brat gets married, no matter what, he has to leave behind a few babies before leaving. Right, that brat always leaves for 2 years at a time. It is just too worrisome. This time we can't let him go no matter what. He has to make a few babies first. The group of people made a huge racket. Not only Shi Linhu and the other adults, but also his companions during his childhood like Dezhuang all hoped that he would leave behind some successors. Shi Hao tried his best to hold back his urge to laugh loudly. Yun Shi and Hualinger were so scared that their faces lost color. This was just too wild. Weren't they here just to visit Stone Village? How did it end up becoming making babies here? They wanted to explain themselves, but how were they supposed to go about it? The villagers saw the two of them carried back on Shi Hao's shoulder, which was the style that Stone Village was used to seeing when men took on a wife. Their faces were completely red, and they were at a loss at what to do. They firmly pinched Shi Hao's waist for him to explain. Yet in the end, the devilish brat remained completely silent and took joy in this disaster. Children, don't be scared. There's nothing to be embarrassed of. This aunt is experienced. In a bit, I'll teach the two of you. Ermeng's mother smiled kindly and tried to convince the two of them. Yun Shi and Hualinger were nervous, humiliated, and angry. Even if it was a marriage, it couldn't be this sloppy. What exactly was all of this? Pei. The two spat a few times. What kind of thinking was this? Did they have fevers? Why was it really becoming a marriage? Aunt, you misunderstood. Their faces were red as they explained. Uncles, don't be like this. It isn't like what you all are thinking. The entrance quieted down and looked at these two without saying anything. However, the liveliness in their eyes didn't weaken in the slightest. In the end, Dazhuang's mother broke the silence and said, "This aunt knows. You are all embarrassed. Don't worry, no one will laugh. Just relax." Right? Just relax. The group of people was just as enthusiastic as before. Another lively discussion broke out, and everyone began to talk at once. The two young girls were frightened badly. They hit Shi Hao and then ran away. As their clothes fluttered about, it was rather aesthetically pleasing in the villagers' eyes. "Little Hao, you aren't going to quickly chase after them? The two girls are shy," an old grandma said. Shi Hao coughed and said, "Uncles, aunts, and Grandpa Chief, you all don't need to worry. I'll take care of my own matters. Tomorrow isn't a good day to get married. I've already discussed with them that we would wait another year, because we still have things to take care of outside. Today, I just brought them back to let everyone take a look. Are you all satisfied? What is more important than getting married earlier?" The villagers were all hoping for him to get married earlier. After a long talk and continuous explanations, they still ultimately respected his opinion. Everyone scattered and began to prepare all types of wine and meat in the village to receive the girls, the nine-headed lion, and the others. After all, this was the first time Shi Hao brought back people to the village. Yun Shi and Hualinger were thoroughly embarrassed. They had never been in such sorry states before. Even now, their faces were still red. This hateful devilish brat was too lacking in virtue. He purposely didn't say anything to help them out just now. In their entire life, this was the first time they ran because of something like this. Just the thought turned their faces burning hot. Their faces resembled peach blossoms, and their sparkling white bodies were developing red blush. The village became peaceful. When they returned, there was naturally a wave of criticism. They truly wanted to give Xianxia a beating. The Flame Crow, Sable, and the others were all roaring with laughter. "We're not done with you." The two were ashamed and resentful. They stared at him with their beautiful eyes. Xianxia didn't seem to mind and smiled as he led them around Stone Village. Regardless of whether it was the two girls, the nine-headed lion or the others, they were all full of curiosity towards Stone Village. So many spiritual medicines? They were all stupefied. It was just a small village, yet there were dozens of spiritual medicines. There was also a silver peach tree that was about to become a divine medicine. Multicolored light flowed in all directions and spiritual essence surged. This was just too astonishing. This place seemed more and more like a holy land, because normally, a stalk of spiritual medicine needed a spiritual mountain to nourish it. Yet this idea was completely toppled. Only the medicine field arranged by a great ancient figure could be so concentrated. Stone Village has already exceeded many of the great sects in this world. The Rainbow Luan said. She was greatly moved. Her heavenly divine mountain had several medicinal fields where spiritual medicines could be grown close together, and those were prepared by the deities of the archaic era. It was a special formation that they laid down. Xianxia laughed and said, "I am that great archaic figure. If you don't believe me, I'll plant several dozen more for you all to see." He had used up several dozen stalks of spiritual medicines in the medicine capital, but he had preserved all of their roots. He now brought them out to plant them in the immortal spring's silt to receive its nourishment. Everyone exclaimed in admiration. How could they not be revived? What kind of place was the immortal spring? Towards living creatures, it was the liquid of life. Soil that has received its nourishment could definitely nourish spiritual medicines. Soon afterwards, they noticed that there were a few small creatures in Stone Village like lightning hounds, scarlet-winged cranes, and little golden monkeys. They were all powerful descendants, making them gasp with admiration. These small things all became the village children's spiritual pets. Once they matured, wouldn't they become a powerful force? In the end, they held back their admiration and once again hurried towards the front of the village. They paid their respects to the large willow tree that was dark green and releasing multicolored light. They were all feeling apprehension inside. It was because facing this spiritual root that was full of vitality felt like facing the highest deity. There's no need to be scared. The willow deity is gentle and would never use its divine might to pressure others, Xianxia said, trying to calm them down. Almost if as to prove this statement, a chicken wobbled its way over and walked over in an extremely careless manner. Then, it crouched down by the great willow tree and gave everyone a sidelong look. Why do I feel like it's looking down on me? It's an octatic treasure chicken. The nine-headed lion was astonished. She was also startled. There were only one or two of these amazing creatures even in the Divine Mountains, so how could there be one in a small place like Stone Village? Go stay obediently on the side. Xianxia sent the octatic treasure chicken flying with a kick, causing it to angrily cry out with GG sounds. It was extremely discontent. Willow deity, I encountered a huge problem in the outside world. I want to ask for your guidance. Xianxia spoke under the willow tree. He frowned as he told it everything, and she helped as well. There are some things better left not understood. The willow deity said softly. Green multicolored light scattered down, and gentle branches scattered down like silk. There was an extremely sacred type of energy that gave others a calming feeling. Willow deity, do you know the truth? Xianxia asked. Once you reach a certain level, you will naturally understand. If you try to seek the truth now, you will only bring trouble onto yourself. The willow deity said calmly. Why? Xianxia was a bit unsatisfied and wanted to get to the bottom of this. After finding out the truth, you will be erased in the end. Right now, I am undergoing recovery and do not want to get involved in resisting this calamity. The willow deity said calmly. What? The group of people's faces lost color. The willow deity's meaning was evident. If Shurhao knew about the truth, once news of this got out, he would be killed. If the willow deity decided to take action for Shurhao's sake, then he would get caught up in the great disaster. Willow deity, will you leave? Shurhao brought up the heavenly divine mountain's archaic formation, explaining how they could leave through it. I'm not going. The willow deity's voice was calm. Why? Shurhao was startled. The reason he had returned was to ask whether or not it was leaving. Because my main purpose was coming to this region. The willow deity transmitted these words only to Shurhao. Shurhao revealed an expression of shock. He thought of the village chief's words. Back then, the willow deity descended from the ninth heaven while bathed in a sea of thunder. It was a truly shocking event. Was the willow deity an existence of another world? Shurhao's mind was in complete disorder. The bug on your head is not simple. It doesn't belong to this world and is an existence which is unique and unmatched. The willow deity suddenly uttered these words when it noticed the emperor butterfly in Shurhao's hair. At that time, Second Baldy waddled his way over. His body still didn't have any hair. It gave Xianxia a look of contempt that contained quite a bit of swagger. It's you? Xianxia was shocked. Little girl, back then, your ancestral grandfather gave me such a hard time, forcing me to run to the 100 shattering mountains. Today, you should just give up on leaving and stay behind as a wife. Second Baldy said maliciously. Who told you to sneak into our heavenly divine mountain and long for our divine treasures? Xianxia stared at him. The secrets of the archaic formation was first discovered by Second Baldy. The heavenly divine mountain only received information in recent years. It's in the past. Forget it, I won't bicker with you. However, if we meet again, he'll have to beg me, ha? Second Baldy was very arrogant. Beg you? Xianxia sneered. Do you guys think that you've completely studied that archaic formation? Do you really think all you need is that arm guard? You are still far from it. Second Baldy felt like this topic was beneath it and acted extremely arrogantly. You're just talking big. Xianxia didn't believe it. Heaven, earth, mysterious, void, space, outer, flood, wasteland. Within these 8 regions, I don't think anyone knows better than me unless someone from a different world came, Second Baldy said arrogantly. Let me think about it. To transcend the 8 regions and directly exit this kind of archaic formation. And this matter isn't simple. The willow deity spoke again. When it spoke, everyone quieted down and no longer dared to speak rashly. After a moment had passed, it made a decision. Shurhao and Second Baldy should go to the heavenly divine mountain and take a good look. Second Baldy's face immediately collapsed. Back then, it had caused quite a bit of trouble in the heavenly divine mountains and was later chased after. If it ran back like this now, it might be cooked. Shurhao also frowned. What could he find out by going? He definitely wouldn't be able to see through that ancient formation. I've recalled a few past events and feel that it is a bit strange. Under normal circumstances, how could this kind of gate of life be left behind? I will travel with you secretly and see what is really going on. The willow deity transmitted mentally. Shurhao immediately became shocked. A tall and slender figure walked out from the willow tree. Its magnificent style was unmatched, and it could look down on all living things and show disdain for everything under the heavens. However, apart from Shurhao, no one else could see it. They couldn't sense anything. Then immediately afterwards, Shurhao couldn't see it anymore either. He rubbed his eyes. His heart began to pound continuously. In the end, he had a feeling that the willow deity was right at his side. Stone Village obviously prepared a sumptuous banquet, and it began as soon as the sun set over the mountains. A bonfire jumped about next to the blue gemstone-like lake. All types of fine food released their fragrances. The villagers were full of smiles and incredibly enthusiastic as they received these guests. A group of children ran back and forth, startling the unicorns, 4-colored cranes, and other creatures on the soft meadow. This place was extremely lively. Golden roasted meat spread its fragrance, and the enticing smell of wine wafted far into the distance. Everyone exchanged cups in a lively manner. The atmosphere was extremely festive. However, everyone quickly noticed that Xianxia was acting strange. He was always zoning out, and his mouth would constantly be muttering something. The fragrant dried meat was almost pushed against his nose. What is this fellow thinking about? He shouldn't be having some marriage syndrome, right? He is about to leave adolescence and become like us, so what is there to be reluctant and reminiscent of? Pihu winked as he spoke. He was already a father, yet he was still as mischievous as in the past. I feel the same way. He is thinking about too much. Even though it isn't a formal wedding, there shouldn't be much of a difference. Ermeng laughed and said in a straightforward manner. Xianxia was talking to himself, and only Qingfeng, who was closest, could hear him. He seemed to be saying things about the willow deity, something about an outstanding existence in both past and present, and showing disdain for everything under the heavens. Xianxia looked like he had lost his soul or something. Little big brother, what is going on with you? Qingfeng asked with a small voice. His facial features were delicate and pretty, but in Stone Village, aside from Xianxia, he was the #1 expert. When he was young, he experienced bitter pain and suffering within Stone Clan's second ancestral land. When he was rescued, he treasured everything before his eyes and worked hard to become strong. Within the Great Wasteland region, he could also be considered a young expert. Qingfeng, you are being short-sighted. You should hurry and move out of the way so that little Hao and the two sisters can sit together, Dezhuang said. Oh! Qingfeng immediately stood up and allowed Xianxia, Huolinger, and Yunxi to sit together. He didn't want to be a hindrance here anymore. That stinky brat is acting all absent-minded. His mind is wandering too much. He looks like he's lost his soul or something. Linhu stuck out his lips, hinting for everyone to look in that direction. Many great dishes wrapped in fragrant lotus leaves were brought before everyone. They were placed on the grass for everyone to enjoy. The 9-headed lion and the others all appreciated Stone Village's food quite a bit. They were all in admiration of these delicacies. At this time, Xianxia made a clumsy movement, causing everyone to roar with laughter. As he spoke to himself with a frown, he absent-mindedly reached out towards Huolinger's silver plate and grabbed the sparkling fruit on it, placing it into his mouth. You? Huolinger was completely embarrassed. Why was this bastard so hateful? She thought that the roast meat was a bit oily, and as a result, she took a bite out of a scarlet berry. The remaining half was just put down, yet it was seized by that fellow. Ha! Little Hao, is your mouth full of fragrance? Sister here had just taken a bite out of it, and the flavor of her lips should still be on it, as well as her sweet saliva. Huzi, Pihu, and the others jeered noisily. He was thinking too deeply about the matters with the willow deity. When he snapped back to reality, he looked at everyone in confusion, especially Huolinger, who was angrily staring at him. He asked in a rather puzzled manner, "What's wrong with you? Why are you looking at me stupidly?" When everyone heard this, they fell over from laughing. Who was the one that was daydreaming? He actually blamed the other person instead. Little Hao, does it taste good? Snot Baby giggled. He was a bit younger than Xianxia, and he always spoke his thoughts. Tastes good. It's sweet. Xianxia nodded. Ha! Everyone couldn't stop laughing. Huolinger was the only one with her face completely red. That red berry still had her teeth marks on it, yet it was picked up by that fellow and eaten in a few bites. Can you stop daydreaming and focus? She berated him out of humiliation. And I got it. Xianxia nodded and replied half-heartedly. It was because the figure he saw not too long ago was too shocking. It left an unforgettable impression on him. The willow deity was actually so outstanding and extraordinary. It had a perfect flesh body, not limited to its tree form. Moreover, what was most shocking was that near it, there were divine flames jumping about, and within each of those flames was a supreme deity-like image. They were all kneeling and worshipping towards its head. What kind of might was this? It truly was enough to shock the past and present, a magnificence unrivaled. In that split second, The figure in the center of it all was deeply engraved within Xiao's memory. It might not disappear even after many, many years had passed. He or she, was it a female? Xiao pondered over it continuously. He only saw that tall and slender figure shine. He wasn't able to see it clearly. If it was male, then it was definitely an exceptionally beautiful individual. Right now, the more he thought about it, the more indistinct it became. There were actually signs of it disappearing. Only the shining body remained in his heart, being hard to forget. What kind of power is that? Xiao said to himself. He was greatly stirred up emotionally. He clearly saw it before, but how was the true appearance erased, and the impression he had becoming more and more faint? He was not calm at all. Why couldn't he even recall its true appearance, and why did it vanish on its own? Was it because an unrivaled existence image couldn't be tainted? Was it something that could not be reflected by the mere hearts of mortals? Xiao was frightened. He had heard of a few legends that unless it was derived from the will of every clan, a forbidden existence would not willingly stay within the hearts of the masses. It would automatically erase itself. Little pagoda, did you see the willow deity? Xiao transmitted sound secretly and asked it. I saw it, the inch-tall, pure white small pagoda said. Its reply was short, not willing to say too much. What does it look like? Male or female? Xiao was extremely curious. The answer to this question would require you to exchange over 100 great treasures, the little pagoda slowly said. What? Why don't you just rob me then? Xiao gave it a condescending look. When it fought against the mysterious magical disc, this was the same price it stated. The little pagoda seemed extremely calm as it said, It is worth the price. You do not understand what kind of chaos would break out if the appearance is drawn and released into the world. I dare say that if someone descended into this world and learned about this appearance, it might bring about a crazy disturbance that will even involve the higher realms. Xiao's eyes widened. He was able to become famous despite being so young and even experienced all types of great disturbances, so he had long become unperturbed when facing these types of situations. However, right now, he was inwardly experiencing all types of fluctuations and he couldn't calm down at all. At this time, he felt an aura that carried a type of wooden fragrance. There was also a type of sweet scent that emerged from his side. Willow deity. Xiao turned around. The willow deity reappeared close to him. However, he couldn't see it clearly. This tall and slender figure sat there with wisps of otherworldly flames throbbing in midair around it. Each divine flame was like a divine realm that contained all things that paid respects to it. This was an incomparably astonishing scene. The sparkling lights were like 3,000 realms as they revolved around him or her. The radiance was hazy. This figure was the sole existence of this world, eternal and everlasting. Xiao understood that the little pagoda wasn't lying. If the true figure of this kind of extraordinary existence was revealed to the world, it would truly bring about a huge storm. An appearance too shocking for this world. The willow deity entered by descending realms. It did not belong to the heaven, earth, mysterious, void, space, outer, flood, or wasteland 8 region. It was worth mentioning that Xiao's skin was thick beyond belief. Soon after, he became calm again, and he wormed his way in quietly. Big sister. The peaceful fluctuation released by the hazy light was something only Xiao could see. No one else could sense the slightest bit of difference. The hazy light continued to calmly rest at his side. Big brother. Xiao tried again. He felt like no matter what, this was more intimate than calling senior. Your skin is truly thick. The little pagoda grimaced and spoke realistically. You are the one with thick skin. Xiao refuted. Too infuriating. An embarrassed and angry voice woke Xiao up, bringing him back to reality. He noticed that he had become the focal point of everyone's attention, and they were all smiling strangely. Only the purple-clothed young lady Xi's eyebrows were slanted in anger as she glared at him with killing intent. She was extremely angry. This fellow first called her big sister, and so she was originally rather proud. She thought that this fellow might have finally showed his true colors after drinking several cups of wine and lost his reasoning. so he began to fawn over a goddess like herself. However, after speaking once, he then uttered the words "Big Brother," making her so mad that she immediately became petrified on the spot. Was this on purpose? She wanted to ridicule him just now. Yet in the end, this fellow directly slandered her by saying her skin was thick. It truly was preposterous. She was so angry that her delicate body was shaking all over. There was actually such a hateful person. Everyone wanted to laugh, but they found it too embarrassing to laugh too loudly. The expression on Xiao's face immediately froze. Just now, he had gone on a mental journey and continuously zoned out. He unexpectedly ended up becoming a laughingstock. The main reason was because the willow deity's origins and the aura it released were too astonishing. Its appearance was too world-shocking. If it was leaked outwards, it would definitely shake everything under the heavens. Fortunately, the villagers were extremely passionate and inviting. The group of people continuously toasted, and the atmosphere was lively. Soon after, this embarrassing moment passed. Apart from the wild animals in the great wilderness, there was also the pure-blooded creature that Xiao brought back, the flame python. The soup that was slowly simmered was sparkling and translucent. A single bowl would immediately make one's entire body feel comfortable and peaceful, as if even their tongues were going to melt. It was truly a delicacy, an amazing, nourishing dish. Stone Village's children would undoubtedly clamor noisily the entire night, because the pure-blooded precious medicine's efficacy was too great. The greedy little fellows had to pay for their actions. They ran around the village, tossing and turning for an entire night. However, the benefits were tremendous, allowing them to make breakthroughs. Early the next morning, a group of people went on their way. They didn't stop at Stone Village because time was pressing. The great calamity was going to descend at any time. The void beast skin traveled a seemingly endless distance through the void. After a long time had passed, it finally rushed out. It had traveled several million li at the very least. The sound of birds chirping rang through the air. The ground was full of rich vegetation, and the fragrance of flowers surged in waves. This was a divine mountain region that was full of spiritual essence. Quite a few auspicious beasts and precious birds could be seen roaming about. She walked in front, while everyone else followed behind as they made their way through this outer region. They quickly approached the true central region, where they could see spiritual essence surging and multicolored light curling around mountains. It was becoming more and more holy and peaceful. When he saw 3 octatic treasure chickens pacing back and forth, Xiao really wanted to rush out and catch them. Once they entered the celestial race's pure land, the number of unique and precious beasts and precious medicines increased greatly in numbers. It was truly envious. Finally, they began to ascend the mountain. It was actually different from the last time he came. She opened a formation, and a grand and imposing mountain range appeared. Clouds rose and multicolored lights weaved about resplendently. It was surrounded by a formation, which under normal circumstances couldn't be seen. The outer world didn't know that this was the deepest part of the celestial race's divine mountain. Fairy she returned. A silver flood dragon beast spoke. It coiled around an enormous rock that was several tens of thousands of jin in weight, guarding the mountain path. Soon after, news traveled to the mountaintop. Several figures broke through the skies and landed on the road. The leading individuals stood on top of a bluestone stairs and gazed below. Haha, good you actually brought him back. Were you able to suppress him into doing so by borrowing the strength of others? The middle-aged male in the front laughed loudly. She blushed with shame. How could she have captured him? She herself was almost carried away and turned into a wife. Whenever she thought of her experience at Stone Village, she would always become ashamed and resentful. Fourth uncle, it isn't like that. You've misunderstood, she said. What misunderstanding? This little thief stole our ancestral magical artifact and wouldn't return it all this time. Now, no matter how you say it, he ended up in my heavenly divine mountain. Let's see how he'll escape now, said the middle-aged male on top of the bluestone stairs. He didn't have any good opinion of Xiao. Why is there also a stupid bald bird? Someone asked because Second Baldy was too weird looking to ignore. You group of hairy brats should stop speaking nonsense. Hurry up and get your elders to quickly welcome this great uncle. Second Baldy spoke arrogantly. The middle-aged man revealed a strange look. Who didn't know him, the fourth master, in this heavenly divine mountain? What kind of background did this strange naked bird have? It actually dared to speak like that to him. However, he didn't dare act too presumptuously, because when he searched carefully, he found that he couldn't discern any cultivation from Second Baldy. He thought that it was because it was deep and immeasurable and difficult to understand, and that this naked bird was the one who helped Xianxia capture Xianxia. Can I ask who this senior is? Heavenly Divine Mountain's fourth master humbly asked. Fourth uncle, he is that peacock from back then. Xianxia spoke. She didn't have any good feelings towards Second Baldy and was rather discontent. What? You thief! You actually dare to return? Fourth master immediately became indignant. Many people in Heavenly Divine Mountain knew how vile that peacock was back then. Caused all types of chaos here, swindling and stealing through this place. It truly committed almost any crime imaginable. Second Baldy sneered and said, Hairy brat, you shouldn't speak such nonsense. That year, I've even hugged you before, and you've pooped before in my arms. Apu! The middle-aged man almost coughed out blood. He pointed at Second Blatty. He was so angry he couldn't say anything. Xianxia was even more dumbstruck. This vile old thief had muddled with Heavenly Divine Mountain back then to such an extent? Old thief! If you dare to speak any more nonsense, I'll kill you on the spot. Fourth master was so angry he was shaking uncontrollably. Second Baldy raised his head high and said, Hairy brat, watch your attitude. Don't disrespect me. Hurry up and call your dad, that old thief, to see me and apologize. Otherwise, you won't be able to thoroughly understand the formation. I am the only one that knows its secret in this present age. Old thief, you won't be able to leave after coming today. See how I'm going to crush you. The middle-aged male fumed with anger. Hairy brat, you don't understand the gratitude and grudges that happened back then. So you should stop talking nonsense. Treating me with such disrespect will result in your aunt beating your mouth. Second Baldy looked like it was beneath his dignity to argue with this middle-aged man. What did you say? Fourth master's eyes shot out flames. The words this scoundrel uttered had crossed the line. I said that back then your grandfather and your father interfered with our love, forcing me and your aunt apart. I was even hunted down, so today, I've returned to collect my debt. Second Baldy seemed extremely mad, and at this time it widened its eyes. Heavenly Divine Mountain's people were struck dumb. What kind of nonsense was this? What was going on? Even Xianxia was stupefied. Xianxia, the nine-headed lion, and the others were even more confused. They were all baffled as they watched from the side. Back then, you owed me a marriage predestined by fate. This time, you will pay back with a girl. I've decided it'll be this one. Betroth her to my brother. Second Baldy said, pointing first at Xianxia, then at Xianxia. This left everyone speechless. Second Baldy and a woman from Heavenly Divine Mountain's relationship was broken apart? Xianxia, Hualinger, and the others looked at each other in dismay. They didn't know what was proper to say in this situation. The old thief wreaked havoc in my Heavenly Divine Mountain back then, ruining spiritual medicine, stealing divine medicine, lusting after my clan's divine treasures, and deceiving my father. You've committed practically every crime thinkable, yet today you came back to speak such nonsense. Capture him, Fourth Grandpa roared. Several experts rushed out from behind him. They were going to capture this strange naked bird. Second Baldy glared and said, Stop! Aren't you going to ask your aunt? If you disrespect me, you might cause her heart to become sore, and in the end, you will have to apologize to me. This was truly great gossip. The Heavenly Divine Mountains people all began to feel apprehensive. After rushing down, several individuals slowed their pace. Even Fourth Master began to feel uncertain. Even though he was unbearably upset, he still didn't want to recklessly rush into action just in case he was mistaken. Yun Songhai I Kong Choji have personally come to visit. You are truly putting on airs. Aren't you going to come down the mountain to welcome me? Second Baldy spoke. At this time, he had a strange grandeur as he roared towards the mountain. This old thief! Xianxia was not calm at all. Her impression of this bird was absolutely terrible, and she had long heard about this scoundrel. Right now, the bird actually dared to call out her grandfather's name. Rosy clouds scattered multicolored light on the grand and majestic mountain. A divine rainbow rushed over, scattering down an expanse of holy radiance. The clouds and mists were scattered, and an elder descended. This man was no stranger to Xianxia. Back then, he had fought intensely against this old man and even gained his arm guard after giving him a good beating. At this moment, his lips couldn't help but curl upwards. Xianxia was a supreme expert, and as such, his spiritual perception was extremely powerful. He immediately noticed Xiao's expression and he felt his teeth becoming sore. Motherfucker, it was this little bastard again. He truly couldn't stand what happened in the past. He had the urge to eliminate Xiao, the one whose death would end all their struggles, and cover up the dark experience of being beaten up forever. However, the next moment, his eyelids jumped, and his heart became extremely heavy. Of course, what he had to face right now wasn't Xiao. He had to shut second Baldy Kong Choji's mouth first. Isn't this the all-powerful great con artist that looked down on an entire generation of the wasteland region? Even your feathers are now gone. I recall that the supreme peacock back then possessed an imposing appearance, a courageous and beautiful figure whose might made everyone tremble. How did you fall to this extent? Xia's grandfather Xianxia mocked. Second Baldy laughed coldly and said, "What do you understand? I am undergoing nirvana. When my divine feathers re-emerge, they will be so powerful and beautiful that they will leave your eyes blinded. Haha. You've hidden yourself for so many years. I thought that you would have succeeded already since you showed yourself. However, having the courage to flee into the 100 shattering mountains also deserves some admiration," Xianxia said. He looked at the other party, and his face slightly sunk. Your cultivation has been completely shattered, yet you still dare to ascend my heavenly divine mountain. Aren't you scared that I might turn you into a live sacrifice? If this great one was scared of you, I wouldn't have come. Without me, can you all completely research that formation? Hung. Forget about understanding it completely. Without the formation diagram, you all are still far off. Second Baldy said arrogantly. He stared at the heavenly divine mountain supreme expert with a face of disdain and said, "Before you all wanted to escape this realm, did you ask me? If I don't allow you all to leave, would any of you be able to leave?" His voice was extremely loud as he looked down on Xianxia and the others. It carried an overbearing tone that left the group shaken. Fourth Master was indignant. The legendary evil peacock had returned, and it actually dared to berate his father in front of so many people's faces. It was too arrogant, and he was starting to feel that it was unbearable. "Harry brat, don't move rashly. If you don't believe me, ask your father whether or not you pooped on my arms before." Second Baldy shot him a sidelong glance as if he couldn't care less about him. Motherfucker. Fourth Master was already middle-aged, and his status within Heavenly Divine Mountain was extremely high. He had great prestige, yet right now veins were popping on his forehead, and he felt like he was about to be driven mad. Could he not act so hatefully? Regardless of whether it was true or false, repeating it so many times in front of everyone's faces, and even in front of his child, was just too lacking in moral sense. It left him fuming in rage. Little Four, back down. Xianxia spoke, not allowing him to take action. There really was such an event? Xiao was stupefied and couldn't help but mutter. His voice wasn't loud, but it was loud enough that everyone heard him. Pai Chi. One of them couldn't help but release a laugh. The heavenly divine mountain became extremely embarrassed, and even she felt a bit lightheaded. Why does this peacock seem a bit different than the information that was passed down? There seems to be some secrets involving it. You scoundrel, do you think mocking children is that great of a skill? You are just as persistent and despicable as before, Xianxia said. Lies. It is all because you helped break up an affectionate couple, separating me and Menglon, Second Baldy shouted. Regardless of whether it was Fourth Master, Xianxia, or the Heavenly Divine Mountains people, they were all carefully listening. They really did end up involving one of the mountain's great figures. Yun Menglon. Yun Songhai scoffed and said, "If you didn't ruin the spiritual medicines, steal the divine medicine, and lust after my clan's divine treasures, would we have hunted you down? Nonsense. I was merely curious and looked around. It was clearly you all who were jealous of how extraordinary I, a great supreme peacock, was, fearing that I would surpass you all." Second Baldy shouted. Everyone could tell that these were petty and old gossips where both sides were in the wrong. Either way, Second Baldy wasn't some good bird, and Heavenly Divine Mountain wasn't some virtuous party either. Go. We will get to the bottom of this after we ascend the mountain. I will invite Menglon over, said Yun Songhai. Light flickered past his eyes. Second Baldy immediately became discouraged. There's no need to invite her. How can I meet her looking like I am right now? It'll be fine if we just sit for a bit. When I recover my heroic and beautiful appearance, I'll then come and look for Menglon. Then he suddenly raised his head and said, Yun Songhai, you better not mess with my conscience. I, a supreme peacock, am not that easy to pressure. If you want to get to the bottom of that formation, then today you need to pay in blood. The mountain was tall and lofty. Before them was a bluestone path that led straight to the summit. It had supposedly existed since the archaic era and was personally laid by a deity. This stone path was overgrown with moss. The crooked path led into a secluded area, giving off a feeling that felt as if they were traveling through a fantasy. The spiritual medicines that would appear on the side of the road every so often, as well as the spiritual birds and auspicious beasts, all added to the immortal feeling this place possessed. What a shocking medicinal field! Sure Hao sighed in admiration. When they were approaching the summit, the air became rich with spiritual essence, and all types of light blossomed. There was a medicinal field there that was full of spiritual medicines. It was full of vitality and rich with medicinal fragrance. The reason why the spiritual medicine could be grown together and defy normal reasoning was because an archaic deity had cleared up the spiritual field and laid an astonishing formation to preserve the surging spiritual essence. There was also a spiritual spring that was enough to irrigate and nourish this medicinal field. This mountain was quite large. There was a region for vicious birds where many enormous birds rested. They were at least dozens of meters in length, and there were some that were several hundred meters in length. There was also a vicious beast region where killing intent surge and all types of terrifying roars sounded from within a great formation. Divine mountains were not ordinary at all. Only the summit was the most peaceful. Yun Songhai brought everyone to a special region. There were 2 medicinal fields here between several thatched cottages. They gave off an otherworldly feeling. Let's have a chat. The 2 arrived at a thatched cottage and sat on stone blocks. They had some tea and refreshments, and everything seemed to calm down. There were no longer any disputes. Meanwhile, the others walked over to the medicine fields and wandered about. Xianxia, how is your race's divine medicine? Can you let us take a look? Huolinger asked. She was extremely curious. Sure Hao, the 9-headed lion, and the others nodded. They also wanted to see it for themselves. They've heard about the great reputation of the divine medicine, but they never had the chance to see it. Xianxia looked left and right and noticed that the important people had all left out of anger towards Second Baldy. Those like Fourth Master went to the older generation to inquire about what really happened back then. At first, she was a bit reluctant, but she ultimately nodded her head. She told them that they had to behave themselves once they got there, and she especially warned Sure how to keep the Emperor Butterfly in check. There was a deity's formation there that, if touched, would immediately result in the extermination of one's body and soul. This summit was truly large. Xianxia brought them to another region and opened a formation. It was as if they had entered another small world that was isolated from the outside world. Heavens! The spiritual essence is so rich that it turned into liquid. The flame crow cried out in shock. Spiritual springs moved about, vegetation grew in abundance, fresh flowers bloomed, and strange rocks lied about in disarray. This was a piece of holy land. Wisps of multicolored light descended from the void and condensed into liquid form, forming true spiritual liquid. Everyone became speechless, overwhelmed by shock. Are there many places like this? Xianxia asked. The spiritual essence in the other places aren't as rich as this one, but there are quite a few similar regions, Xianxia said. The mountain peak had been divided into dozens to over 100 spaces like this, as if they were each small worlds. This divine mountain is so large. The nine-headed lion sighed in admiration. What it saw along the way was only the scenery on the surface. What was hidden by formations was the true hidden scenery. After walking into the depths of this region that was sealed off by a formation, a sweet scent wafted over from far away. Everyone was moved, and they couldn't help but walk forward. Soon after, they all became apprehensive. They felt as if their souls were leaving their bodies. This kind of fragrance could nourish one's soul. What kind of ancient medicine is this? Huolinger was shocked. Everyone knew that they were about to see the divine medicine, because this fragrance definitely came from it. They continued to travel for several li like this. The medicinal fragrance became richer and richer. Eventually, they finally arrived at a lake formed from condensed spiritual essence. Apart from this, there were symbols flickering at the bottom of the lake. There were a few divine rocks arranged there that emitted a primordial aura. They aided in the divine medicine's growth. It was a lotus. It took root within the small lake that didn't exceed 100 zhang in circumference. The extremely fragrant lotus was a purple-gold color, and even the roots were as such. It seemed like it was cast from purple-colored divine gold. What kind of divine medicine is this? My soul feels especially comfortable here, the flame crow asked. Soul-guiding lotus, Xianxia replied. This divine medicine has existed for an incomparably long period of time. It was priceless, and something that the heavenly divine mountain would never give away. The soul-guiding lotus was surrounded in sparkling purple light. Waves of purple multicolored light rose, creating a misty fog around it. It had a total of 8 leaves, and the purple gold flower had 8 petals. Auspicious multicolored light blossomed at the center of the flower. This truly is a gem, Xianxia sighed. The strength of this divine medicine was heaven-defying, and it could bring one back straight from the dead. While refining pills, just adding a tiny bit would allow its medicinal strength to increase tenfold. As for using the entire divine medicine to refine a pill, normal people had no idea what kind of ridiculous result that would produce. Rumor has it that during the archaic era, this spiritual medicine received a deity's care. It was even more mysterious then, with a total of 9 leaves and an additional petal on its flower. Its medicinal strength was several times more powerful than it is right now, Xianxia said. What? It was this crazy? The rainbow Luan was astonished. And later on it was injured and its true spirit was cut. It degenerated into this state. Xianxia sighed. 8 leaves and 8 petals is already a divine medicine, so if it had 9 leaves and 9 petals, what level of medicine would it reach then? Xianxia was bewildered. At this moment the Emperor Butterfly revived. It was quickly stopped by him, because there was a deity's formation here. If it randomly moved about, it might bring danger onto itself. Right at this moment, someone outside the formation sent a message, asking Xianxia, Xianxia and the others to go there and leave this place. After coming out and once again returning to the thatched cottage, they saw that Second Baldy was currently fighting verbally against a group of experts. Spittle flew everywhere. Sigh, you guys returned. I've already told them everything. They know that the formation is damaged, and that only with the formation diagram I stumbled upon could it be repaired, so they should be thankful. Second Baldy spoke as if he was being considerate. He didn't pay any attention to the group of individuals with sullen faces. It looked towards Xianxia and said, Youngster, I've gotten you a wife, and it's that purple-clothed girl right there. In the future, she is yours. Her grandfather joyously agreed. Ah! Xianxia was immediately so frightened that her face lost all color. They had only left for such a short time, yet this kind of result occurred. What was owed to this great one naturally has to be returned now. Second Baldy spoke in a cocky manner. as if he didn't give the heavenly divine mountain any face. Hee hee, ha ha, Second Baldy roared with laughter. Meanwhile, the faces of the heavenly divine mountains people were all unpleasant. Yun Songhai was the only one who remained calm. He revealed a faint smile and said, I simply said that with my granddaughter's appearance. There is only that brat in the entire wastelands right now who is worthy of her. I didn't mean anything else. Old man, you still refuse to admit your wrongs? You don't want to fix that formation anymore? Does your clan not want to leave this realm? Second Baldy sneered. They're still young. If they have affinity for each other, I won't oppose it. If my granddaughter feels wronged, then that definitely won't do, Yun Songhai said. Second Baldy stared at him, as if he recalled something that had happened long ago. He hatefully said, You old fox, you're exactly the same as your father. What did that old fellow say back then? He told me that if there is friendship between me and Menglon, he definitely wouldn't interfere. However, in the end, he chased after me to kill me. Yes is yes, no is no. Don't play dumb. Don't you think that you are too overbearing? Right at that moment, a middle-aged man appeared. He coldly glared at Second Baldy, and then he looked at Hao's party. Yun Songhai's second oldest. Are you saying this because you are going to take action against me? Second Baldy's lips revealed a cold sneer. The middle-aged man was called Second Master here. He said, I truly don't know where you get your confidence from. Your cultivation is ruined. Yet you still dare to ascend my heavenly divine mountain. Are you relying on that short period of time you had with Aunt Menglon? However, in the face of my clan's life and death, I don't think Aunt will hinder us. In my opinion, since the one who can repair the formation came, and the one who stole our clan's magical artifact is also here, there is no need for any delay. We should just let them repair and then open up the great formation, another elder said. His hair was a faint gold, and he clearly didn't just have the blood of the celestial race but also the Peng race. He gave Yunxi a glance and then said, Not long ago, didn't the great golden-winged Peng race come to seek marriage? I think that it is worth considering. After all, our two races have always been rather close. The atmosphere of the current scene was extremely tense. Could be said that when these two individuals spoke, their tones were incredibly harsh. All of the disputes and discussions previously were thrown out the window. We kind-heartedly came up the mountain to seek cooperation, yet you all want to forcefully suppress us and eliminate us after using us? Second Baldy asked. Look at yourself. You are so old already, and your cultivation has already been scattered, yet you are still acting all heroic. You come to my heavenly divine mountain like this, yet you still think you can blackmail us. The middle-aged second master laughed coldly and said, Why do I feel like something is off after hearing this? Someone wants to threaten us. Hao took a few steps and walked over with a pace that wasn't particularly fast or slow. Little friend, do not misunderstand. The conditions have all been set already. It is naturally hard for everyone's anger to immediately be quelled. Yun Songhai smiled and said, Eldest brother, why is there any need to act like this? The faintly golden-haired elder spoke in a tone that wasn't cold or hot. He then looked at Hao, and in an extremely apathetic voice he said, This is the heavenly divine mountain, not the void god realm, so we can't let your nature run rampart. There isn't much to be said. Return your arm guard to my race. After the peacock fixes the formation, we need to use it. Io, Yun Jinhai, you think you've gotten me. If I knew things were going to come to this, I would have slapped a half-Peng mixed blood freak like you to death. Second Baldy laughed coldly continuously. There is no back then. If it were not for my little sister, I would directly slap you to death right now. Yun Jinhai said with a cold voice. Jinhai has acted excessively. There is no need to be like this. It is all for the sake of leaving this region and avoiding the great calamity. Let's not speak these harsh words. Yun Songhai shook his head and said, I didn't say anything wrong. I simply want them to understand their current situation. Yun Jinhai looked at Hao and Second Baldy. You two should know what to do. Father, I feel that they have no sense of propriety. I think it is still better to give them an urge. Otherwise, What kind of place are we letting them think the heavenly divine mountain is? The middle-aged second master sneered and said, Then what is considered this propriety you speak of? Sure how remained fearless. The middle-aged second master coldly said, Acting so unbridled in my heavenly divine mountain, so what if you are a supreme youth? I can suppress you just by raising my hand. Do you believe me? I do not. Sure how shook his head. You truly don't know the difference between life and death. You don't believe me? Yun Jinhai said coldly as well and stared at Sure Hao and Second Baldy. Correct. I also do not believe that is true. Second Baldy sneered. Hang. The elder with faint golden hair and Yun Jinhai both released cold snorts. They struck down on Sure Hao and Second Baldy like a hammer. If it hit them, they would naturally cough out large amounts of blood and receive severe injuries. However, both parties didn't react in the slightest. And he was amazed. He reached out a large hand towards those two. Second Baldy released a light shout and turned into an elder. Then he raised a hand and slapped outwards. With a hong sound, it struck Yun Jinhai and forced him to take steps backwards. Blood flowed out from the corners of his lips. What? Everyone became astonished. The expressions of the experts from the heavenly divine mountain all changed. Wasn't this hateful peacock's cultivation scattered? How did he transform suddenly? And how did he suddenly possess such powerful strength? Inside of this place, only Second Baldy and Sure Hao knew. The reason why they remained fearless was because the willow deity had secretly followed. It was right at their side, so what was there to worry about? Jinhai, you still aren't withdrawing? Yun Songhai said. When he advised against the conflict earlier, he didn't know that the hateful peacock could fight. Right now, he was naturally shocked. You've restored your strength. Let's go again. Just two trifling individuals. Yet you dare to behave so atrociously in my heavenly divine mountain. Suppress all of them. Force them to repair the formation and hand over the arm guard. Yun Jinhai shouted. This was what he had been thinking this entire time. There was killing intent behind these words. He had long despised Second Baldy's group. Hong. An expanse of symbols surged. It was incomparably brilliant, as if stars were falling down. The space around them began to sparkle. However, Second Baldy turned into an elder and didn't move at all. Yun Jinhai was sent flying again, and this time he was struck harder. He continuously coughed out blood from his mouth. Everyone became inwardly astonished. What powerful strength. Grandfather. Yun Shi only spoke up now, sending a message secretly to his grandfather, telling him that a divine expert might have come with their group. She warned him not to act rashly. Yun Songhai immediately gasped. There is a divine-level expert that might descend? This filled him with fear. Why didn't he feel anything? This was just too terrifying. At the same time, he looked at his granddaughter and inwardly sighed. This girl was thinking about something. She purposely didn't tell her grandfather's younger brother, allowing that half-Peng race Yun Jinhai to suffer a blow. Yun Shi truly didn't like this younger brother of her grandfather, because he had expressed his agreement in marrying her into the great golden-winged Peng race. He always spoke about how the two races could become closer and more powerful by doing this. Only, she never thought that her own second uncle, also known as the second master, would also be like this, fighting at Yun Jinhai's side. When Yun Songhai heard his own granddaughter's warning, he sank into a state of silence for a long period of time. This matter was becoming complicated. Even though he did not originally plan to capture Second Baldy and it was just Yun Jinhai stirring up trouble, this was now becoming a problem. Father, the middle-aged second master spoke. Withdraw, Yun Songhai spoke. He felt a bit displeased by his son, actually standing by Yun Jinhai and speaking out again. Eldest brother, what is the meaning of this? My heavenly divine mountain is not weak. Why do we need to compromise like this? Just directly suppress them and force them to do what we need them to. Yun Jinhai spoke extremely coldly. He was injured inside the heavenly divine mountains, causing him to reveal a hint of killing intent. The world is going to become chaotic, and we simply want to escape. What is the purpose of causing internal strife now? It's not like you don't know your younger sister. She has never forgotten about that peacock. Yun Songhai sighed. The reason he didn't deal with second Baldi was because he had always been considering his own sister Menglon. Go, let's take a look at the formation first, Yun Songhai said. Heavenly divine mountains people all nodded. Now that a great disaster was descending, everything else was secondary. Only leaving sooner was the most important thing. No one wished to stay here any longer than necessary. When Yun Jinhai saw this, he released a cold snort before brushing his sleeves and leaving. They arrived at a hidden forest behind the mountains. There was a formation present that was extremely aged. It was about to collapse. Second Baldi took a look and silently contemplated for a long time. After comparing it to the ruined formation map he obtained during his early years, he continuously nodded and said, "There is indeed damage. However, the portion recorded on the formation I have is just right for repairing it." When everyone heard this, they exulted. There was no better news than this. However, the materials needed to repair this formation definitely had to be of the highest grade, all of them divine materials. It was because they were crossing realms here, so normal items were definitely not up to par. Second Baldi directly wrote down a dozen or so materials and handed them over to Yun Songhai. He immediately gasped. These types of expenses were too terrifying. There are some materials that our heavenly divine mountain doesn't even have in our treasury. You have to understand that this treasury has been maintained for who knows how many years already, yet it was still missing a few divine materials. They were hard to find in this world, giving them a major headache. There is no other way. We have to borrow them by joining up with the other divine mountains and cooperatively offer up divine materials. Otherwise, there is no chance. Yun Songhai firmly made this decision. I've already listed the materials, so hurry up and gather them. However, if you want me to fix it, then it is the same as before. You all owe me a debt, so your clan's girl will be brought away and given to this youngster. Second Baldi began to act cocky again. My words will be the same as well. As long as Yun Shi agrees, then I will also agree. Yun Songhai chuckled. Grandfather! Yun Shi's face immediately flushed red. Seeing her cousins all looking at her expectantly, she felt a wave of embarrassment. At the same time, she wanted to give Xianxia a huge beating. All right, let's not talk about this matter anymore. It will be left up to you in the end. No one will interfere. Yun Songhai laughed and said. Divine multicolored light flashed through Hualinger's eyes. She looked at Yun Shi and said, Don't worry. At that time, I'll help you dissolve the strange naked girl's threat. Yun Shi revealed a strange expression. She turned around and looked at her. She smiled and didn't say anything. At this time, Xianxia's mind had already drifted, not taking note of the people here at all. He was focused on that hazy figure that no one else could see. The deities within the lumps of flames were all worshipping. It was as if 3,000 worlds appeared to worship that tall and slender figure. The willow deity appeared, but apart from Xianxia, no one could see it. They weren't even aware of its presence. So it turns out to actually be like this. He was the one that left behind this gate. He is presumably still alive and might even descend into the lower bound. The willow deity said to itself. Only Xianxia could hear these words. They caused his heart to tremble greatly. The willow deity said softly, Wu, the great calamity has become interesting this time. It is different from usual. I feel that this time, even those that think themselves to be superior to all others might fall as well. An especially great calamity is coming. A particularly great tribulation? Xianxia felt as if a chill crawled down his body. What did the willow deity notice to say these type of things? The formation was concealed extremely well, hidden beneath the strange rocks and waters, almost as if it was a formation made by heaven. If not for the strong first impression he got and the fact that he already knew this was an archaic formation, it would be hard for him to detect its existence even if he searched carefully. Let's see how it all plays out, the willow deity said to itself. It took a step and vanished from its original location. When Xianxia snapped back to reality, he looked left and right. There were cultivators everywhere, yet not a single one of them detected the willow deity or heard its words. The forest was rather large, and there were many large rocks strewn about. Some stood up vertically like bamboo shoots, while some were lying flat. They were of all types of strange shapes and sizes. The celestial race individuals were all stirred up. They were currently deciding how to gather the divine materials to repair the formation. This was definitely not a small project, and it needed the cooperation of several clans. They needed many divine materials. The celestial race couldn't satisfy them by themselves, so they needed to cooperate with other divine mountains and gather their hidden resources. After all, this was an ancient formation that could cross realms, so its requirements were naturally incredible. It was going to be incredibly difficult, but they finally saw hope. If the celestial race worked together with the great divine mountains, our group would definitely not be looked well upon. At that time, would they even allow our clansmen to come? The flame crow became worried. The nine-headed lion frowned. It had a feeling that this place was going to become chaotic. Traveling to a different mysterious world later might not be as easy as it seemed. You have to understand that all formations have a life expectancy. After transporting one across realms, the expenditure would be especially great. In addition, with so many people to move, there definitely wouldn't be enough to go around. Once the various races gathered, those without supreme experts overseeing them would definitely be looked down on. Forget it, we'll withdraw. The nine-headed lion was rather decisive. After weighing the pros and cons, he spoke these words. This might have been the best decision. Right, either way, our clan doesn't have any supreme experts, so when the great calamity descends, it won't kill us. The Rainbow Luan nodded after realizing that there might be trouble in the heavenly divine mountains. Living was the most important thing. Since the great calamity won't affect those weaker than supreme experts, there was no need to escape. Even though entering a different world was something that they longed to see, the greatest pleasures of life could only be enjoyed if one was living. The current circumstances were definitely not favorable. When Shurhao heard these words, he also frowned. The willow deity had stated that it wasn't going to leave when he asked it before, so was there a need for him to leave himself? He hadn't found his parents, and he hadn't met his grandfather, the great demonic god, yet either. The one that was in the most trouble was Hualinger. With how powerful her father the emperor was, he was naturally on the tribulation list. She then turned to look at Shurhao. Shurhao said, "Let's wait. There is still time, so we don't have to make any rash decisions. This might be an unusual tribulation, and it might give us some kind of omen." Second Baldy acted cockily in the distance as if he was the most important person here. After turning into human form, his appearance wasn't bad at all. Some of the heroicness of his youth could be seen. Shurhao and the others decided to live here for a period of time to wait for a result. They wanted to see whether the various clans could gather the materials. The mountain was extremely large. Shurhao's group was led to a palace hall with mists curling about it. Beautiful verdant trees lied about and a waterfall cascaded down, creating an extremely elegant scenery. Why does this palace give off such an unusual feeling? The flame crow was astonished, because they were ordinary tiles and bricks, yet they gave off a rather serene and divine feeling. A deity personally constructed it, so it naturally isn't an ordinary item, said a servant. Each room gave off an indescribable type of feeling, one that exuded arrogance, as well as giving off an enchanting feeling. Isn't it just a place for someone to live? Shurhao laughed and said, not thinking too much about it. Spiritual birds flew above the palace. Flowers scattered down the mountain summit. If one looked into the distance, one would see the sun set behind flowing mists. It was as if they were in the divine realm. Who are these people? Why was this place arranged for them? The servants discussed in a low voice. They're not cultivators from the other divine mountain and are only ordinary people. I remember that a race's esteemed guest has stayed here before, and that was when a son-in-law was being selected. What kind of people are these? In just a single day, trouble came knocking on their door. Moreover, this wasn't a small inconvenience. The great Peng race's people arrived as a group, led by a golden-haired elder. His eyes were like small suns, and when he opened and closed them, golden beams of light would be released. The most terrifying part was that there was a type of aura around him. Every action he made reminded one of an ancient deity. Golden light and auspicious multicolored light surged around his body. I heard that someone had taken residence in the celestial pavilion. What great honor they've received. Can you allow us to take a look at what kind of sacred existence this privilege was given to? A youngster next to the elder spoke. When Hao and the others emerged and saw these people, they were all shocked. These were all experts from the Peng race. Where would they see great golden-winged Pengs normally? Most of these were half-blooded golden Pengs, but there were also a few pure-blooded great golden-winged Pengs. Golden light flowed about their entire body like blazing flames. Who was I expecting? Turns out to be you all. You've truly been given great face, being allowed to live here. A youngster spoke these cold words in a sarcastic tone. His age wasn't great, seeming to be about 16 years of age. Golden hair fell down like a waterfall. His eyes did not reveal any signs of friendliness. Hao had met him before in Fire Nation capital. This one was named Jin Yunxiao. His elder brother was known as one of the archaic divine mountain's two most powerful geniuses. He had left the wasteland region before to sharpen himself, and was definitely a powerful and terrifying figure. Something I can help you with? Hao asked. Jin Yunxiao sneered and said, Nothing. We just came to take a look. You should be aware that this is the celestial race's divine palace. Under normal circumstances, outsiders definitely wouldn't be allowed to live here. However, you guys are quite formidable, having an attitude of not knowing how high heaven or how low earth is. Just because you all are allowed to live here, you dare to do so. He was clearly provoking them. He had suffered a loss at the Fire Nation capital previously and had been berated by Hao. With his elders here today, he had no reason to hold himself back. Of course, the Fire Clan's princess is worthy of such a gift, regardless of where it is. Even in our Peng Clan Divine Mountain, you can also enjoy this type of treatment. Jin Yunxiao spoke like this. Facing the incredibly beautiful Hulinger, he actually collected his arrogance and revealed a smile, even inviting her over as a guest. He only directed the provocations at Hao and the others. The Flame Crow looked forward and said, The owner of this place arranged for us to live here, so what does it have to do with you? Don't look for trouble just because you are bored. Io, just a small Flame Crow. Yet you don't properly grate my Peng race and even act so cockily. You are quite brave. Jin Yunxiao didn't become angry and instead mocked the Flame Crow. His ancestor is the Golden Crow, which isn't weaker than your Peng race. You all believe that your blood is grand and noble, but is it really worth anything? Hao took the initiative to speak out and laugh coldly. This wasn't the first time he encountered the creatures of the archaic divine mountains, so he wasn't scared at all. On the contrary, he worried about the Flame Crow, because it might incur the great golden-winged Peng race's fury. Thus he stood out and blocked in front. You truly are daring. If it was in the outside world, then so be it. But you actually ran up to the heavenly divine mountain, not even knowing how to write the word death. Jin Yunxiao laughed continuously. Behind him, the group of Peng race experts either remained indifferent or had a hint of ridicule on their lips. Their attitude didn't carry any respect. They had the strength to do so. They themselves were powerful enough, and their inheritance had been passed on for a long time, allowing them to overlook the wasteland region. Even though the little stone was powerful, he hadn't grown up yet, so they themselves still believed that they could look down on him. I think I'm behaving myself well. The celestial race has made me their esteemed guest, and I believe that they might even connect us through marriage. Hao smiled as he spoke. The last sentence with the word marriage truly struck the Peng race where it hurt. It made it really hard for them to remain quiet. A bunch of nonsense. How could Yunxi be married to you? You're just a trifling human. Even if your natural talents aren't bad. Can you grow up? You might just die young. A slightly older golden Peng shouted, his voice containing killing intent. It was clear that he was shedding all pretense now. Even a damned wretch of the golden Peng race like you wants to be a part of the celestial race? Do you really think you are capable enough? Hao looked at him. He didn't have anything good to say. Outrageous. This golden Peng became indignant. Io, You are even behaving so atrociously in this heavenly divine mountain. Are you going to make a move against me here and disregard the rules of this place? Sure how sneered. A cold snort sounded. The golden pungs scattered, and an elder walked over. It was precisely Jin Yunhai, the half-pung, half-celestial race individual. He himself was a powerful supreme expert. I approve of their words. I am the master of this place, he coldly said. His face was overcast. Sure how looked at him. He nodded his head, finally realizing why the Pung race came so quickly. It was definitely Jin Yunhai who stirred up trouble and quickly invited them here. There was no need to think any deeper about it, because it was clear just from his expression. The Pung half of Jin Yunxiao was extremely pure, or else his hair wouldn't be a faint golden color. He was extremely partial towards the golden Pung race. I recall that the Heavenly Divine Mountains clan elder is Yun Songhai and not you? Sure how calmly asked. So what? There are some decisions that I can still make. Cold light flashed through Jin Yunhai's eyes, rich with killing intent. Since you aren't the clan elder, then you should quickly take back your words just now. Because Yun Songhai elder has already spoken before. Are you going to reject his words? Sure how remained fearless. During times of great importance, I have the authority to refute my elder brother. I feel that he is too indecisive and hasn't dealt with you in a proper manner. Right now, I will once again make a decision. Jin Yunhai walked up and directly exerted his pressure. He was about to take action while disregarding the consequences. Are you trying to seize power and usurp the Heavenly Divine Mountains clan master position? Sure how shouted. He looked at the golden pungs behind him, and then he swept his gaze into the distance. With a hong sound, a wave of tremendous pressure crashed down. There were golden feathers and sparkling flowers, all of which were constructed from symbols. They swept out towards Sure how like an angry wave. This was the might of a supreme expert. They were going to turn him into a bloody paste, directly killing him. You dare! Second Baldy shouted. He was currently in human form, exerting a wave of divine heroicness. After all, back then, he was known as a great peacock supreme expert and overlooked a large region. He did not fear the divine mountains. He walked forward with large steps. With a wave of his sleeves, he dissolved Jin Yunhai's attack, returning peace to this place. There is nothing left to say. Martial brother, you should take action as well. After capturing this peacock, we'll search his mind to obtain that ruined formation diagram. Jin Yunhai looked at the Pung race elder and spoke these words. Then, he pointed at Sure how and said, Youngster, I don't want to say anything unnecessary either. Hurry up and hand over that arm guard. Otherwise, I will make it so that you would rather die than stay alive. Sure how was so angry he laughed. This was truly overbearing. They were going to murder them here? Weren't they scared of the dire consequences it might cause? Those words were spoken out from your mouth. Today, I want to see what kind of methods you all have to deal with me. Sure how coldly said. Your Pung race is truly formidable. Are you all trying to overturn the Heavenly Divine Mountain? I am also a witness here. Second Baldy shouted. There is no need for you all to speak about my Heavenly Divine Mountains matters. You all should just worry about yourselves first. Yun Jinhai pressured forward. His face carried a cold smile of disdain. I remember that just yesterday. An idiot was slapped so hard he coughed out large amounts of blood. Did that idiot come back again to issue another challenge? Kong Choji said. His peacock supreme expert aura completely displayed. Golden light surged. Feathers flew everywhere like snow, scattering down golden radiance in an extremely resplendent manner. Yun Jinhai surged with killing intent, but his face did not reveal any anger. There was only coldness. He didn't say anything. A small green flag was spat out from his mouth, and after quickly enlarging, it was held in his hand. Green multicolored light crackled about, shaking the skies. Everyone, including the supreme experts here, felt a chill in their minds. They all continuously backed up. Everyone here felt the pressure it exerted, and all of them became silent, no longer saying anything. What kind of weapon was this? The flagpole was ice cold, as if it was forged from green metal. The flag was simple and unadorned. The elegant flag had a few star designs on it, as well as filthy black blood. This weapon was somewhat strange. The fluctuation it released was just too powerful, threatening everyone here. Even supreme experts were raving in fear, for the diffusing power was just too horrifying. Everyone was aware that if this wasn't a holy weapon, it was a divine magical artifact. It was definitely powerful to a ridiculous level, to the point where killing supreme experts definitely wasn't a problem. Yun Jinhai had suffered a defeat previously and came back today for revenge. With this weapon in hand, he was going to suppress the peacock and capture it. Kong Choji, back then you were also just a single person. Why aren't you showing any sense of propriety now? Isn't it your style to not suffer any losses? Today, I will thoroughly beat you down. Yun Jinhai's words were ice cold. Chila. His arms held the golden-green flagpole and ferociously swung it. For a split second, the world was without light, and the sun and moon lost color. The world trembled and ferociously rumbled. The banner fluttered about, making walala sounds as if a river of stars was smashing downwards. It carried a vast and boundless aura as it suppressed all directions. Everyone became horrified. How were they supposed to defend against this type of power? Even supreme experts were frightened inwardly. This attack would most likely cause their body to split open. It was too difficult to defend against. This is bad, Senior Second is done for. The flame crow shuddered and said, "Call me Senior Kong. My surname isn't Second." Second Baldy, Kong Choji said, seemingly rather calm. Faced against that spinning flag, he didn't seem worried in the slightest. He had stayed within Stone Village for a long time already. He had met the Willow deity and seen how extraordinary it was, an existence that was definitely above all others. Towards a level of power he couldn't even fathom, he called himself second before this existence. Since this forbidden existence came and was right at his side, Kong Choji himself naturally remained calm and unruffled. It was as if he was watching other people fight as he watched the other party spin the large flag. The Peng race all backed up, with that leading elder being no exception. The elder had a serious expression on his face as he moved out of the great flag's range, not daring to try and contest the fluctuations it exuded. However, what left everyone speechless was that old Lady Killer Kong stood on the battlefield with his hands behind his back. His face revealed an unyielding expression, one that an exceptional expert had. He didn't seem affected at all. Second Baldy had the air of an exceptional expert, and together with his unordinary appearance, it gave off the graceful bearing of an unrivaled individual. As the great flag moved about, he didn't lift a finger. Hong the flag was raised, and large expanses of green sword radiance hacked out, sweeping towards Kong Choji. This was definitely enough to fatally wound a supreme expert. It was so sharp that even the space around it was affected. Second Baldy shot him a look of disdain. He reached out with his hand and plucked out a flower bud. While holding it, he smiled. This kind of smile was not a pure and holy smile. It was vulgar. It made Yun Jinhai so angry he roared. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets, because the sword radiance that scattered outwards couldn't approach Second Baldy. I, the great Peacock King, cannot be harmed by such things. Mortal weapons cannot injure my body. You all still aren't backing off? These are all merely small methods. Second Baldy acted like he was some divine being. Go to hell. Yun Jinhai didn't believe these hateful words. The flag flew into the sky and released tens of thousands streaks of light. The green lightning all hacked down, as if a god of thunder was descending into this world and releasing its attack. Unfortunately, it was still useless. Second Baldy raised his hand, scattering the flower petals. Clanging sounds continuously rang out as they all smashed down on the great flag. The thunder vanished. All of it scattered. At this moment, everyone gasped. Yun Jinhai's golden pupils retracted. He continuously backed up and held back his agitation and killing intent. You've surpassed supreme experts? He sucked in cold air. How many people in the present world could break through and have this kind of success? Wu, still lacking a bit. Second Baldy spoke extremely modestly. Hearing this sentence, Yun Jinhai released a breath of air, and his eyes once again flashed with vicious light. He really wanted to continue fighting and take this hateful peacock's head. Jinhai, stay your hand. Outside the palace, a group of people walked over the grass and flowers. Long sleeves fluttered about, and the edges of their clothes drifted behind them. They seemed like Taoist immortals. It had to be said that the celestial race were all handsome and beautiful, all of them possessing otherworldly temperaments. This was true for this group of experts in particular. As they walked through the petals and leaves, they seemed like immortals that have descended into this world. The heavenly divine mountain's clan elder had arrived, and it was clear that this battle couldn't continue, as it was ordered to stop. Brother Jin, you came? Yun Songhai cupped fists towards the old golden Peng. This was the golden-winged Peng race's clan elder, Jin Luantian. His strength was terrifying and immeasurable. Jin Luantian returned the greeting and amiably smiled. Heavenly Divine Mountain has a formation left behind by an archaic deity, so we have come to bask in your light. Speaking up to hear, he waved his hand. Someone extracted divine materials from a spatial magical artifact. Brilliant colors immediately appeared, and multicolored radiance shone dazzlingly. This was a pile of divine materials. Yun Songhai's eyes closed as he expressed his joy. Brother Jin is too generous. Who is basking in whose light might not be that easy to say. 5 of the dozen or so types of divine materials that were lacking were brought at once by the great golden-winged Peng race. This was definitely quite a generous contribution. Everyone's eyes burned with passion when they saw the chunk of blazing sunstone, the flaming red dragon blood earth, and the other 3 divine materials. They were worthy of being of the great golden-winged Peng race. They brought out so many divine materials at once from their treasury. Sure Hao felt as if he vaguely heard the sound of saliva being swallowed in his hair. He rubbed the little pagoda. It must have been his misperception. After exchanging pleasantries, Yun Songhai's face became downcast. He berated his younger clan brother, saying, Jinhai, you've acted excessively. Why do you instigate matters again and again? Older brother, don't you feel that we are acting too weak? Is there any reason to have them here in our heavenly divine mountain? So what if we capture all of them? Jin Yunhai's face was gloomy as he spoke. Enough, everything else comes after it is repaired. Aren't you scared of ruining the atmosphere? We just want to repair the formation and quickly leave the wasteland region and don't have any other intentions. Yun Songhai said. Right, it's better if we leave first. I want to take a look at the higher realms and see if there are other golden Peng race. I wish to see the undamaged inheritance. Rumor has it that countless years ago, my clan had a few seniors that relied on their own strength to ascend into the higher realms. Jin Luantian said. There is definitely my celestial race's Tao creed in the higher realms. I wish to seek it as well and enter my ancestral sect. Yun Songhai sighed and said. He greatly yearned for this. Sure Hao's heart shook as he stood on the side. How was the strength of the upper realm divided? They all had those Tao creeds and creatures, so it was likely completely different from this place. Haha, the upper realms should have our ancestral sections. I just fear that it won't be so easy to find. Once we cross realms, how about the 2 of our races join hands? Jin Luantian said. Right, after first reaching the higher realm, it will definitely be dangerous before we find our ancestral sections. We should work together. Yun Songhai nodded. Look, what do you think about my grandson? Jin Luantian brought over his clan's genius Jin Yunting. It had to be mentioned that this was a heroic youth with an outstanding temperament. Moreover, his strength was astonishing, enough to look down all of the great divine mountain's younger generation. An outstanding young talent. There is hope for him to reach the divine in the future, Yun Songhai said seriously. It was still spoken rather impartially. How about we make him and Yun Shidao companions? Jin Luantian said while beaming. The atmosphere was rather strange. Second Baldy actually didn't act cockily or cause trouble. Instead, he shot Sure Hao a look and said in a soft voice, A real man would not take this lying down. The golden-winged Peng race were all blonde. Their statures were tall and great, giving them an imposing appearance. Jean Yunting's appearance in particular was outstanding. His face was like jade, and his tall and upright figure was heroic. Meanwhile, she possessed faultless beauty and a moving elegance. She was like a fairy that walked out from the realm of immortals. As her purple clothes fluttered about, she seemed quick-witted and otherworldly. If they stood together, they would truly be like a perfect couple. Hao took a step outwards, and beneath his feet rose golden symbols. He displayed the Peng race's most profound power. This was a type of provocation as well as a type of arrogance. He actually used their race's abilities to move. He arrived in front of Shi in a flash and directly pulled on her spotlessly white hand. He looked at the Peng race people and said, "She is my wife." Shi's pretty face immediately flushed red, and she swung her arms with all her strength. This was too sudden and too hard to tolerate. The golden Pengs were all dumbstruck. They then became furious. Was this a provocation? It was too unbridled. They were just about to connect by marriage here, yet he already called her his wife. Even the celestial race was shocked. Many people stared over in a daze. This youngster truly dared to say anything. "Little friend is making jokes." One of the golden Peng race's elders spoke. He was smiling on the outside, but definitely not on the inside. "Let go." She said softly. Color flushed her cheeks. She did not want to hold hands with another under the eyes of so many people. "I was not joking." Hao fired back at that elder. Then he said in a small voice to Shi, "Don't fuss. Be careful not to ruin the energy for raising children." Pu. The great golden Peng race's heaven-warping genius Jean Yunting turned around and left. He remained calm and collected this whole time, but just now he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. In the Fire Nation capital, he already had his suspicions. At that time, Shi hugged Hao's arm while refusing the golden Peng race. Back then, he could still maintain his calm and unhurried expression, but right now, anger immediately showed on his face. "Hang!" The golden Peng race's people all swung their sleeves in anger. They turned around and left, departing from this palace. The celestial race all shot Hao a look. Then they looked strangely at Shi. They were celestials, known as the most perfect race. Even if she liked a human, they shouldn't be so hasty, right? She was truly angered to the point where she almost fainted. Right now, she patted her chest and recovered. She was naturally indignant and lashed out, struggling free from his hand. "Don't be so stirred up. You should meditate first." Hao released his hand and walked over to Second Baldy, saying, "We clearly have power on our side, and we are occupying this place. Why is the Peng race strutting about?" Second Baldy nodded and said, "You're right. I've decided we are removing the golden-winged Peng race from the list, not allowing them to enter the formation. They should just obediently hole up in the wasteland region." "That's not a bad idea. One should know the line they shouldn't cross," Hao said. He chuckled and gave a suggestion, saying, "Tell the other divine mountains that the quota is limited. Whoever wants to bring in one more person should challenge the Peng race. Each person they defeat will increase the quota by 1. The Peng race is in charge of defending the formation. Right, those that lose aren't allowed to enter the formation." "Little bastard, are you seeking death?" Jinhai coldly spoke. He had half Peng race blood in him, so he was naturally furious. "If you aren't willing, then you can go and take a beating as well." Hao swept his eyes out and said, "Whether or not this formation is restored is up to us. Whoever is allowed to cross is not something you all can criticize." The members of the celestial race were all stunned. This youngster wasn't really going to do this, right? If this truly was carried out, it would be too vicious. A single tall and slender figure was taking a stroll through the archaic divine mountains. There was a type of deathly loneliness to this figure who could overlook the 9 heavens. This was precisely the Willow deity. These mountains, these waters, this world will all vanish in the end, she softly said. Towards the dispute between the Celestials, Golden Peng, and other great races, she did not pay it any attention. The Willow deity merely walked through the heavenly divine mountains, because she saw traces of a certain individual. This was a heavenly figure who had always stood at the peak of the divine Tao, unsurpassed and regarded as a forbidden existence. Everyone had thought that this individual died in battle, yet there were remnants of this person's footsteps here in the heavenly divine mountain. It was half a chunk of rock, and only a blurry half of a footprint remained, yet it was still clearly sensed by the willow deity. Was it left behind by that person after being severely injured? This gave off a type of a feeling, a sharp intuition. After making contact with that footprint, threads of silver radiance flew through the willow deity's eyes. Then, while suffused with primal chaos, scenes appeared one after another. The archaic formation was left behind by you, and you used this gate of life to flee death. Are you still in this realm? Hey! The willow deity's eyes flowed with light, as if they could pierce through the wasteland region. She was searching, wishing to see that person. Are you speaking the truth? The resounding voice sounded by the palace. Experts from true races have arrived, and they asked sure how this question. The auras this group of individuals exerted were terrifying, and they all possessed astonishing strength. It was a youth that spoke. A layer of light covered the surface of his body, making him seem like he was cast from brass. He was quite young, not even 20 years of age, yet he had reached the king level, a formation arrangement realm expert. This race was definitely powerful, similar to the great golden-winged Pung race. They were known as heavenly ranked archaic vicious beasts, being the heavenly ranked vicious beasts' descendants. There were even pure-blooded heirs in their clan, so they could naturally look down on the wasteland region. From a certain perspective, they were existence at the very top of the food chain. They were simply invincible in the wasteland region, and no one was willing to provoke them. Correct. If you defeat a golden Pung, one more person can cross realms. Shurhao smiled and said. Ho Tian shot him a look of disdain and said, rather than doing this, why don't my race just force you and directly suppress you and that naked bird to increase the quota? Do I look like someone easy to bully? Even the great golden Pung has backed off. Do you think I'll care about what you think? Shurhao was not polite at all. The only reason I am borrowing your strength and not directly becoming hostile against them is to give them more pressure. You are too lacking in moral sense. Ho Tian rolled his eyes and spoke. However, why did it feel that this hairy brat was somewhat amiable? In fact, he himself disliked the golden Pung race. Then the green Luan race came. Their relationship with the heavenly divine mountain was quite good, or else they wouldn't have cooperated together for the trip to the northern sea to explore the Kuan Pung nest. These people didn't have good attitudes towards Shurhao. If not for realizing something, they would have taken action a long time ago. There were people within this race that truly wanted to kill this human youth. They arrived one after another, and in the end, 6 or 7 pure-blooded races arrived. They all used to belong to the ranks of gods and devils, with deity-level experts emerging from all of their races in the past. Ha, Jin Yunxiao, you brat, get over here. I want to see if you've improved at all during these 2 years. Ho Tian shouted, leaving everyone stunned. They never thought that he would truly take action and challenge a cultivator from the golden Pung race. Causing trouble, an elder from one of the races shouted. This extremely powerful elder had not transformed into human form. Dark light radiated from his body, and his black fur shone. It was extremely terrifying. When he spoke, all types of symbols appeared on the surface of his body. This ring of light made him seem like a supreme beast deity. In the distance, Shurhao drooled. This was a rarely seen pure-blooded black hoe. If he could obtain a piece of fur or a piece of primordial symbol bone, then it would truly be amazing. Little bastard, you dare stare at me and drool? The Ho race elder was so angry he widened his eyes. I didn't, senior is mistaken. I definitely didn't. I just feel like disciplining your heir like this isn't good. Why don't you let him go? Shurhao wouldn't admit it even if he was beaten to death. The experts from the other races also stared at him, because they've long thought that something was amiss with this youngster's expression. He actually dared to drool like this in front of ancient races like theirs. It was too shameless and audacious. Soon after, Pung cries roared through the skies and golden feathers fell. The Pung race's young expert Jin Yunxiao was defeated by someone beaten half to death and carried back. Ho Tian, you little bastard. You truly dare to take action? An elder berated. Brother Ho is truly a heroic figure. When the time comes, you can bring along whoever you want. I'll allow you an extra person. Sure Hao spoke. Good. Ho Tian first received a scolding and punishment from his clan elders, and then he received the promise from Sure Hao. Following that, there were a few other unique fellows who jumped out, severely injuring the Peng race's people. Those that dared to issue challenges all held certainties of victory, all of them being extremely powerful characters. In just a day, the Peng race descendants' faces became ashen. Even though the number of individuals that were injured wasn't that high, this was still an unbearable disgrace. That youngster is too unbridled. Does he think that we won't directly suppress and kill him after angering my golden-winged Peng race? An elder's face became overcast. As for Sure Hao, he had almost forgotten about this matter. He merely thought that the Peng race was unsightly and set this up. Now he had entered their plans. Golden Peng, True Ho, Green Luan, and other races' treasuries were extremely abundant. The divine materials they brought overshone brilliantly. Piled up into a small mountain like this, it was truly a bit tempting. By Sure Hao's ear, a luring voice continuously sounded, telling him to help out and steal a portion. Out of the question. Finally, Sure Hao snapped awake and was no longer tempted. He strongly rejected the little pagoda. Divine materials that can be exchanged for my help are right in front of you. Are you going to miss this chance? The bone pagoda persuaded once again. Finally, the willow deity arrived and gave the little pagoda a look. Even though nothing was said, the little pagoda still became embarrassed, feeling that bewitching a youngster wasn't right. There are a few things amiss with the heavenly divine mountain. You all should quickly depart. The willow deity told Sure Hao and Second Baldy. This made everyone tremble. How powerful was the willow deity? Those words were definitely worth listening to. The two nodded, indicating that they understood. There are still 3 types of materials missing. All of you should hurry and collect it, Second Baldy said. Oh! Right at this moment, a roar sounded from the back mountains. A golden-winged Peng rushed into the heavens, and following behind was a swan and eye. Lightning roared, and this battle was incredibly intense. A loose cultivator had appeared. After hearing that they could pass through the formation into another realm as long as one of the Peng race was defeated, conflict sparked. Sure Hao was stupefied. He originally thought that no one would completely have a falling out and that this would only be a disturbance among the younger generation. Yet an extremely fierce individual came. This swan and eye wasn't pure-blooded, but it reached the supreme realm all by itself. Its strength was terrifying, suppressing a Peng and beating it until its feathers flew everywhere. Golden light shone resplendently. In the end, the swan and eye won. Lightning crackled throughout its body. Of course, its own body was almost destroyed in the process, and its injuries were severe. Do you think my Peng race is easy to bully? An elder's face became downcast, and killing intent surged. Apart from Jin Yunxiao, the golden Pengs that were defeated were all half-blooded creatures. No one dared to challenge the core members of their race because this was still, after all, a heavenly ranked race. However, this situation was still ultimately changed. The sect masters of several powerful races stepped forward, instructing the younger generation not to act rashly. Meanwhile, Sure Hao didn't say anything either, because he couldn't be bothered to deal with this. The willow deity had already urged him to not stay in this place longer than necessary, and the little pagoda had even said this. Hurry and give them the arm guard. This formation is a bit strange and might provoke the karma of the heavens. This was the little pagoda's warning. It even did something out of character, creating symbols for Sure Hao so that he could see through this place. A few mysteries were thus revealed. After Second Baldy used the divine materials to repair the formation, this place surged with an indescribable type of aura. The footprint on a stone not far off became more and more distinct. It is calling out to a forbidden existence. If the formation isn't properly fixed, no one knows what might happen. The little pagoda spoke seriously. What kind of a person is it? Sure Hao asked. The little pagoda shook its head and hinted for him to ask the willow deity. Its own body was damaged, with several layers of the pagoda missing. As a result, there were holes in its old memories. Willow deity, will there be danger here? Shihao asked. If it was true, would there be any sense in repairing the formation? Wouldn't they be sending Yunxi and the others to their graves? Nothing will happen to the celestial race, and they might be able to truly leave. This formation's master should have some kind of great relationship with the race. As for the others, it isn't easy to say. The willow deity directly stated. In the surroundings of the formation, white mist rose strand after strand in an extremely mysterious manner. Apart from the willow deity and the little pagoda, no one else could see it. Shihao was only able to witness it due to the little pagoda's divine ability. He immediately experienced a mysterious energy and saw the footprint in the distance. It was as if someone would descend from the heavens at any time. Shihao felt a wave of horror, feeling as if his conflicts with these pure-blooded creatures truly weren't worth much. When faced against this mysterious and incredibly great event, it could all be overlooked. What was going on? What exactly was there in the wasteland region for a forbidden existence to descend and some incredibly great figures to make a move? What was there in this realm that attracted them? He had a feeling that the wasteland region was on the verge of becoming chaotic. It truly might be, as the willow deity said before, being completely different from the past and maybe even greater than the previous incidents. Let's leave and separate ourselves from everything here. Let's not provoke any type of karma here. The little pagoda spoke. It had this type of method of wiping out everything. This was completely different from what Shihao had anticipated. He still wanted to do more, but he never expected to receive the warning to not stay here any longer. He had even wanted to collect a toll here with Second Baldy, making those that wanted to enter the formation pay up. That scenario had left him drooling with saliva, yet he now found out that such a thing was impossible, because they had to leave now. When suddenly, a mysterious fluctuation transmitted from the little pagoda, shaking Shihao as well. He didn't know why, but a chill rang through his body. What happened? He cried out involuntarily. The great calamity is about to start. The little pagoda said softly. Why can't they feel anything, while I can anticipate it? Shihao's mind trembled. At the same time, he couldn't understand why this was the case. It is because I am residing on your body. Through my aura, you can sense it as well, said the little pagoda calmly. Shihao understood that it wasn't as calm as it looked. It was also taking precautions. Was this tremendous pressure making it feel nervous as well? Are you worried as well? Shihao asked. A wong sounded. Shihao's eyes were in pain as he saw a streak of light fly through the heavens. It was even more blinding than lightning, more dazzling than the sun. It was incredibly bright and splendid. What is that? He was a bit nervous, and his expression was grave. A great figure in the higher realms is probing about. That was the space itself cracking. Ordinary people cannot sense it, but you can through my power. The little pagoda became incomparably solemn and respectful. How high is the sky? How deep is the earth? When the youth was young, he fantasized of being able to travel freely through the mountains and rivers. He now accomplished it, yet he noticed that the world was vast and the heavens were great. They were greater than he had imagined, so he was still dreaming about the heaven and earth. This world still had a higher realm. What kind of place was that? Was it a place where deities resided? Shihao asked the small pagoda these questions, but all he received in response was silence. He then asked the willow deity, and what he received in return was just a shaking head. He could clearly sense that the other party was feeling a type of unbearable feeling. What was going on with the wasteland region? When the higher realm was brought up, why did the little pagoda and the willow deity respond like this? Hey, little pagoda, the spatial cracks have happened a few times, and the light is rather blinding. Don't you think we should go there and collect a few divine materials? Why don't we go and subdue it? Shihao thoughtlessly said. The little pagoda didn't pay him any attention. It flickered with light as it hung on his hair, sensing the aura above the heavens. Willow deity, are you an older sister? Or should I call you uncle? Sure Hao continued to be talkative. He couldn't tell from the hazy figure and had no choice. He couldn't see its true appearance. And when conversing, it was always through divine will. He couldn't distinguish it through a voice. The willow deity didn't reply, only telling him to leave behind the arm guard and quickly leave. They couldn't stay here for too long. At the same time, Kong Chochi was told to make his preparations. I'm truly unwilling to just leave like this, can't even get anything in return. Helping these heavenly ranked creatures avoid danger this time was not worth it at all. Sure Hao muttered, his devilish brat nature once again surfacing. Of course, the one most confused was Second Baldy. His original plan was to fix the formation, act cocky for a bit, and then casually pay Menglon a visit. In the end, he was told to leave. Menglon, when are you coming out? Kong Choji paced back and forth, seeming at a complete loss as for what to do. He was originally naked and couldn't turn into his human form, so he didn't want to meet the beautiful woman from the past. However, with the willow deity's help, he was able to recover his former appearance. He wanted to reunite with her after being separated for so many years. Now that he stood in the heavenly divine mountain again, his feelings were all over the place. As if there was some type of response, a beam of divine light rushed into the heavens from the rear mountains. It brought a dense mist that rapidly spread. Then, a light cry sounded, similar to the cry of a phoenix from the ninth heaven. Menglon came. Yun Songhai was astonished. At the same time, several elders from influential clans revealed looks of shock as well. This woman was extremely elegant and beautiful back then, one who was pursued vigorously in her generation. Even a figure as powerful as the Golden Peng race's clan master Jin Luantian watched the rear mountains attentively. His golden pupils swirled with deep divine radiance, as if a bit of vitality was restored within them. The Ho race's elder even changed into his human form, no longer showing his original form. When he saw other people look in his direction, he didn't feel ashamed in the slightest. Instead, he chuckled a few times. Grandpa, why do I feel like you became younger? Ho Tian mocked. Little brat, stay on the side and be quiet. I just wanted to see an old friend. Go back and don't talk drivel. The old Ho threatened. Relax. When the time comes, just give me a bottle of divine wine. When I see Grandma, I definitely will forget everything. Ho Tian snickered. Little bastard. The Ho race's clan master stared at him. Wrong. It's little Ho bastard. Ho Tian corrected. A streak of rainbow light flew over, and female clothing could be seen. It fluttered about freely as the woman walked over on the rainbow bridge. She looked at Kong Choji in a daze. You should go. The willow deity spoke up. Kong Choji trembled. Did the willow deity help him open up the sealed ancient cave in the rear mountains, which allowed Menglon to emerge? He suddenly had a feeling that this was possible. You came to see me? This woman's voice was soft, and 2 streams of tears flowed down her face. She was extremely beautiful, seeming 30 years old. Her beautiful thick hair was coiled up high above her head. She was dignified and beautiful. When they met each other again, she revealed astonishment, sorrow, as well as a type of joy. Yes, I returned. Kong Choji's voice was overcast. I really can't stand tears. Shouldn't reunions be joyful? What is there to cry about? Sure Hao said softly. What does a brat like you understand? Go and stay on the side. Second Baldy showed a rare aggressiveness. He placed his hand on Sure Hao's head and walked forward with large steps, grabbing Yun Menglon's hand. I've waited for you for many years, believing that you would definitely come find me one day. Yun Menglon wept. Tears rolled down her face, clouding her eyes. The great peacock supreme expert from back then had stirred up all types of chaos. He now returned, aged and without any cultivation. He met her again, accompanying her into the distance. Jin Luantian's expression was complicated, and he shook his head. The Ho race's old clan master looked at them and sighed. He scratched his head and said, We were all ignored. In the end, the hateful peacock is still so horrid. Hearing the little pagoda also sigh, Sure Hao grumbled. expressing his puzzlement. The little pagoda did not release any fluctuations in its mood. It only said a single sentence. If there is a day when the stars in the sky shatter, the world itself collapses, and you are the only one left behind, even if you are unequaled in this world, you can only think about the past. Watching the hair of young beauties turn white like snow and their souls reduced to nothingness. Seeing friends fall as time endlessly passes on. Forever asleep within cemeteries. When these things have come to pass, you will obtain this type of mentality as well. What are you even talking about? Xianxia didn't understand. When you become powerful enough, there will be a day when it will be hard for you to see a single old friend in the boundless world. There will only be the ruthless great Tao to accompany you. The little pagoda was incomparably tranquil. It continued, if you remain indifferent, then you naturally won't have the qualifications to understand this type of loneliness. Nonsense, Xianxia retorted. Moreover, his finger flicked the small pagoda. Could be said that he was quite daring. After endless years pass, there might be a person like this. One who has traveled alone along the endless river of time, recalling the past with only the divine Tao as a companion. The willow deity said. Ah, willow deity, don't scare me. Xianxia was startled. It's not like we are talking about you. What are you so anxious for? The little pagoda laughed and said. If there is an outstanding person like that, other than me, who else could it be? The devilish brat's confidence and narcissism had never been separated. This had remained true ever since he was a child. Is there any remedy for this? Xianxia nervously asked. There is, the willow deity said softly. He looked into the heavens and said, there is still a realm above the heavens. What? Xianxia immediately asked. However, both the willow deity and the little pagoda ignored him. It was clear that he was still too far away from such a level. Even if they told him, it would be pointless because he wouldn't be able to understand. Both of them became silent and the willow deity even disappeared. While waiting for Second Baldy to return, out of extreme boredom, he walked towards those old clan elders. He had a simple-minded smile on his face and appeared to be simple and honest. He acted politely towards Xianxia, telling him that he was going to return the divine magical artifact to them. Xianxia didn't dare act careless, because he had already been informed by his granddaughter that there was an extraordinary existence behind this fellow. This existence might be powerful to an unfathomable level. There were several divine formations in Heavenly Divine Mountain, yet they couldn't force that existence to show itself. It was a bit too terrifying. Xianxia acted extremely modestly. He gave an apology, and then he said that he should give the magical artifact back to the celestial race right now. Only, later on, he opened his mouth a few times, but each time he didn't say anything, because it was a bit embarrassing to mention. Little friend, what is wrong? If you have any troubles, just state it, Xianxia generously said. He was willing to take the initiative to be the one to offer things, because what he needed the most was right there before his eyes. Moreover, there was a great supreme deity behind the other party, only it never said anything. My village's formations have all rotten. We want to repair them, but we don't have materials, Xianxia said. That's easily done. In a bit, I will open the treasury and have some people send a few over for you to select from. Xianxia waved his hand, indicating that it wasn't a big deal. Normal materials aren't enough. Our village only has forbidden formations that need divine materials for repair. Xianxia spoke in an extremely dejected manner. Xianxia almost slipped and fell onto the ground. This fellow was truly like a lion when he spoke. There weren't many divine materials even in their treasury, or else why would they work together with the other divine mountains? Divine materials are used to repair archaic formations. We fear that we might not have enough, and as such, it is hard to give away, Xianxia said after some consideration. He feared that this might be something the deity behind Xianxia wanted. No problem. Just one of each type is enough. Our village isn't that big. Xianxia's face was just too thick. Xianxia hesitated for a moment. If it was the great deity's idea, then he truly couldn't offend it. He had to discuss this with a few other races. In fact, even after the formation was repaired, there would still be quite a few divine materials remaining. Only these types of things were too valuable, so who would gift them out? Sure enough, as soon as Yun Songhai spoke, these people directly shook their heads. The Golden Peng race in particular sneered continuously. They truly wanted to straight up settle things with Shi Hao. Since things reached this stage, Yun Songhai had no choice but reveal that Shi Hao might have a supreme deity backing him. Moreover, a deity with terrifying status. These powerful, heavenly ranked experts gasped. They were a bit discontent to only receive these news now. If they knew earlier, the Peng race definitely wouldn't have dared issue a provocation. Yun Jinhai's face became even more unsightly. He had half Peng, half celestial race bloodline, so he always acted arrogantly. He always thought his defeat to Second Baldi was strange, and after thinking deeply now, he felt a wave of fear. Shi Hao's eyes moved around and looked at those people. He immediately guessed what they were thinking, and drool almost fell straight out of his mouth. He jiggled his buttocks as he ran over and said mysteriously, "Everyone, I'll tell you all a secret. Actually, there is a senior who wants to borrow a few divine materials." When everyone heard this, they all became frightened. Sure enough, this was this case. This was what they were all thinking inwardly. Not only did their expressions reveal shock, they looked at each other in dismay, and they all nodded in succession. Finally, they came to an agreement. At this moment, not only as the devilish brat wiping his saliva, a gu-lu sound was transmitted from the little pagoda as well, as if it was also swallowing. Couldn't calm down while in Shi Hao's hair. "Little friend, how many types do you need?" Yun Songhai asked. "At least 10, I think." Shi Hao pointed forward at the divine materials each race brought. He actually wanted one of each type. Hearing these words, these elders' vision turned black, and their bodies began to feel weak. This was just too vicious. Their hearts were leaking blood. I think it's better if we borrow some other materials as well. These divine materials alone isn't enough. After all, our village's formation's damage is too severe. It needs a complete remodeling." Shi Hao spoke extremely bashfully. The elders all felt suffocated. Why did they feel that this youngster wasn't kind and honest at all? That bashful smile looked extremely lowly. As the little pagoda frantically swallowed its saliva, Shi Hao began to store the items inside the heaven and earth pouch. His actions were truly fierce, with almost half of the divine materials being taken by him. These old men were all hopping with fury as they tried to hold themselves back. Despite this being the case, he still bashfully smiled, shaking his head as if he felt embarrassed while still firmly taking a small half of the materials. "Peng Race Senior, my family's great one wants to create a 5-bird fan, but we still lack a great golden-winged Peng Race's primordial symbol bone. I wonder if you could help me out." Shi Hao became shy once again and asked as if he was extremely embarrassed. Right now, the Peng Race Master Jin Luantian had an urge to drag this brat that was smiling extremely lowly over and spank his buttocks into 8 parts.